Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerds, or depending on where you're watching, good afternoon, good evening, good replay crew. We're back. It's Monday. We've got a long day of court ahead of us. It's August 24th, and it's day 6 of Nevada versus Keffe D. We've got Vegas happening. Remember, Keffe D is on trial for the murder of Tupac Shakur. It is not alleged that he was the gunman. It is alleged that he aided and abetted the murder of Tupac, encouraged, handed the weapon over. You know, the things we've been hearing Keffe D talk about in his interviews. And we are in the middle of one of those interviews with a production of Death Row Chronicles that was originally released on BET. We are listening to the audio recording of the raw interview footage that Keffe D did when he decided to sit down and do a documentary about all this. After the book by former Detective Greg Kading was released, but before Keffe D released his own book. This interview that we're covering today was in 2017. Keffe D's own book did not come out until the end of 2019. Everybody's got a book. You've got a book. You've got a book. We've got a book. Everyone's got a book. Everyone's got a book or a podcast or both. This case is wild. So we are in the middle of that interview when we broke for the weekend. The documentarian is still on the stand. Yes, I have not gotten all of the light situation fixed. We're going to roll with it. It's going to be fine, law nerds. We're just going to make it work. We're just going to roll with it today. I have a new light that'll be here tonight. We had kerfuffles and snafus this weekend. It's going to be fine. Because you know what? We're not Keffe D. So it's all going to be good. I hope you had a great weekend. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We've got water, but we're not done with coffee. We got coffee. We're ready to roll. Tomorrow's pumpkin spice day. It's all good. It's all good. Law nerds, are you ready? I'm ready to go to trial. Are you ready to go to trial? I'm ready to go to trial because what's going to pop off today? Maybe the defendant's going to be talking back to the judge again, waving his finger at the court. Maybe we're going to hear him say again, he handed me the gun. Maybe we're going to hear more about how the FBI was looking at RICO charges for both Death Row Records and Bad Boy. What we're definitely going to hear today is more Puffy this, Puffy that, Diddy this, Diddy that, Suge this, Suge that, because no one, except for maybe Sarah Boone and Corey Richards, no one holds on to a one-sided beef like Keffe D. Keffe D will tell you how important he is, because even in his book, and I have read this book, and it's a lot of him blowing smoke up his... I've read this book, and it's not that the FBI investigated him. It's this task force of the FBI and this special agent in charge and this prosecutor who they called Bluebeard because he was out for all of their blood. And he was the fearsomest U.S. attorney to ever walk the land. And when they arrested him, do you know what he says in his book? Do you know what he says? He writes it right there. When they arrested him, do you know what he says? He says that they tell him that he's the big fish, that he's the top of the pyramid. He's the big fish. And allegedly, when they keep going to visit him in prison, they keep coming to visit him in prison and he keeps telling them to fuck off and he's not saying shit. Yeah, that's what he put in his book. That's not what the FBI agent had to say. The FBI agent had to say, we got so much good information from him. We kept going back and chatting with him because he was so chatty. In his book, he's like, nah, fuck the police, fuck you. In reality, though, he was like, what do you need to know? Let me talk to you about me. Let me tell you more about me. And they just leaned in to tell me more about you. Tell me more about you. And he's like, let me tell you about me. Oh, do you know what else he said? He said that they told the warden that he was a serial killer. I don't believe that for a second. So he says when the police rolled up, he was like, I ain't saying shit. Well, we've heard a little bit different in these audio recordings, but that's true for everybody. That's not just from Keffe D. That's true for just about everybody who had a chitty chat with the popo. It's true for everybody. I'm sure all of them said, I didn't say shit. And I told them, fuck you. And I said all this. And then we hear the recordings. And guess what? That's not what happens. Everyone's got a different version of events. But you know what's not different? The story he tells to law enforcement is largely the same. The parts of this book that haven't been the same as his interviews are the parts where he's really making himself more important than he is. But the story is basically the same. We're going to go to court and see more of what Keffe D has to say about Keffe D and his involvement in all of this because, well, that's what we're here for with this trial. So let's get back to court, shall we? We're going to roll the intro. We'll fly to court when the jury comes in. It looked like they were putting a little stuff on the record. They started a little bit late this morning. We love a court that's just like, we've got you because, girl, EDB needs all the buffer room and the Zoom room. So let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, I'm just queuing us up so that we go to court as court gets started. It does look like they put a few things on the record beforehand. So we are going to go to court and take a look. Did any of you catch the podcast this morning? I know. We've got more cases that are just starting to get added to the docket. And I'm going to be messing with my lights. We got some cases that are just getting added to the docket. All right. Are we ready? You guys were saying the sound was off in the intro. That's strange. Again, sounded fine in my ears. You guys are saying it didn't sound fine through the YouTube end. I hope that the court sounds fine. So hopefully court sounds fine. We'll see. Let's go to court, shall we? We shall.
Bring the jury.
We're going to go to court. Did you guys have a chance to watch the podcast yet? It was a little distorted at the end. All right. Hopefully it doesn't persist as a problem. But if the problem persists, well, first of all, so will we, and we'll go from there. Let's zoom until the defendant comes into court. That was loud. Hey, when do we ever get to say that was loud in court?
Good morning, everyone. You can all be seated.
All right.
We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Welcome back, everybody. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Your Honor, I do have some concern with regards to the state's current presentation of evidence in this case.
Okay.
There was some discussion, I believe, that was on recording. That was something that I did not believe should have been included. Some prior bad act that was in the first.
Okay, first of all, defense. This is all stuff that should be dealt with in your motions in limine, because you have all the transcripts and you have all of it. This should have happened earlier. This is before the jury comes in. I do like the pin. I like the pin. I do. Or the lapel pin. I dig it.
I did not make an objection to that particular point because I was trying to figure out whether it came in under some motion practice prior, and I don't believe it does.
And specifically, what bad act is that?
Is that Mr. Davis is talking specifically about criminal history, and he had mentioned something along the lines that he was involved in a shooting, and that and it was also because of drugs. We've always known about drugs, that's in his criminal history, but with regards to his reference to a shooting, I think it's highly prejudicial in this case. And I don't know where it's at in there.
My critique of counsel is for future lawyers and current lawyers everywhere. You have had the weekend. If you have had the weekend, grab the transcript and say, this is exactly what was said. This is exactly the page it was in. I don't know where it is in there. Doesn't help the court with specificity. Grab the transcript, highlight it, and then say to the court, this is exactly what the jury heard. Also, I don't think any of the jurors are shocked that Keffe D has a criminal record. A lot of the non-law enforcement witnesses who were involved in the gang life that was happening in the 90s have criminal records. I don't know if that's going to prejudice the jury. I think the jury's sitting there going, I mean, yeah, we know. Yeah, we know.
I was trying to figure out what my people over the weekend where it was exactly, but we don't have this exact recording.
Okay, so in my motion regarding the bad acts and regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded, that could be redacted out. Was this something you were familiar with in your previous listenings, or it just kind of took you by surprise when you heard it this time?
Well, we don't have the proposed redacted version of this.
There is no redaction done to this whatsoever. There was no request made to redact it, but our motion specifically addressed that his first criminal conviction was a misdemeanor for shooting into the occupied structure.
Can I finish with Mr. Sampt real quick,
Sure.
and then I'll turn to you, Mr. Trackwell. Mr. Sampt, go. You may finish.
Oh, no, I was listening to Mr.
I like the court so much. The court's not like, counsel. Shh. The court's like, okay, I'll hear you in a minute. Let him finish his argument. I really like this court. I like the judge a lot.
To me, the bigger issue is that, we have this recording now. I mean, obviously, if there's things in there that is potentially going to be a problem, there would be, at least from the state, some effort to reach out to me and say, hey, here are the things that we think that still falls under the purview of what the court order was in this case, and maybe there's some things in here you want to discuss. I would think that would have been a discussion prior to the publication of it. I just presumed that what we...
Everybody say it with me. That's what 402s are for. Hey, counsel, that's what you do in the motions in limine. In the motions in limine. Anything in those transcripts in the motion in limine that you don't like, you go through with a fine-tooth comb and you're like, Your Honor, page 17, line 4, nuh-uh, no way. And then you list the reasons. The vague, like, I just assumed it would be fine, isn't how motions in limine work. They give you their proposal and then you object. Because then you object. Oh, boy. Motions, some of you are asking about, is this a criminal law thing? No, because motions in limine happen in every trial. No matter what you're doing, it happens in the trial, unless it's, I guess, a bench trial, but there was no assumption here that it was. Don't assume, lawyer, don't assume.
We're hearing up on the
I put my notebook.
with this particular witness on Friday was the stuff that we had already heard. The problem is, like I said, there's a reference to a shooting in here, there's a reference to another, I can't remember what the other act is that's in there. But once again, it goes back to the fact that there was some motion practice done on this, and I agree with the court. The other part of the problem is that, we've had reference to the Biggie Smalls murder.
I need Griffin. Griffin! Sorry, he's at school. Griffin would come in and say, this is a skill issue. The repeated saying, I don't know where it is in here, is a problem. That's counsel's problem. And again, I'm empathetic to trial, but you've had the whole weekend to prepare. This doesn't feel prepared to me, and I'm critical of that. I generally like this lawyer. This is not prepared.
The state, in their own motion practice, had indicated that they weren't going to, that the Biggie Smalls murder had nothing to do with the Tupac investigation. And to me,
I think with Mr. Duane Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls. And we've admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigated together, for better or for worse.
Right. And I mean, we could sit here and talk words all day with that jury waiting outside, but I think what we're proposing the court to do, what I would propose the court to do, is just have some type of limiting instruction to the jury, in indicating to them you may be hearing other things that are not the focus of this particular investigation of Tupac's murder. Something along those lines. Just a limiting instruction.
Sure. Mr. DiGiacomo, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think before every witness, maybe you just read that Tavares instruction to them each time.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr.
I'm going to wait and see if they talk more about what the Tavares instruction is as we get into this. But counsel saying we could talk words all day. You need to cite your work. You need specific examples.
Mr. Samp propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the Tavares instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, if it was, For example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo, he wouldn't have anything to do with the bad acts that we wouldn't have to read. But if it were anybody else, anybody, probably law enforcement at this point, I can read it.
They're talking about
Yes,
prior bad acts
and that, just so
specifically.
that there's complete candor to the court. We did a motion on his prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on his 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until it was rolling and you hear it's actually being spoken that he does reference some police contact in 2015. And I do realize he was convicted of that. I didn't
I mean, bro's got plenty of
know,
police contact.
or recognize that was in there. If the court wants to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, we can have somebody redact the audio so that the one that goes back to the jury removes the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in the feds or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015.
Okay.
And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize, I didn't tie those two together until I heard the audio being played with the transcript running.
Okay. So we'll have that redacted when it does go back in case they spend more time with it. Mr. Samp, what is the proposed instruction that you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
You're asking me to put words together?
Yeah. That's
Bro, what? He just said you're asking me to put words together. Yes. Sir, I realize that would seem cheeky in another context, but you walked in on a Monday morning. First of all, I might have more patience on a Friday afternoon, but you walked in on a Monday morning, asked the court to do a thing, and then don't have a proposal for the court? You're the lawyer. What words would you like the court to say to the jury? Yes, put the words together, counsel. You've matched your tie and your suit and your lapel pin every day, but there is more that goes into trial prep. God, we're going to be here for 15 hours if I don't shut up and just drink my coffee. That's the expectation, counsel, that you put the words together. You got to do the talky things. It's litigation. If you don't want to do the talky things, litigation might not be for you. And that's okay, but litigation.
It's your job. That's what you're good at.
Did she say that's your job? Yeah, I'd like you to do your job. Also, just on a practical level, why does the court want the defense to propose the limiting instruction? Right, all of the chat's saying it with me. For appeals. The court doesn't want the defense coming back and saying, that's not the remedy I wanted. That's not what I was thinking of. Counsel, you've asked for something. I'm willing to give it to you. Tell me what you would like, please. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. For appeal. You tell me, unless it is a standard instruction that the court's going to pull up and be, even if it is a standard instruction, Your Honor, I'd like you to use model instruction number 15-2 or whatever. That's not the real number. But counsel, what do you want me to say? Right. It's like this weekend when I finally got my car back from taking my car to get fixed, and I assumed that they had put the right parts on it. Silly me to assume. But that's a story for later. We can't assume. Sometimes we need to just spell it out. What are we? It's too early. It's Monday.
Samp, what is the proposed instruction that you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
You're asking me to put words together?
Yeah. That's your job. That's what you're good at.
It is my job. Here's my famous people.
Okay,
Your Honor,
I'll let Colleen make a proposal.
Yes, Your Honor, I would think it'd be something along the line.
I'm going to let.
Defense is asking to phone a friend, and the prosecution's like, I got you. And the court's like, no. You're not our Huckleberry. No, counsel, you sit down. Because what you don't want, why don't you want the prosecution making the suggestion? Same reason. Appeal. You don't want the prosecution making that suggestion because you can see what it says on appeal. And then the prosecution made the suggestion and the court took it. You can see how this will get spun down the road.
Him propose it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me propose it.
All right,
Sit
then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him
Sit
propose
down.
it, and then you can object, but I think it's cleaner for the record if he proposes it.
I don't know that it matters for Tavares, but okay.
Sit down.
I don't think it matters for the purposes of Tavares, but okay.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instruction's already been determined because this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I let in bad acts. This is something that they're asking just to disregard.
And that's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The
Correct.
shooting should still come in because the court ruled upon that.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is the shooting is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity?
Yes.
In his book, he starts off
Your
with
Honor, I
my
hope
first
you
criminal conviction
had
is shooting
caffeine
into an
this morning.
occupied house and describes the event. That comes in.
From
what shouldn't
defendant's
come in,
book.
and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting
God, it's a
instruction
Monday.
since we're going to redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention because they may not have caught.
I'm going to let them
I'm gonna let them
talk,
handle it.
and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I do have one other further matter, Your Honor.
No. Solve this first. Solve this first and then move on because you're going to forget what you were working on. Solve this first. This is really the first evidentiary issue we've had in this trial. They've had very few road bumps in this trial outside of 402s. Very, very few.
Okay?
Done with this particular issue. The other issue is this: with regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, we have a record from Detective Mock, who interviews Mr. Dorsey prior to his testimony. His testimony, though, on the stand really made things a little bit more easier to understand in terms of how his relation is with this case.
Why is the prosecutor like a free-range chicken right now? Counsel, sit the fuck down. He's just wandering. The defense is making an argument, and the prosecution's just wandering around the courtroom, pacing. Sit down! The other attorney is talking. Sir, there are rules. Sit. Why does this feel like chaos? Just sit down. Just go sit down. We need to get this man like a walking pad at his desk. Or one of the ones where you sit and you can just like use like the bicycle ones. Something. He's just free ranging.
In essence, what happens is that BET is asked by the district attorney's office to produce documents. Maybe it was through MOG. Maybe MOG is the one who does it. But in either event, BET says, okay, here's what we're going to produce. And they produce the actual finished product as their production.
Right.
They don't introduce B-rolls. They don't do anything other than that. And they basically said, that's all we've got. I think Mr. Diaz or Rios or whatever his name was prior to this had said something along the same lines that, hey, this is just how they do. The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, whoever that person was. And
Hey, prosecutors, stop helping. Counsel, where's your notebook? With the interviewer, whoever that is, that was like 2 witnesses ago. Which, again, should be on your notepad. Because the filmmaker that we heard from on Friday was Mario Diaz. And yes, you should have, at the beginning of whatever your trial binder is or your trial notebook is, I don't know why we're doing trial ad today, but apparently it's the vibe, the witness list with each witness you expect and what their role is. So that even if names are difficult to remember, which totally fine, you have a reference sheet so that you can refer back to it. Like if recalling names off the top of your head's not your strong suit, totally fine. But for the appellate record, just grab your front sheet. And I was the type of like, oh my God, I'm going to forget something because ADHD, that I would have a accordion binder, like a small one, depending on the trial for each witness. And in that accordion binder, I would have my notes of what I want to ask that witness, any reports that go to the witness, and then the witness list. So each accordion binder, I was ready for each witness. So if a witness came out of order or somebody got stuck in traffic because Los Angeles and another witness needed to go, I was ready. You can also do that with binder tabs, but there's a level of preparation that's absolutely needed. And I don't know how attorneys do it digitally because I think that would be harder to find. I think for my brain, I would want to take notes digitally, but I would still need the paper reports to question the witness. Did counsel like Vegas for the weekend or no? So anyway, trial prep 101.
He's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proffer session to be, the recording. Here's the problem with it. At the end of what he does, and what he's proposed now, what the state is now using, is surreptitious recordings in between the official recordings by BET. Now what does that mean? That means that while
I understand what surreptitious means. I don't understand why this is a problem.
Mr. Davis is sitting in that room, he's sitting in that room with the interviewer, and at some point he's going to be asking for breaks. He's going to be asking for time to talk to somebody else.
Okay.
Which we understand it to be Wayne Higgins, his
His
attorney.
attorney.
Those conversations are not hot mic conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client.
On a film set.
And there is a reasonable expectation of privacy
I don't know about
because
that.
of the fact that it's done off camera, because BET does not record it.
It's a
And on
film
top of
set.
it too, that
It's a film set. I've been on a few different kinds. I would just say if you are sitting in front of the camera, mic'd up, even if the camera's not rolling, you have to assume that the mic's always on. But his argument, and I wonder if this is what he spent his weekend thinking about, but his argument is not that this is a hot mic. He said surreptitious recording. And he said that Dorsey, who's sitting in a different room listening to the interview, is then recording when the microphones are not on, but if the microphones are not on, Dorsey can't hear it. Also, it's a film set. So I would imagine it's not just the attorney and the client. Also, we've heard what Dorsey's had to say. So
as that's happening, they're talking in a tone, they're not yelling and screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone to say, hey, what do we do here, whatever the issues are. I think those parts of this recording that Mr.
this is for 402s.
Dorsey had done, I think those are parts that need to be included from the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor. I understand that it doesn't fall under this idea of, hey, well, he wasn't ordered by a detective to do that, and Dupree is definitely not a detective at this particular point. However, it is still a crime in California to record someone's conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we're in a room
Sounds like a 402.
and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me and I believe that is private, under California law, that is...
Excuse me, prosecutor, sit down. Stop fussing. All of you are like the Durst case. Exactly like the Durst case. For those of you that aren't familiar with the Robert Durst trial or did not watch the Jinx, Robert Durst had not been prosecuted for what he was prosecuted for later. And I believe that ended up getting overturned because Durst passed before the appellate ran its course. But I'm fuzzy on that. But at the end of the Jinx, he's on a hot mic and he's reflecting back on, well, what did I do? I killed them all, of course. And that's how the documentary ends. And then that shifts into the beginning of a new prosecution with Durst, which ends with Durst being on the stand for days and days and days and days, trying to go head to head with a prosecutor that's never going to back down. But yes, it is at the end of the very end of the Jinx. What did I do? I killed them all, of course. Wild. Absolutely wild. I highly recommend the Jinx. I really like the way that they did it. It's true crimey, but without being slimy. I like it.
Still
All
illegally
right. Back to surreptitious recordings on a film set.
obtained material.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it way, is not exclusion against the state because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or
this didn't come up in 402s? This didn't come up in 402s? The attorney-client privilege argument is interesting and is new.
The state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DiGiacomo?
Well, I mean,
Mr. DiGiacomo's raring to go.
Right now, what we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by Mr. Davis, and he's recording the entire time. You hear other people communicating or having some type of discussion on top of his recording, which means that it's done openly in front of this mic or whatever he's at. He doesn't see a screen or monitor. He doesn't know what is being recorded or not. He just records the whole thing. The concern that I have with it is right now, as we're watching and listening to what's being played by the state, we don't see where exactly it is that they're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have from the recording. That's the official BET offering versus the stuff that they have that would have the additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. State.
Two things. Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recordings that has been provided to the defense.
Okay.
And there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcripts does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people.
First of all, the conversations of Dorsey in the room are definitely not background. They feel like foreground because they're closer to the microphone, but I digress. But counsel's saying those aren't in the transcript. You can still hear them, though. But the defense is bringing up for the first time that now there may be an issue of attorney-client privilege. And I saw the question in here from Old Man Funky 4909 said, is this trial by ambush bringing this up now? That phrase doesn't necessarily apply to the defense as much in a criminal case. Yes, this is a late objection by the defense, but there are some rights that are so profound in the legal system, like attorney-client privilege. It doesn't matter when the defense brings them up. They're going to be addressed. So yes, the defense should have brought this up sooner. However, the court is still going to address it even if it's been brought up late. Some of the shit's out of the horse, but not in this yet. Apparently, we haven't gotten to the part of the recordings yet where the attorney-client conversations have happened. So when it comes to the defendant's rights, even if it's brought up late, now it's brought up and it needs to be addressed.
When Mr. Diaz is asking questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dorsey will testify, because I specifically had asked him about the attorney-client thing. He will testify at no point in time when Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins is there not a third party present from E1 Entertainment. So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, hey, hold on. This is a hot mic.
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I assume he's back there.
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him resworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately I'll make a determination.
Barbara Beam said if he is talking in a room with other people...
I understand it's your proffer that that's what he's going to say, but I'd rather have it fleshed out.
Wouldn't it negate the privilege?
Bring in Mr. Dorsey?
Correct.
Just Mr. Dorsey, no jurors.
They're going to
No jurors yet.
They're going to voir dire Dorsey outside the presence of the jury. Totally fine to do that. A number of you have asked how old the judge is. I didn't look up the judge's age. She has a youthful appearance, especially vis-a-vis some of the very much older judges we have had. I have seen great judges of any age, so I don't really judge by their either age or excellent skincare routine. But remember, to qualify as a judge in most jurisdictions, you only need to be a practicing lawyer for about 10 years. Most people become lawyers at about 22, 23, 24. So you can have judges on the bench that are in their 30s, in their early mid 40s, just depending, because you only really need to be a practicing attorney for 10 years to be a judge. So a lot of you are saying she's 44. Right. Yeah. There are younger judges on the benches. There are older judges on the benches. Sometimes when you get a judge who's 1 foot closer to practicing, you feel that they empathize with the lawyers, but they also know all the tricks of the lawyers. I think one of the things about this judge is she doesn't seem exhausted with her job. We have seen some judges that feel put out, so it doesn't really matter how old they are. They feel like they're over it. She doesn't feel like she's over it, right? She doesn't feel like she's exhausted with the job. Continuing on. Some of you are saying it's only 5 years in Michigan. SGT, I didn't know that. 5 years of practice to become a judge, that doesn't seem like enough time to me, but okay. I agree. Success, joy forever. I agree that her age doesn't matter. I just seen a lot of questions about it, and I think people are genuinely curious. And I like this judge a lot. But also, I think the vibe carries youthfulness to it because she does not feel exhausted, and it's nice to see.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, we're going to have you sworn real quick. Raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the
Iced coffee
testimony you're
queen.
about to give us.
I've seen people go through law school in 2, and it depends on how fast people go through undergrad. But yeah, people can become lawyers 22, 23, 24. It just depends on how fast they go through undergrad. It depends when they graduate high school. If somebody graduates high school closer to 17 than 18, it just depends. So it's a range. But yes, generally 3 years of law school. I've seen people do it in 2. I've seen people do it in 4. I've seen people do undergrad in 3. I've seen people do undergrad in 5. Or more. It just is. All right. What are we doing now? We are doing a voir dire outside the presence of the jury to find out who was in the room where it happened. God, one of my favorite songs. The room where it happened. Yeah. Room where it happened.
This action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. May I have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Dorsey, MichaelDorsey.
All right, thanks.
Northwest NW said not all judges in Kansas require a law license. Well then, that would be interesting. Because I don't think they would empathize with where the lawyers are at. Like, I don't know. It's like when people become supervisors, but they've never done the job. And then they're trying. I'm looking at all of you that look at your administrators. And then they're trying to tell you how to do the job, but they've never done the job you're doing. And you're like, huh. Right. That's hard for me. All right. Mr. Dorsey is back on the stand outside the presence of the jury. Presence of the jury.
Thanks for coming back, Mr. Dorsey. I hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside the presence
A few quick
sort of hearing,
questions.
so I can determine the legality of some things that are coming in, okay? Or not, potentially not coming in. So I'll let Mr. DiGiacomo ask some questions about the issue we brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this.
They're having the prosecutor start the questions because the prosecutor's the one trying to show it's not attorney-client privilege. I think that's why the court's having the prosecutor start instead of having the defense begin.
Recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant and Wayne Higgins.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a 3-way conversation.
That's Mario Diaz.
I understand like how privilege works to some extent, and it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway, and again, you can hear Wayne Higgins talking with him.
Here's the questions I want to hear. We'll see if he gets to them. I want to hear, because it's my understanding that he couldn't see into the interview room. How did you know that there was always somebody there and that they didn't step out into the hallway? I think the answer to that would be, well, because I could still hear the recording, and the audio was only being transmitted in the room where they were recording. and you could hear the other people there. But the defense brought this objection after Diaz is done. Diaz was the one that was actually in the room where it happened. So Diaz might be easier to ask these questions of.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people
Yes.
to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There would have been another producer. There's the sound recordist. There's at least one videographer. There's probably at least a lighting person in there.
Always
There's
lighting.
At least a good half dozen people in that room with them.
And at one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
Yes,
He
these
does,
are leading.
yes. He's kind of whispering, this is a hot mic.
They're always a hot mic.
And so at no point, where you're capturing or recording, there's not other people within, and describe the size of the studio.
Sure,
for
it's a
us.
very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this courtroom.
So it's a very small room with
Yes.
4 or 5 people
pretty
in it
cramped.
where he's having this
They
conversation.
got
That's
hot
correct,
fast.
Nothing
And
further.
Mr. Dorsey, where are you when these conversations are taking place?
I was in an office down the hall.
Okay, and so you
Right.
had eyes on the entire,
No.
on the studio the entire
I
time?
did not have eyes on the studio, no.
Okay.
Ears.
You could hear
Yes.
people speaking as to everything that was being said in there?
Yes.
And how were you recording again, remind me?
I had a pair of headphones, and I had my phone, and I just hit record.
Okay,
put the
and
headphones
so
on the
it's
phone.
essentially the studio audio that you're using?
Exactly, the live audio coming right from the studio, yes.
So it's a room, are there,
Where it happened.
do you know if the studio has signs that they're recording at all times? Like, like signage that says something like, this is a recording studio, you are
Sure.
subject
Yeah,
to recording, things like that.
Yes,
I've
recording
seen-
studios typically have the signs up like that, plus of course he would have signed a release, so he knows he's being recorded.
Okay, got it. Anything further? Sorry, I sort of hijacked that a little bit, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam, you may cross.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met, we've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct,
You were actually in this other room,
that's correct.
and you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
Well,
So-
no, the
And
headphones
I
are on the
saw him
phone.
walk by. I know
Right.
he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by,
Sure, and that's
and
fine.
he looked.
For those of you listening in the background, the defendant wants to pipe in. The defendant wants to pipe in. The defendant has something he really wants to say. Haphazardly thrown together, said EDB got to run, started paralegal courses today. Wish me luck. Good luck. Today's conversation about organization will take you far. But defendant looks like he wants to chime in. Look at him. He's like, I got thoughts.
You made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct,
You were actually in this other room,
that's correct.
and you're there just with headphones
Oh, he's got a
on.
post-it
yes.
note too.
So,
And I saw him walk by. I know
Right.
he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by,
sure, and that's
and
fine.
he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No,
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm
For
not
the
hired by
production
BET,
company.
I'm hired by the production company.
Right.
By the production company?
Yes,
That's
sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right. And then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes,
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do.
Objection outside the scope of the voir dire about whether or not there was attorney-client privilege and whether or not somebody else was in the room where it happened. We are well outside the scope. Well outside the scope.
I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay. So
Also, NDAs can't override you testifying in a criminal trial.
in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down
Yes.
next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just
They're
hear
all in the
noises,
room.
right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that he's interviewing wearing a mic?
Interviewer's not wearing a mic.
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is
Interviewees generally mic'd, and there's generally boom mics as well. Interviewers generally not mic'd because the interviewer is trying to get the line. The interviewer's voice is normally cut from the entire thing.
conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be two mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keffe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right, and so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
It
That's
doesn't
correct.
matter
And
if cameras are on or off.
in terms of
You're running
the
audio.
interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right, now, before we were listening to this,
I mean, 10?
are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly.
He didn't think it was private.
He's just
it's
using a
on
normal
set.
indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay, and then
And-
when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
Yes,
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So
I
there
don't
were
think that's a
times
reminder
where there
to
was
keep
an
private.
understanding, or at least
It's a
an
reminder
idea
that it's being
what they
recorded.
were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had
Mind your
recorded
words.
what you did in
Yes.
this case, which is the entire thing,
Correct.
you never had his permission to record all of it, right?
Yes,
I didn't need his permission.
they did
Why?
because they had a
Because
release.
he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's
Lights,
in a
camera,
production
action.
studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here.
All eyes on me in the center of a ring, just like a circus. You're on a film set. You're on a set. Everything you do and say is being recorded. He's like, I don't need. He's on a documentary set.
Right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on
Already
him. He
given
has
a
lights and a
release to
camera
the
pointed at him.
production
He's in a
company.
production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here for the
He's right.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No,
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
that's not true.
Okay, well, back up here.
He's the researcher. You know, normally I make jokes about when people talk about like Hollywood attorneys versus not Hollywood attorneys. This is really one of the first moments I've seen where that would be helpful. But I don't know why the prosecution's not objecting. And I think the court's probably just protecting the record, but we've gone far afield. We've gone far afield into whether you can record. And the defense seems to have moved on past the part of were other people in the room. Yeah.
Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission
doesn't.
needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this
So I can
so that I
make
can make
notes.
sure we answer
Right.
we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only
Right.
reason I made this recording.
But
To
you're
do his
not
job.
a contract person. You don't have a contract with
I
this.
apologize. We're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Can you just object, though?
Oh, I'll get back into it, Jerry. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem because, thank you. And just to make
We have a problem, which is that freaking door. The researcher can do what they need to do to facilitate their job unless it's specifically stated that they can't. He signed a full release. Keffe D has no rights to final edit, final cut, what's used, what's not used. He's the researcher. His job is to make sure that they get everything that they need. And if to do that, he needs to review what was said to make sure they pick it up, then it's fine. but finally an objection from the
Sure, clear.
prosecution.
You take that recording, and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for the jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing it suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
It's
That was a
different
legal
terms of art.
terminology,
Okay.
but you're playing that for the jury now,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything further, State?
Not from the state.
All right. In general, the
Excuse the
attorney-client
witness.
privilege under 49.
Just excuse the witness. Are we going to leave the witness here because the jury's coming in? The court's ready to rule. I like this judge. Do you hear how she's ready to rule? She's ready to rule. She's got it pulled up. She's ready to go.
All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview
No
itself does
reasonable
not lend itself to
expectation of
believe that
privacy.
the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations.
Nice try, counsel. This should have come up
Circling
sooner.
back
But it's a
to the issue regarding the
fair objection for the defense to make. The court is 100% correct on that. Also, I wonder how freely Keffe D and his lawyer Higgins were speaking in front of Dupree. I wonder if that also informs, because the conversation that Higgins and his client were having in front of LAPD, wild shit. So I don't know if they would have modified their conversation, even if other people were in the room.
the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sampt. Is there anything? Did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would
still
be
didn't
this.
bring a proposal.
You have
is
heard
that the
testimony
post-it?
regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come into his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I
So
think,
how
I
about
believe
just
this
instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
a conviction in 2015? Because that's the only one that wasn't
My
part of the
point
motion.
in saying that it was unrelated is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct, unrelated 2015 incident.
Okay. So what's your proposal, Mr. Sampt? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are.
This is going back to earlier when the defense was like, you want me to make words happen. So we are now going back to what instruction the jury may get regarding Keffe D's discussion of his other crimes. The defense didn't bring this up, by the way, when we heard those LAPD interviews where Keffe D's complaining that the feds told the warden that he was a serial killer. Like, if you're going to redact something out of an interview, I would think that that reference might have been one of the things redacted, but it seems that the defense didn't ask for any of this to be redacted. And the defense could have redacted some of those things. They're not needed for context. When Keffe D says, yeah, the feds kept coming up and talking to me while I was in Fed custody, fine. But what they said and what they told the warden and the rest of it, that all I think the judge would have taken out if the defense had asked for it. But they didn't.
Are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant statements.
Is that just what the jury instruction is? Just read the jury instruction.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the.
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere, okay.
Yeah, we can add it more here.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction
Why
to the
don't
jury
we
in their
just use
packet.
the jury instruction? There's just a
So
jury
that's your
instruction on
suggestion,
it.
and that is granted, Mr. Samt. As soon as Ms. Panduk finishes looking at it.
So they're going to give that limiting instruction to the court or to the jury. I think it's hard for jurors sometimes to understand what purposes a certain thing can be
Almost
used
there,
for.
Mr. Give
And
us a minute.
sometimes the courts try to help the jury with that. I really like the instruction in Massachusetts. I know, Emily, saying there's things you like in Massachusetts. There are. I really like the Massachusetts instruction on using like digital evidence and some of the other instructions that they give along the way. I really thought were great and concise. And I think just grabbing what they're going to hear later in the jury instructions makes sense. And what the judge said is, we will give this instruction later. So the way they've modified it, the judge will give as the jury instruction. So. Keffe D's still just got a puss on his face looking at this witness. Jay Best Life in the chat said Shark doing shark things is still stuck in my head. Shark doing shark things is probably the only thing Dr. B's heard about this trial. And the defendant talking about the defendant talking directly to the judge. A Day to Forget said, question, I do not understand why you got a civil attorney for a criminal murder case. EDB, do you have any insight? Defendants have the right to pick their own attorney. It's my understanding from media reports, only from media reports, that this attorney is doing this pro bono, meaning without taking a fee from the defendant. So he is representing the defendant and his private counsel. The defendant might not have wanted someone from the public defender's office. Lots of defendants have attitude about the public defender's office.
Some of the news, Colleen's hand.
I can understand this defendant who believes that there are, and in the cases he was dealing with, there were law enforcement officers that dealt with Keffe D that subsequently went to prison for all kinds of varied shit. Like Keffe D was a gangster in the era of like LAPD Rampart, Compton PD getting shut down, amongst other things. So Keffe D believes, A, that he is the main character of everyone's story, and B, that Suge Knight was somehow wielding a force of corrupt officials, not just law enforcement, against him. So I can understand where Keffe D's thought is that any attorney hired by a government entity like the public defenders are going to be against him. So I can understand why this attorney, even though he traditionally works in civil, is a better option for Keffe D than a public defender. Now, I might disagree with that, but I can see where Keffe D's thinking this, especially with what he's seen, because Keffe D's not always wrong, right? So when he's correct enough of the time, I understand the concern. Look, trial work is trial work. Criminal's a little different, but trial work is trial work.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it for you.
The court's complaining about the abysmal nature of everybody's handwriting.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay.
Tina, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships.
Have a little.
The court is like squinting. Your Honor, you're going to need readers for all their handwriting. The Danish doll said, I'm so ready to see today's fuckery. I'm ready to hear what else Keffe D said in this unedited tape. Honk Banana Nosa, but you don't realize Keffe D is very tall. I
Okay,
mean,
so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me
Taller
if
than
there's objection.
Banfield.
You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. it is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Hearing none. Maddie Flap, I think this
I can read
attorney
So as
has
soon as we bring the
generally
jury
been
in,
pretty
I'll
good.
apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
I don't know if it is the court's shirt, necklace, or combination. I quite like whatever's peeking out of the robes today. I want to see the rest of it. It's a vibe. Good judges will always take any delay onto themselves and apologize to the jury and take it on them, so it's not held against one side or the other. This jury has had very few delays.
Can we
So-
leave Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
They're going to call the jury. Lori
All
said,
right,
do
so
you
as soon as
think
that
Diddy
jury's
will be
ready to go,
called?
we'll go.
I don't think the prosecution has anything to benefit from calling Diddy. I would be curious if the defense does. Here's why it doesn't matter, though. Like, EDB streamer wants them to call Diddy. I want to see that shit happen. I want to see Keffe D looking at Diddy. I want to see all of that happen. I want to see every minute of it. Is it relevant to this trial? No. Why? Because what's Diddy going to say? Diddy's either going to say, I didn't solicit a murder, or I did solicit a murder, which he would never say he solicited a murder. Let's be real. Does it matter? Does it change whether Keffe D aided and abetted this murder? Does it change whether Keffe D got the gun from Zip, gave the gun to Dre or Orlando, and they shot Tupac? Does it change that Keffe D was like kind of two birds, one stone? It doesn't change any of that. So I don't think it would help. Now, Suge Knight, on the other hand, was in the car with Tupac. That testimony would help, but I don't think Diddy has anything really relevant to say. And if I'm the prosecution, this trial's not about Diddy having a chance to say, I don't even know who that fool is. So, though I would love to see it. I know, but honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. Suge, maybe. All right, looks like the jury's coming in. Silently Me said, celebrating my 53rd birthday. Happy birthday.
Be seated.
Big fan of Justice. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss, but what a beautiful long
I
life.
apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I did need to decide before we brought you
Jury's
in,
back
so I
in.
do appreciate your patience in that matter.
We're going to resume this witness.
There's a limiting instruction that I need to
Sending
read
Hunt's
to
big
you, and then
fan
we're
of
going to
justice.
resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn,
Remains on the stand.
and so you may proceed.
Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, and we're about to get
Yes.
back to it. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were biographical facts from his childhood. They were in both.
And do you recall what
Among other
those
things.
various biographical
I do.
background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about.
He said his dad dragged him home and whooped his ass. That's how he described it. I like that the filmmaker is like, let me reset. There's quite a lot of things in the book that we've heard him talk about already in this interview. So in the interview, it was the witness's first time hearing his background with Suge and Pop Warner football and all of it, but it's in here.
Playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight. And not just that, but also he talked about going to
Suge's
Suge's
house
after they would win for parties in their backyard, like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think Keffe was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier. for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game.
Let's just pause for that for a minute. Keffe D was in junior high, and a coach was having him run as a drug courier as a junior high school student. Right.
Game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
Well, he's the author.
All right, Judge, I'm going to have to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35:17, I think we were at.
And we put on record, when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35:17 was where we paused
Okay.
it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
Nope, went a little too far.
Man, you don't think? Man, my boy Fish was growing up,
And remember, Keffe D also talks about in his book, and this is not, this doesn't excuse the choices Keffe D made, and nothing is meant to excuse it. It's just to try to understand where Keffe D is coming from in the choices that he made. But his mom passed away when he was, I think he said 15. And he talked about the impact that had on him. He also had 12 siblings. So there are things he decided to do to make money that seemed like the only option for him. Now, did he think it was cool at the time? Yeah, he thought it was cool at the time. Because his brain's not done developing yet. Of course he thought it was like, get guns, make money. But it's just you start to understand where he's coming from. It doesn't undo the decisions that he made. It doesn't undo the violence and the people that got hurt in it. But you start to understand why he's doing what he's doing and how he came to that decision. So it's sad.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it at 17.
Astro Pufferfish, we talked about.
I'm not starting it over. I just have to
We talked
roll
about
from
this last
here
week.
to wherever we're going.
About the youngsters.
So I'm just going to have to guess.
And why.
Hopefully we're close.
no, we ran into.
They grab kids in elementary school and give them a family and money and more. But yeah. And then put the guns in their hands because they get less sentences in juvenile court. It's sad. It's really sad.
Him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we...
Paris asked why did it take so long to go after Keffe. I think some of it was his book opening the door to use some of the statements against him, but I have questions about that. Too. MB, and I think that's totally fair to have empathy for Keffe D and try to understand where he's coming from and still not agree with the decisions that are made. Ned asked, where are the fathers? Keffe's father was in the home with them until I believe he also passed of cancer.
Like, dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime.
Okay, now they're talking about the special agent that was up his ass. Right. Hopefully we'll get the transcript up in just a minute.
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me.
That's the federal agent he's talking about.
He's a special agent in charge of the major crime. It was just that night. dude been maybe more like it. You know, I did a 5.5. One of them came up to at least 10 times.
Oh, thank God. Thank God because the mumbling. We're back to the serial killer part. Okay, he's talking about the feds sticking their heads up his ass, the feds following him around. Why were the feds so on to Keffe D? The feds were trying to make RICO cases against Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records. That's where the big money is. They might want to tell Keffe D he's the big fish. I think some of that's probably bullshit. But he's telling the same story about the feds going to the warden and saying he's a serial killer. I think some of this is puffery. Maybe it's not. Maybe the feds really did go to the warden and say he's a serial killer. Don't let him be out in the yard and live the club fed life. Because he was in the federal penitentiary for drug cases, not for violent crime. So Joanna asked, are we listening to interviews again? This is a different interview. New interview. This is the unedited interview with the production company that did Death Row Chronicles.
I'm going to stop this. Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holiday?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information.
They were quiet, that's why. The feds don't want you to know what you're up to.
You got up here, you're a serial killer. Like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Kill them rappers.
Killing them rappers.
Like, how did it, like, evolve? Like, you guys were cool and then you hung out a lot together?
Now, when these people come to California, usually we meet up and have fun. I was a baller,
I was a baller then.
Back, I was doing better than him back then. Shit.
He's talking about Diddy there. He said it in a couple different interviews and in his book that when Bad Boy Records started, he was balling more. He talks about the fact, I don't know if this is true or not, to hear Defendant tell it, he was making $2-3 million a month at the time, and Bad Boy Records was just getting started. So, but what we heard is that the feds, he says, went to the pen and said, he's killing rappers.
Did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. What's that?
I said, did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about being
They're talking about Puffy.
scared and like, you know, all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit?
You talked about that till later on in our relationship.
That's right.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, when did we get to that spot, that place where you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to a club one night, rolling up Greenleaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking planned it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keffe. So I got on the phone. What's up, dog? Like, man, I'm giving a concert out there. You want to tour on the West Coast? He asked me, think it's cool to come out there? I just said, why it wouldn't be cool? He's like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? He's like, yeah, the big guy. And I knew what he was talking about. It was like cold work and shit. So I guess I was kind of scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was something.
Oh, just get Irvine.
Biggie had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Boogie in on the stage. Suge was right there. So I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you doing in? Same way I know you. So after that,
We've heard these stories before in his other interviews.
after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
It's good he's telling all the
That was
same
cool,
details
Deion,
that he did 10 years ago. It's
Hey,
amazing.
and all the balls were all around him.
The witness on the stand, for those of you that are tuning in today, the witness on the stand was recording this audio that was the live audio coming out of the set. He is sitting in another room with another individual. And so you can hear him talking to that individual because he just has his phone open and recording it. So during the time that this is happening, he's talking to the other individual because he's working as a researcher on this project. So the interjections you hear that sound closer to the mic is him talking, not in court, but contemporaneously with the recording. And he's saying it's amazing. He's telling all the same details. These are the details that came out in the 2008 proffer. And the 2008 proffer that never should have seen the light of day saw the light of the murder rap book by Greg Kading, who left LAPD to write the book. Murder rap then became the basis for Death Row Chronicles, other docuseries, and I guess a movie. So the whispering is contemporaneous with the recording. And they had listened to the 2008 interview because Greg Kading was also signed on to this project. So they also had that for background.
Football team,
Ready for Troy Aikman. Saying, I don't know if we can get you in trouble or not, Troy. The Bronx was all around the country. Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect. Halloween.
Halloween night. We're school there too.
And he just give you passes for everyone. Like, everyone would go to concerts.
I just go to the tickets with the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time.
You get to hang out with Biggie, obviously, right?
Yeah, Biggie was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, Suge on a real serious level?
I think a little of this is duplicative from Friday.
He was back there?
Halloween's the Anaheim
We
location.
already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Anaheim is when they allege, or when Keffe D
Well,
alleges
doing something more than that.
that Puffy asked them to take out Suge and Pac.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me. Right?
Oh, and then they go smoke.
I'm gonna talk that out.
Right.
So let's take a break. Okay. You can go smoke.
Tater Farm,
can you be
they
back
probably
here
have the
10 minutes?
window in the office
I want to
open
get more before the 2 o'clock.
when they're recording this.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And you got to give me to my wife. She did take me back. I couldn't. I might have not been here.
What do you mean? Do you want me to?
I said I might have not
Yeah,
been
this
here.
is where we ended up on
But she's not down. She's not
Friday.
down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course.
Motherfucker, left me for dead.
After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna smoke.
Is that cool?
Fans is watching. Fans is watching.
All right, so they took like a smoke break or whatever, and then came back to sit down in the room. Remember, we heard last week that there were 2 days that Keffe D showed up, and the first day he wasn't sure he was going to record, and so he just sat down and talked with Diaz. This is the recording from then. Remember, the recording is being made in a separate room, not the studio, for the researcher's own purposes. The raw footage from the studio has all vanished. So that's why they're going with this.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restart your recorder?
Correct, yeah.
And that is 3532, Judge.
Okay.
Get rid of this problem.
Can you tell me what he told
So
you?
the interview is midway when
His
this
exact
starts.
words, do you remember?
We're gonna do that on the next one. I have that pretty suit on. Alright?
Alright. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? To say it in your own words then, not his words.
Spell it with your P's. Spell it with your P's.
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. To get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO, the big guy. Yeah.
Sir, it's better for the documentary clickbait if you just spell it out. He wants you to say that Diddy ordered a hit on Suge and Tupac to take out the competition. They want you to spell it out.
And when did, because you said Hit 'Em Up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was Tupac too.
Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so?
Yeah,
I want to hear everything about how pissed off Diddy was about Hit 'Em Up. Can you ask him 37 more questions about how pissed off Diddy was about Hit 'Em Up? I want to know all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he even said something about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, damn.
He did say, and whoever's down with, and if you're down with Bad Boy, fuck you too. Yeah. And Keffe D took that personally. Because of course he took it personally.
So you guys were cool with that? With helping him?
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. Long Beach and Rose, man. So one of the homies went up there.
We are now to the part of the interview where Keffe D goes on to complain about the fact that California Love spells out blood gang territory and not Crip gang territory, and that is also disrespectful to Keffe D and his set. So he is not happy with the lyrics of California Love either. So yes, while there is all of the emergency vehicles in the background of this recording, he's talking about now the song California Love.
God damn, shut the fuck up. Put him in a little thing right here. Saying, man, you know what the fuck that mean? Long Beach and Rose, man. He's like, no, I'm just rapping. And Sight like, yeah, he's just rapping, man. He don't know nothing.
He's saying that he is confronting Tupac at the House of Blues about the lyrics of California Love. And is like, don't you know what you're saying? And he said that Tupac's response to him was, I'm just rapping.
Stand for blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother. So,
Keffe D says it stands for blood, motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? And we go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know what I'm saying? And got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's seeing that shit. He's like, yo, them dudes ain't no joke.
Sorry about that, guys.
I don't know if any of that ever happened or not.
So
but that's
how much
what he
did Puffy
says.
offer you? How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right?
I had a good.
Wayne's the lawyer. Wayne's the lawyer. Wayne's got to give the green light, right? Your lawyer has to say you can tell us how much Diddy was going to pay you?
The answer for you when I have one that suit on. I'm going to take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying, correct.
But he offered you, can you just say he offered us some money or something like that? Can you say that it was money?
Say the line, Keffe D.
Yeah, offered us money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of it. He was really scared of the dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because Puff wasn't no game. I mean,
For those of you just tuning in today, remember that the researcher is also at times texting into the studio on his phone. JW said, isn't that leading, JW, the fact that production didn't say, can you say this sentence exactly, is kind of surprising to me because it's a documentary film crew. they want him to say things clear enough to clip into their production. So yes, it is common that production will say, can you say this? Or you just said this, can you repeat it differently? So we're not in the realm of court, we're in the realm of documentary filmmaking, and they want him to say the line in a way that's really clear. So when you cut it down to a 10-second soundbite, Puffy was paying for this hit comes across. So now the texting.
He went to Howard College and all that, Harvard Art School and all that shit. He ain't with that street life. But the really beef Suge should have had was, it should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn food, acting the fool at the Source concert. It was calling, you two was picking some fucking kids, junior.
We're back to the Wu-Tang at the Source Awards and the fact that Suge thought Wu-Tang should have been with Death Row and not with Puffy. Right. He said it before, we're back.
Mafia, these are kids. You a grown-ass man. You know what I'm saying? The beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. He wanted to take it out on the bad boys, some kids, start up. You know what I'm saying? Push his weight around.
Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit.
Lit.
Biggie.
Yeah, he was lit.
Suge hooked up with Tupac and said, all right, we're going.
The texting.
This before he got out of jail, though. Remember the Source Awards? He was like, every once in a while, like, you ain't got no love for two, you ain't got no love for the West Coast. Remember saying that? Yeah. All that shit really,
You can hear the distortion in the audio when the text is sending. This is back to what Suge said at the Source Awards, which is part of the beef here, but it's not all of the beef here. It's everybody's individual beef kind of lined up together, because it seems that at one point Tupac thought that Diddy and Biggie were involved in him getting jumped at the recording studio. And then after that, he went to prison, and then Suge got him out of prison, but Suge already had separate beef with Diddy. And so then you start having lines in the sand drawn, and then a lot of money
I feel
involved.
Jealousy thing. He should have just been happy. Suge should have been happy. You making money, and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, you want to bring each other down for?
So why'd you want to get involved in that?
They paid us.
Get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. Bring something to the gangsters. I told you that earlier. It's a cap pill.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out?
Ugh.
They never really compromised.
Never.
That was in the recording.
Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit.
I read something about them hanging out in your girl's house in California. It's true.
They never
No pictures of that?
never hung out there. Promise. You know what I'm saying?
So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I want to know like who your nephew is. Not a lot of stuff to know about. Who is he? How old is he? What kind of family? Tell me a little bit about him.
So they're talking about Orlando Anderson,
Who are we talking about?
Baby Lane.
He's well respected, intelligent.
Who, Orlando?
Orlando. My nephew Orlando. Well respected, good student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just a likable guy. Everybody loved him. And he liked the Tupac too.
I suspected
So
that.
What got him involved in?
So now Keffe D is going to explain the difference between a gangbanger and a gangster. Remember, he fashions himself as the second. And they're going to ask about what got Orlando involved. I suspect it was Keffe, because in his book, he describes Orlando as being his right hand. And we can talk more about that later. We'll see if it comes up in the interview. But he talks about Orlando being his right hand, his little cousin being his right hand. But his cousin, Orlando, got killed in a drug-related or drug sale related gang beef while Keffe D was in federal custody.
Gang life. Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all?
He wasn't no gang.
That's cool.
Told you there's a difference between gangster and gang people.
You want to talk to me about what happened in that Lakewood Mall with Trevor Lane? Thing about the chain?
Okay, I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. But you can tell me the story because
I wasn't there. Oh, sorry, his nephew. If I said cousin, I didn't mean it. His nephew.
One of my little homies wanted to play college football. There was scholarship. He was at the going to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can send him there for college. You know what I'm saying? So he was there waiting on it. And then the homies come up there. And Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog, you talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. When some homies came to the door, he seen them.
Nice.
First thing he did was sock the dude and snatch this chain. I could never snatch that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains wasn't worth fucking but $300. Petty ass bullshit ass chain. Smash a little.
I don't know if that chain cost $300, but it's not really about how much the chain cost, is it? It was a death row chain. It seemed gold and diamonds. Who knows if it was or if it wasn't? But it's the disrespect. So it's not about the chain.
It was old like this. That fucking chain talking about this bounty and the punk ass chain. Yeah.
There's a bounty on it.
Yeah, that little punk ass chain, homie, come on.
So he didn't do it?
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
So why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, that's the guy who snatched my chain?
Tupac didn't say
All this
that.
stuff was building up. It just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Suge pulled up in this road.
The dude who was at the Lakewood Mall, because Tupac wasn't at the Lakewood Mall, one of the dudes that got jumped at the Lakewood Mall for messing with the other dude that was doing the back to school shopping was with Suge and Tupac that night and seems to be the one who said that's the dude from the Lakewood Mall. And it was disrespecting death row, not just disrespecting the individual whose chain got snatched. And that, I think, is why you get the big response when they're in Vegas and they see Orlando Anderson there and they've got everybody with them. So now we're getting back to everybody in their Rolls Royces. We are switching timelines again, but stuff was building up from the mall. And this is him now going through the stuff that was building up and everybody's Rolls Royces. Because he likes dropping names, money, designers. Kind of like Banfield.
Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. I was where we went there. And they pulled up in their Rolls Royces. Just bought 30, 40 clips out there. And listen, he out there, DVD!
They all were hollering at
Jumped in his
him.
car talking to me. Suge, you like, is it cracking up here? Like, no, dog. He said, oh, Paradise is cracking. It's a club right there on Hyatt in Santa Monica. Going down there. Shit, when we hit that street there on Santa Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up Suge's Rolls Royce. Some red Godfather was laying in the street. I guess he figured that we was behind that too, you know what I'm saying? No, we was with you, pulled over with you, you know?
That's before the mall.
Different angles on that shit. It just went from the mall.
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature into the story? Like, how was it building? Is I guess what my question is. Like, the mall.
Interviewer. It's it's like a game of Battleship. And it is just nonstop moves and counter moves. They do this, so we do this. And then they do this, and then we do that. And then they over there did this, and then we do that. Pickleball, Battleship, you pick, but it is the most tit for tat, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So how does that play in? All of it. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, constantly.
Saying that.
And a lot of misperception because nobody talks to each other. So if Suge thinks that when they rolled up at a club and Keffe D said, no, let's go to this other club, and then he gets shot up on the drive to the other club, Keffe D saying he thinks, all levels of hearsay, Keffe D thinks that Suge thinks that they set him up by telling him to drive down that way. Which also could be true, could not be true, but also isn't that far-fetched because it does happen. So if Suge thinks he's been set up, then his perception of the thing, even if it's not true, starts to also build.
Well, you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was like building up?
We seen them brawls at Luna Park, little club on Santa Monica and Robertson. And,
It is
the brawls
Ludus
tough
Park,
as
not
shit.
Lunar Park.
And we just kind of push them around. We didn't beat their ass, man. Just let them know. Don't get it fucked up. And this town's always been our town. The Crips.
Right.
They know they out.
He's talking about the Bloods.
I just left the state prison. And I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips.
He's not talking about repping the makeup brand in prison. He's talking about how outnumbered the Bloods were in prison.
4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are. And they know that.
But what made it kind of tense? Because, before death row, there was always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we're on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Hams. They go against the boys on the laundry. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over them, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week?
I don't know how we ended up at Chris Brown and Justin Bieber. I truly fucking don't. I don't know how we went from Suge's rolls getting shot up while he's rolling with Snoop Dogg to Chris Brown and Justin Bieber. And then I'm seeing someone in the background going, Soulja Boy. I'm like, what is happening?
What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruittown.
Lamar?
No. What's his name? You know that Love and Hollywood show.
Love in Hollywood. Oh my God.
Soulja Boy and all. You don't understand. Get in trouble out here. Go to that state prison. Crips is gonna rape y'all.
Good God.
Justin Bieber, Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping.
What does Bieber have to do with any of this?
I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky?
No. What the fuck are you talking about with Bieber? Okay.
Because they were with Suge?
Hmm?
Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money get you cocky. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if we
beat
do,
up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. So DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured.
We haven't heard Kendrick Lamar or Drake's name mentioned once. Oh, Diddy Bieber connection. Thank you, chat. I've tried to block it from my mind. I appreciate you. Thank you. Diddy Bieber connection. Yeah, no, blocked from brain. Right. Gonna go back to trying to block it from brain, but I appreciate it. Thank you, chat. Also, Keffe D is making all the connections starting in the middle of the story. And he just keeps starting in the middle of shit. And this poor interviewer is like, so from Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, and Justin Bieber, can we get back to what happened when Tupac was killed?
That shooting was going on.
They're talking about DJ Quick.
Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street, I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass.
See, this is more gang related than we think. It's not just East Coast, West Coast.
East Coast, West Coast is marketing. Davis says this is Crip blood. I turned it down for the click-clacks.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause this is mafia
Davis says
shit.
this is Crip blood. This is mafia shit.
Found still out there. Yeah.
I mean, it's the East Coast, West Coast is the marketing gloss over a gang war that these two very well, at the time, these two prominent record labels are using street gangs as their foot soldiers. So you can't really go on MTV and talk about the Bloods and the Crips, but you can talk about the East Coast, West Coast of it all. And then some people will be like East Coast, West Coast, and some people are just going to be like, that there's a lot more to that story. So it's funny to hear the interviewer. So it's not just East Coast, West Coast. Davis, it's Crip blood. Right.
Okay, no, I'll be right there.
This is back when the Bloods had the complicated gang signs and could like spell out blood with their fingers. I still don't know how they do that, but could like spell out blood in gang signs.
Just the studio, man. Business one. The FBI thing.
He says Suge was a studio man, I was a street man.
That's why he jumped on it so fast.
They're talking about the feds.
I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? He's like, my families go back since the 30s.
He's still talking about Suge and saying, I can't put him out there like that. He's still out there. Our families go back since the 30s. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it ain't no Harry over either.
Yeah, no. But I mean, yeah, Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think them police are gonna start coming.
What?
All of them gonna go around. All the crooked cops and shit, we was really up against it, homie. One in the city of Compton, they got Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds,
back to the crooked cops.
Mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we was gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It just got busted too, right? I loved it. I like, yeah! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his job too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one.
Reggie already testified.
Really? Sergeant Reynolds pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Behind some broad. Yeah, judges of broad.
He has a few words for Sergeant Reynolds in his book.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilman. We up there eating at IHOP in Lane.
This story's in his book too.
Mayor. Man, you gotta sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. Wasn't that Bradley?
He's got words for the mayor.
Yeah. That dude was stupid on.
Let's eat some food, man.
He's like, no, let me tell you more about the time I was at IHOP with the mayor of Compton.
Guys, we're back in 45.
Diaz is like, all right, enough about your beef with everyone. Continuing on.
Leaving?
No.
Oh, I'm talking about that.
You're just there looking dapper.
Wait till you see muscles, homie. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, what's up?
You got a book, Murder Rap?
Yeah.
Can I see it? Who are we eating?
I think he was asking if you have a copy of Murder
Oh, yeah,
Rap.
okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay.
You talking about Craig Kading book?
Diaz is asking them what happened. It looks like they came back a little bit late. And then the transcript next says we left and went to the, sounds like, liquor bank. In Keffe D's book, he says they went to the liquor barn after they got tired of waiting at Club 662. This is back to the night of the shooting. He says we bought a gang of, and this is using gang in a, now I feel like I'm old-splaining, but using gang in a different turn of phrase. He's talking about a lot, a grip. Bought a gang of Cristal, Dom Perignon, and went back. Also in Keffe D's book, which he doesn't put out here, you know what Keffe D talks about a lot in his book? He's not just drinking Cristal and Dom Perignon. You know what his favorite is? Dom Rosé. Sparkling Rosé. Me too, Keffe D. Me too. In another life, you can go hang out with Lisa Vanderpump at Pump Villa and drink sparkling rosé. But the sparkling rosé was his fave. Right. I was surprised too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's Wayne.
Good Lord. I'm turning that down. I mean, I like sparkling rosé as well. I mean, I'm not mad. I think there was a world where they could have stipulated to cutting out this. I'm going to zoom.
Went to the liquor bank. Bought us a gang of crystals and...
We left and went...
Let's give Mr. Dorsey and that.
We left and went to liquor barn.
Bought us a gang of crystals and...
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript. What the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very to go back and drink and shit. Go back and party. Get to the fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What is that?
Then what happened?
Then I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just
What's that?
He's talking about going and picking up booze right before they see Suge and Tupac in the car. And the interviewer is like, tell me what happened. He goes, no, I'll tell you that when I get in my suit.
You know, tell me a little bit of, I mean, this is why we're here.
We want to hear this.
True story of what happened.
Do you think Diaz is sitting there and been like, look, I have heard you bitch about Puffy, Suge, playing football with Suge when you were 7 and all the rest of it. And we're getting to the part that we want to hear about for our story. And you're not going to tell me this part? Come on.
Wayne, we need your permission.
Now we see the lawyer chiming in. Lawyer
What?
Higgins. Lawyer Higgins, he might not be ready. He might not be ready. You're not ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that one later. You wanna go to the aftermath?
Aftermath is also a chapter
Yeah,
in
can
his
you
book.
talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally? Just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
He wants to talk with his lawyer.
Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't gonna say that, dude.
Okay.
Keffe D is now talking to his lawyer. I thought we weren't going to say that, dude. I thought we weren't going to say that. I'm curious to see where this goes. So this is now him and his lawyer talking. This was, I wonder if this is the only part where we see that or if we see more, but this is part of what the defense was talking about earlier today. And remember, I like the way the prosecution has gone in order here because we heard that wild 2009 police interview with Las Vegas PD. And his lawyer's like, let's break it down a little bit more. But then his lawyer's also like, wait, give yourself a little wiggle room on where you got the gun from. And now we're here with, are we actually going to put this shit on TV? And defendant is saying, I thought we weren't going to say that.
Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't gonna say that, dude.
Okay.
He just trying to switch people. You know, you say ready to say it.
What?
I'll turn it on there.
But you ain't ready to go on that.
No.
It's okay.
I you need to tell him that. So we gotta, that's some shit we gotta discuss. Hello. Hello?
It sounds like Davis is answering his phone. The researcher's texting.
What are you about to do?
Davis's mic is clearly still on, otherwise the researcher wouldn't be able to hear
Let me
this.
do that. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Davis next says, just tell him to come here for me. Diaz says, you don't have to get into. And then Davis is saying, listen.
You don't have to go into
Listen.
Listen, Linda.
We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get you locked up. You don't want me to get you locked up.
Listen, Linda. Listen. I'm going to just reiterate it because it's low. You don't want to get locked the fuck up. You don't want me to get locked the fuck up, do you? We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. The feds have nothing to do with this. This is a state case. This goes back to Keffe D not seeming to actually understand that the interview he gave with Las Vegas is going to be the bigger problem here, not the statements he gave to the feds. But we need to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want me to get locked the fuck up. Does that say to you that this is all bullshit and bluster if you're sitting on this jury? Or does that say to you that Keffe D knew that the things he was talking about would get him locked up? I would play this in closing. You don't want me to get locked the fuck up. I would play this in closing.
You don't want to get you locked up. You don't want me to get you locked up. Do you? No. Okay. All right. Yeah, we got to consult with him. So by the next time.
There it is.
He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all push me. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail. Give me the death penalty.
Holy shit. You don't want me to get locked the fuck up. The interviewer, no, of course not. Keffe D, all right, we've got to consult with him. This is talking about the U.S. Attorney. So by the next time, he asked me to come down here last week, but I never did give him a chance to talk to me. That's why I wasn't ready for that. But y'all pushing me. You know what I'm saying? He says, I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. And then he goes on to say, I've got to discuss with them whether or not I'm going to end up getting in trouble for this.
You don't want to get you locked up. You don't want me to get you locked up.
He knows. He knows that what he says is a problem.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we got to consult with him. So by the next time, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all force me, charge me. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail, give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty, homie.
Keffe D's explaining to the researcher, they can give me the death penalty, homie. Which indicates to me that Keffe D believes that his role in this, he knows is a first-degree murder. So that's not the punishment in this case. That's not the punishment that they've sought. But Keffe D is expressing to the interviewer, in my opinion, I can go down for the highest level of murder. The worst level of murder. And that's what they can do. So is it hyperbole? Is this fact or fiction?
So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail, give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty, homie. It just wasn't him. He was just fucking. He was just like a fucking.
Wow.
He was like my dessert.
What you saying?
You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
This really hurts their fact, not fiction defense. And he's talking to the interviewer more than he's talking to his lawyer. His lawyer's chiming in here, but this jury just heard Keffe D saying, hey, if I tell you about this, I got to make sure I'm not going to prison. I got to make sure I'm not getting the death penalty.
Have his words straight.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I get told with him and he tell me what
you can do.
yeah. Okay. You don't want to get me locked up.
No.
You don't want to get me locked up.
Yeah, I just got to go to somewhere with him. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. But dude said come talk to him before I do this.
If he didn't...
Oh, shit. This isn't, I don't think this is the interviewer whispering. I think this is the witness whispering. I think this isn't Diaz. I think this might be the interviewer saying, if he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death penalty? Well, you're saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I just got to go.
Well, now we know why the defense was objecting this morning, don't we?
Just over here. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. But dude said come talk to him before I do this.
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death penalty?
Because why make him look like an asshole?
Oh, shit. There it is.
Yeah. Okay? Yeah. That's why I wanted to consult him first. Y'all forced me to do this.
You should have fought on this part harder, homie. Well, said the quiet part out loud. It's going to make it real hard for the defense to come back in closing and argue fact versus fiction when everyone sitting in the room listening to him is saying, well, if he didn't do it, why is he worried? Why does he want to consult with the U.S. attorney? Why does he want to consult with his attorney? If there's nothing to worry about, then there's nothing to worry about. And he's sitting here going, well, I don't want to get the death penalty. They could give me the death penalty for what I have to say about what I did. Oof. Do you think Keffe D is wishing Take CV Backsie was a real case at this moment?
So where do you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because he said...
You want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's talking about the aftermath of the shooting.
Well,
the man's got to eat.
Real.
Did you? You got food, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing he just said that.
That's not the interviewer, that's the witness. The witness said it's amazing that he just said that. It's amazing that he just said that. Right, because they're recording. It's amazing that he just said he's worried about getting the death penalty. Oh, shit. He actually titled the chapter in his book, Aftermath, when he talks about what happened after the shooting of Tupac, before the shooting of Biggie.
All right, so we're going to take this.
I would tell you what chapter number it is, except they're not numbered.
After the murder, yeah?
They're just
Yeah.
titled. Was he already writing the book when he did this interview?
We go.
I'm curious.
We get home. So we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr. You know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his war room with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came on my motherfucking street, ran the stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, "Listen here, you motherfucking Keffe D. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son."
He tells this exact same story in his book. So whether the defense is planning on still going with all the stuff in Keffe D's book is made up or not, he tells this exact same story almost this exact same way. He says, I bet they were all talking about me at their morning meeting while they were getting on shift. I bet they were all talking about me. This is the beginning of the week after the shooting. Because the chief of police rolled up to my house and started cussing me out. Exact same story. Exact same way.
The belts is coming off. I'm like, man, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, you heard me, motherfucker. I'm like, damn. So, with my immediate crew, I said, look like they trying to get into it. Trying to get in. So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by, like, my son?
His son is fucking Suge, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the
Reggie
same
Wright
neighborhood and
Jr.
everything. David Mack, all them dudes, man. So
That's
we really
Mac.
had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police, shit.
Yeah.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, Keffe D nephew. So
What the fuck? The Moon Man on MTV was like, Keffe D nephew. And then I imagine, because this is what was in his book, I imagine that he's going to start talking about the fact that he says Suge, every time Suge talked about Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, he didn't talk about Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane. Every time he said it, he said Keffe D nephew. So Keffe D says that Suge just kept saying his name in the media over and over and over related to the killing of Tupac. So I guess we're back to MTV News. Was it Kurt? Who on MTV News was saying your name? Anyway.
it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, Keffe D nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name? You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? Keffe D nephew, Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know, kind of fucking my connection called me. They said, come meet me. Dorsey condo and it's a public. We met him at the Chevron right there.
Mm-hmm. I used to get gas at that Chevron, and then it was overpriced. But if I couldn't get to Costco before I had to go to work, I would get gas at the Chevron, El Segundo and Sepulveda. There's a McDonald's at that Chevron as well. It's a popular Chevron on the corner of El Segundo and Sepulveda. There's a Topgolf down the street now, right? Man.
I'm going to jail. I said, what? She said, yeah, I'm going to jail now.
The locations are crazy.
Like, no, homie.
His cocaine connect, meets him at the Chevron on El Segundo, right near Chevron Park on El Segundo and Sepulveda, and says, hey man, are y'all going to jail? His connect is like, do I need to get the fuck out? So his drug connect is worried that there's too much attention on them. So that's the conversation his connect wants to have with him.
Like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Puff. Something destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even send me a pair of shit.
And there it is, you know? I kind of hate that I met Puff. Destroyed my life. Now he's super rich. That motherfucker not even sending me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing. Again, he puts this in his book. Exact same. In his book, he has beef that Diddy was sending other people Sean John clothing, and he never got any merch. Yeah, he never got any clothes. Diddy never sent him nothing. So he wanted some Sean John drawers, underwear, and Diddy never sent him anything. And then he talks about other people that were getting sent clothes by Diddy, and here he names names. He names names because Diddy didn't do anything for him after this. Right. They wanted to put a RICO case on Diddy. He's not going to be sending you free clothes. It's too hot. Diddy was out the same way that your drug connect was out.
Like, no, homie, like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Puff. Something destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even send me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing, you know what I'm saying? God damn. Or a noodle while I was in jail. You know
or a noodle.
Dead out here.
Left me for dead.
And that ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't have my back, though.
I mean, expecting Diddy to have your back is kind of wild. But Keffe D's pissed. We took care of you, you didn't take care of us. While I was in prison, you didn't even send me a noodle. Not a noodle. Multiple times, we have heard him complain that after all this went down, Diddy just dropped them. And some of this is about respect. Some of it's about getting your back. So my interpretation of he didn't even give me a noodle is he didn't even put any money on his books to buy ramen or truly cup of noodles. Because cup of noodles are what you're going to get in commissary. So he didn't send me any commissary. He didn't have somebody else put some money on my books. Couldn't even buy a pack of or a cup of soup because he didn't have us at all. We had him and he didn't have us at all. His feelings are hurt. And we've heard him multiple times say how it impacted his money, how it impacted his life, and how he's like, you know, I just wish I'd never gone to Harvard. Like he's having a full, and not to make light, because I imagine looking back at it, he really does wish he never met Diddy and this all didn't go down. But I just wish I'd never met Diddy. I just wish I'd never met him. I believe that 100%. He said it multiple times and he's still pissed about it. He's still pissed about it. About the disrespect, about the impact on his life, about that Diddy kept on going like nothing happened and he didn't. And his crew didn't.
That ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't have my back, though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
We
When did you talk
gave
to
them a
police?
statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
And this is where the beginning of our understanding goes sideways. Because he's saying, I never gave police a statement. Yes, you did. You had 2 federal proffers, 1 state proffer, and 1 statement. That was not a proffer. That last one, last week, that was not a proffer. That was a statement. And Keffe D still doesn't seem to appreciate that that was not a proffer.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already know what you said you were discussing.
He's talking to his lawyer now. You just going to sit back there?
Proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already know.
Higgins is yelling.
Yeah.
This is part of the same thing. It's like,
You think you just
I'm
gonna
just saying
sit
at
back
some
there?
point you did talk to police. Is that not true?
It's better if his lawyer just sits there because we've heard what happens when his lawyer pops in. It's not better.
I think that's what he
Is that
said.
it?
It's got to be wild for Keffe D to sit
You know
here.
what I told y'all?
It's got to be wild for him to sit here, look at this witness on the stand, and hear this witness laughing at him. Being like, is he just yelling at his lawyer, being like, you going to do something? To sit in court and look at the man that's sitting there laughing, being like, okay. Wild. Wild. And the disrespect is probably burning him up.
Like I do. That's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
You know, some shit to give me motherfucking, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Like, yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
He doesn't want to tell you his business.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to get to Ludacris in a minute. My business, my
A lot of the
business.
stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to have all
Stay
that.
about my business.
I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying?
No, we're not talking about it. The witness on the stand's like, so what? So we're not going to talk about it? We're just not going to talk about the reason that you're here? Fucking crazy.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh my God. I know I'm annoyed with the phone noises, but I'm glad we have the interview versus not having it because this shit's
After
crazy.
that happened, did you get in contact with Zip?
Me and Zip was together.
Whoop, there it is. We went up to the Wingstop. I don't think it's actually a Wingstop. He's talking about LA Wings. I don't think it's actually a Wingstop. But he's like, we went up to the Wingstops. By the way, if it's right down the road from Pink's, why the fuck aren't you going to Pink's? But I digress. We went up to the Wingstop. I snitched 10 hours. And all I want is Wingstop. He talked for 10 hours and all he wants is Wingstop. Oh, Keffe D. This is consistent with what he said before. When him and Zip got together, they got together at the Wing Place.
He was with us at the point.
No, I mean, and afterwards you didn't see him. Like, he didn't come back to LA with you, did he?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the side with Pink, you know what Pink is? They got the LA Wing stop right there on that
He was
street.
Zip.
Yeah.
He's talking
It was
about
Beverly,
Zip.
though. Or
What
Melrose.
did you talk about? All kind of shit. Money.
What'd you talk about? Money.
Yeah, so that
What'd you talk about? Money. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the fact that Puffy didn't pay us. Mm-hmm.
we don't waste our time. Can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it.
Not legal advice, life advice. If a production company ever says to you, why don't you just tell us and then we'll get approval later? The answer's immediately no. Especially if your contract doesn't say that you have rights to final edit or anything like that. The answer is a big old negative, ghostwriter. How about you just tell us and then you give us approval? Nope, 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 nope. No, no. There's no just between us when the microphone's on. There's no, you can give us approval. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Keffe D, this is a voluntary interview, man.
Or not, but otherwise,
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I only go into full detail with you and everything on it.
no. You don't have to do.
Once I get the green light where I'm covered.
I want to know what made him think that he was okay to talk, though. I also want to know how this interview is getting now to Saddam Hussein and Donald Trump. Like, what are we doing? But he's like, I need to know that I'm covered. You're not covered.
You know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole that I'm down.
I mean, that's true. Trying to take down Saddam Hussein, trying to take down Donald Trump. He's like, I can't talk to you. They're going to take me down like Saddam Hussein and Donald Trump. Is that the company that you're putting yourself in? Like, they're going to take down Keffe D, Saddam Hussein, and Donald Trump. Look, it's going to be crazy. My dude. That's we're just gonna let it play. We're just gonna let it play. This is messy. They're powerful dudes. Sorry, I turned this down to try to get the keyboard clack clack. Davis, I'm just going to read this part because the keyboard clacking is so OP. The interviewer says, can you talk about Orlando afterwards? He made some public statements. Davis, the defendant, says, what did he say? Tell me what he said. The interviewer said, I don't know. I don't have actual transcripts or anything. I just know he was bragging about it. Keffe D says, and I'm going to just read this. No, he never. Hell no. That's against the code, homie. So he's saying that Orlando wasn't bragging about the shooting of Tupac. That's against the code, homie. Hell no. I never heard him bragging about nothing. He said, better not had to brag, you know what I'm saying? No, hell no, that's against the code. That's against the code, dog.
So how did you guys...
Diaz, how did you guys lay low?
Afterwards. What'd you guys do?
Davis, you want the truth?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was, after they asked, Mr. Man laid low. He the one who flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But
he said, we had his address. This is some mafia shit, man. You're crazy, man. But we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp. We had to watch out for the police.
We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police. We had to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's laid low.
What's he talking about the
So
mafia?
I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any?
He sees himself as the mafia. Remember, he says that they're out there in Versace suits, that he's a gangster, not a gangbanger. He sees himself as the mafia. He sees what they're doing as the mafia, not street level gangbanging. He sees it as elevated from that, and he keeps making that distinction. No, what we're doing is different. You don't understand. We're talking about money. We're not talking about play money. So that's why he's talking about the mafia. He's talking about his role in this.
Charges against Orlando.
They can't prove it.
Why didn't they bring charges against Orlando? Because they can't prove it. Diaz says, can you give it to me in a complete sentence?
They can't prove it.
They don't.
Yeah, they raided everybody else.
They raided everybody's house on October 7th or something like that. Keffe D is saying they raided everybody's house. Just so happened one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy. This story's in his book too. One of my homies is a grease trap guy, and they pick up the old cooking grease. He came and knocked on my door about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. He said, Keffe D, the FBI and about 100 police is up at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes, I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Rail. I missed the raid by 5 minutes. And that's when he went and fled to, for a period of time, Jordan Downs, and then out more. So his homie was coming back from work early in the morning and saw them setting up the raids to hear him tell it. And he did. He wasn't there when they got raided.
Raided everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy to pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, Keffe D, the FBI, and about 100 police is at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes.
Also, the FBI raid jackets are not discreet. They just say FBI on the back in real big letters.
I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Rail. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
I bet that's a little exaggerated, but...
Got me.
Did he say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, the grease trap guy.
Orlando, 'cause he passed away, unfortunately. So
yeah.
Maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
What's that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
The
texted
night
in Vegas, yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk about
He went to
him.
the hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man because
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk about Orlando without mentioning his name?
He can't talk about Orlando without talking about what he did, though.
Mentioning Keffe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because Orlando's dead.
I mean, they're persistent.
Been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I gotta do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait
Dr.
till get on the
Suge.
suit, man. Keep on. Let's go somewhere else. Want to talk about Puff, something like that?
And then Higgins jumps in with other questions he can ask. Keffe D doesn't want to answer. Why doesn't Keffe D want to answer, chat? Because he's in the car with Orlando. So whatever Orlando's doing, he's in it with him. And Keffe D seems to understand that. I'm curious what overcame his concerns, because he should have just trusted his gut with this.
What's that?
This is the lawyer. Why don't you ask him about...
I did. He didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you. Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because
Back to Puffy.
because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. It would have been to our ass.
You got to be smart in this game, otherwise they'll take your ass down. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And
So what was your plan?
I seen him about maybe like 6 months later.
This is when Puffy wanted him to go to the hotel.
At the House of Blues right there. And
This
he
is leading up to
invited
the
us
Biggie
to
shooting.
the Pretty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. Fuck. He was up there partying. I'd seen him at the Pretty Pictures Museum. And he like Keffe D. The FBI is all over us. I'm saying,
This
if you
is
wanna
Diddy
catch our
saying
heat,
this.
You know what I'm saying? Said they up in this party right now. I'm like, for really? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying?
If the FBI are on your ass for a RICO case, they're not going to stop a shooting from happening, though. I don't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. What do you think how is the FBI supposed to stop that from happening if they're undercover trying to make a RICO case?
If the FBI all around here, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in the party and everything ever since we got off the plane. Fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's
the
no
money
way
that
Keffe and the
he owed
South
you?
Side Crips killed Biggie.
Was that?
Did you ask him for the
Fucking
money that he
Puff
owed
and the
you?
FBI are all over
No,
him. So the Keffe
shit,
would have
we
been
got
like,
the
fuck,
FBI
the
around,
FBI are
fuck
outside
around,
right
fuck
now,
around,
murder's
fuck
off.
around,
We can't
fuck
kill him
around,
right
fuck
now.
around. That's
Yeah,
what
of
we
course.
do.
God, I never put that together before.
No.
And is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip?
Keffe D's face had thoughts about that little like, oh, well, you're not going to commit a murder if you know the FBI's around, and Diddy told you the FBI was around. But the transcript doesn't cover the asides from the researcher. So what the interviewer asked was, did you ask him for the money he owed you? This is Diddy. Keffe D says, no, I didn't. Shit, if he got the FBI around him, why the fuck am I going to ask him for some money for? That'd be crazy than a motherfucker asking to go to jail. Diaz said, is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money? Davis says that's what the FBI said. In other interviews, he said that's what D-Mac said, but whatever. The interviewer said, say it again because I don't. Keffe D said that's what the FBI said, that Zip got the money. Davis, do you believe them? And then he starts talking about there is a motherfucker. And I don't know which motherfucker he's talking about at this point.
FBI are all over
No,
him. So the Keffe would have been like,
the
fuck, the
FBI
FBI are outside right now, murder's off. We can't kill him right now.
That's
Yeah,
what we
of course.
do.
God, I never put that together before.
And is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
He's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump, Trump Jr. right now in trouble. And what about fucking emails and shit. He a motherfucker. You know he a motherfucker.
He's just talking about the
Did you
FBI.
talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that, man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass on me. I still got hemorrhoids from him. You know what I'm saying?
Fed Holiday had his head up my ass. I still have hemorrhoids from him. Know what I'm saying? That dude's a motherfucker. He heads the major crime unit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know. I think Major Holiday would take that as a compliment. I think so.
Yeah, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's a time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just pick the perfect spot.
He's less mad about getting paid because they were going to do it anyway. The pay was a bonus. They were going to do it anyway because it was about the disrespect to Orlando more than it was about getting paid from Diddy. Getting paid from Diddy was a bonus, but they were going to do it anyway. That's why he's not super pissed about getting paid. They didn't do this shooting because there was money. The money was just a bonus. It was about the disrespect to Orlando Anderson and whatever beef this dude's got with Suge. He's like, shit, you want me to kill Suge? Sure, we'll do that. Not a problem. So, yeah, he was more worried about not going back to prison, and I think he knew that amount of money coming in would bring more attention to it. But then he got mad later about not getting any money on his books, not getting the respect he feels he deserves, and it's more about that.
Let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah, he's got
afraid to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like this.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants
something.
to be like, he wants to save him. Like his. I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Clickety clicky clack clack. I'm gonna try to zoom till the transcript starts moving. This is the researcher messaging the interviewer. Davis said, we knew what was up. They tried to go to jail because money. And this is back and forth in the interview room while the texting is still happening.
Right? What you gonna do with some money in here?
Right. No, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it then. I just want to make sure that, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin.
Right.
Sir, see, the thing is, they have charged you with being an aider and abetter, and they've also, part of the theory is that you were the one in charge. That all the little homies in your car, you were the one in charge. So you sitting in this interview saying, I am a kingpin. I was making more money than Diddy. I was making more money than Puff. I'm the one. It's not going to help. And as much as the defense wants to say fact over fiction, my client's a bullshitter, he's the only one left alive. Who's going to counter this? Suge? Suge might come in and be like, that dude's not shit. But I doubt it.
Because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then.
Holy shit, talk about snitching on yourself.
I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Puff than we were then.
You're picking your spots too.
Yeah.
Right.
Holy
I hear you.
Playing my cards right. Yeah.
Right. I am a kingpin. I was making more money than Puff. He's basically bragging, I didn't need Puff's money for killing Tupac and Suge. I didn't need it because I had it like that. This is crazy to hear him say, I was a kingpin. Okay. Hubris, sir.
We were under a
Hubris.
microscope. You know what I'm saying?
We were under a microscope.
Crooked-ass Compton police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. We really, you don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac's side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one was catching it. Had crooked Compton police, crooked Rampart.
Crooked Rampart is what he said.
They telling them people downtown the FBI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I mean,
we was up against it, homie.
Everybody was on Tupac's side. They should have been on our side. Sir, what?
It's the shit that's coming out right now.
Oh, boy.
Maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, you know, on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring a camera. Give me a second. Just make sure.
Keffe D's back to waiting to get the green light or waiting to get the approval to be able to talk freely about this, which I can't imagine they gave him.
Yeah.
Over everything.
That's okay.
He gonna give me the green light.
Right.
Is it true you went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
You went to the that Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Where'd you hear that
He
from?
said it.
Damn.
Yeah, that's true.
You gotta start.
Holy shit with the texting.
There's too many people, so you couldn't really get close to them.
Did you guys go to confront him? Yeah, that's true. When he got his star, yeah, we went up there, but there were too many people and we couldn't get really close to him. Did you roll up to his Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony to what, stare him in the eyes and be like, you still owe us? Oh my.
There's too many people, so you couldn't really get close to them.
Oh, good, he confirmed it.
My boys did run into him at a club.
When?
Society, keep it out, all that other shit. There's a couple more dudes.
He said we ran into a couple more dudes that know him, and he's like, man, Puff every quarter. Oh, he's back to airing of grievances. Okay, I'm just gonna read this because the texting is nonstop and it is so hard to hear over. Keffe D is saying, but one of my boys did run into him at a club. He was excited. Keffe D got out and all that shit. Motherfuckers ran into a couple more dudes that know him. And he's like, man, Puff every quarter send me like $20,000 worth of clothes. Like, ain't that a bitch? So a couple of times I called Puff Daddy's house. He never returned my fucking calls or none of that shit. Know what I'm saying? So I guess he was just washing his hands of us or whatever. I fucked him and that's wrong. And just ain't the way to go. You know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back, supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? And then he says he doesn't know what we're up against out here. You know, I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the crooked cops on our ass. We wouldn't be, you know, what I'm saying. Me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We knew each other since we were 10 years old.
That's wrong.
Oh, good. The texting stopped. I'm going to put the volume back up. So.
Ain't the way it goes, you know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back, supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what we was up against out here. You know, I hate I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the crooked cops on our ass. We wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old, bitch. I'm tripping, though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog.
I'm tripping,
you know what I'm
though.
talking about, Puffy? Yeah, I'm kinda...
Me and Suge were friends. Right. Me and Suge were friends. And the beef you had with Suge was because you decided that you guys would roll out for a rival record label. You guys grew up in the same neighborhood. You played on the same football teams. So I imagine Suge sees that as more of a betrayal than you do, because you decided to roll with somebody he viewed as an enemy. And then he's kind of listing all the grievances, like, ever since I took this call with Puff, everything went sideways. Yeah, I'm mad at him. Yeah, no shit.
Cops on her ass. You know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old, bitch. I'm tripping though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog. You know what I'm talking about? Puffy, yeah, I'm kind of mad at him.
And there was never any, after you stopped trying after a while, there was never any contact.
Yeah, no contact.
Yeah. Why? Let's go to Biggie. So he invited you to the Peterson Museum, to that vibe party. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is now the vibe party, and then the Peterson
You said there were
Museum,
too many people there.
where
the feds were there.
Biggie
Yeah,
was killed.
he said that.
Right. So that wasn't the place or the time, right?
Hell no. The FBI there, they see us together. You know, they put shit together.
But
Yeah,
why did you go?
They were trying to put shit together.
Why did I go? Because he threw smashing parties on me and all that, you know what I'm saying? We was just literally invited. You know what I'm saying? They kind of needed us. They should have kept us. You know, because probably still be alive today. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, I guess you were scared of us. I don't know. The FBI around.
He's circling back to the FBI being around the night of the vibe party. This was a great question in the chat. Emily McCormick said, if Keffe D gave Suge startup money, why the fuck did he get involved with Bad Boy? Where is his loyalty? I have to wonder if he didn't feel respected enough by Suge. That would be my question. If he didn't feel respected enough by Suge, because Suge at some point started running with the Bloods in the neighborhood, which were rivals to Keffe D. But Suge also had people who were Crip affiliated on his label. So it couldn't have been, at some point, it couldn't have been that deep for Suge until he needed the Bloods protection. But I'm curious what happened in the middle there where Keffe felt like he wasn't getting enough love from Suge. And I would imagine, and that's just purely my speculation, I think it's ego. I think he didn't get the respect from Suge, and this was probably a way to switch up on it. Yeah, that would be my guess, but I don't know what went down there. Because Suge's not the one talking about Keffe D. Keffe D's the one talking about Suge. Non-stop. The man's got a long list of grievances of people who have done him wrong. The fact that we haven't heard him talk about being kintsugi and, I'm sorry, how did Sarah Boone pronounce it? Kintusukurai, but the fact that we haven't heard him talk about that yet is wild.
I guess the FBI was going to protect him.
But I think it's because his feelings were probably hurt. He didn't feel respected.
You know? Then 2-3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about, we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Call the people downtown, crooked cops, man. That's some bullshit, you know? Yeah.
So can you tell me definitively?
I got a question, Chad. We're going to keep chatting about this. In this interview, when he's talking about Sergeant Reynolds rolling up and saying, we killed Biggie, and that's some fucking bullshit, does it make his story more credible that he's clearly disclaiming the things that they weren't involved in and not doing the same with the things that he supposedly was involved in? He's not saying we weren't involved in Tupac's murder. He's saying, I can't talk about that shit till I clear it because they'll give me the death penalty. But when he talks about Biggie's murder, he's like, no, that's bullshit. They're saying this was on us, that wasn't on us. Does that make his story more believable?
Biggie was murdered?
Nothing.
Can you give me a full sentence?
We had nothing to do with no Biggie Smalls murder. Boy, Biggie was our friend. Why would we want to kill our, you know?
Why do you think people thought that?
Because of the money and all this old shit. And then the crooked cops just elevated the other day superior's head. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying?
He's
so
alleging.
Telling the people downtown to help.
He's alleging that the people who worked with Suge did it.
FBI friends. Of course, to get the heat up off them. Yeah, man, we was up against it on. The mayor, even the mayor was against us.
Back to the mayor at the IHOP.
And when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed from Puffy.
It was the mayor at the IHOP with the mad dogging. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Well, the money that was owed from Puffy. Yeah.
That's why people thought that you killed Biggie.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed Biggie, yeah. You didn't kill no Biggie, though.
Right.
So why did you...
He's never, ever once said, we didn't kill Tupac, though.
Agree to tell your story after all these years?
I agree to tell my story?
Yeah, to us.
I want to know that.
I mean, I know why you told your story to police.
Saved my fucking life. And I was really facing the death penalty. You know? And I just didn't save my life, I saved my whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, even the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog.
We heard the LAPD witness and a little bit from the Fed witness, but it was the LAPD witness who talked about the fact that Keffe talking did protect a lot of people. So when Dupree testified, he verified that this was true. Dupree verified that when Keffe talked, he took it on himself and protected a lot of people. So now when you've already heard Dupree say, no, that's true, Keffe D took a lot of this on himself and protected people, does it lend credibility to what he's saying now? That he's saying that they were coming, and he says it in his book too, that they were coming with 48 indictments. And they were coming with 48 indictments for all his heavy hitters, all his homies, all of his family, the plugs, the Colombians, or his drug connections, the plugs and the Colombians. He said they had our asses. They had it. And they told me they had it. And that's why I talked to them.
My whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, even the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog. You know
Little Miss Princess, I think it lends credibility to what he's saying.
Dude said he was from D.C. That they used the psychology game on me. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
They told him. They told him his whole family would go down. His wife, his daughters, his sons, everybody. They told him everybody was going down. And Dupree said his talking protected a lot of people because he took it on himself. I think it lends credibility. I don't think it helps his defense, but this is the prosecution's case. He says the exact same thing in his book. He starts his book with, the only reason I talked to police is because I was protecting everybody else. So I told what I did. I told what I knew to protect the people he cared about. The people he cared about protecting, however, were not the people he felt had already wronged him. Because he started putting together those pieces through court files, through FOIA requests, through case files. He started putting together the people who snitched on him first.
And to us, why did you want to tell that story to us?
Because I felt we was betrayed.
Right. They hurt his feelings.
Then
they disrespected him.
You know, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? I was wronged. We was wronged, really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Dude, they come raid our house. Suge friends come raid our house, take our guns. You know, that shit wrong.
He was disrespected.
Totally wrong. You know, people think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week. We read you right, senior and junior. That you know that they crooked. Yeah.
Tell me about that, like, because I think you touched on it, but I want to know more about, like, Suge enlisting crooked cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck it was about. It was smart, though. King move. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you know?
He's like, respect where respect is due.
What you do in the dark, don't come to the light. That shit is for the hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't bigger than the law. And the FBI is a motherfucker. They take your...
The FBI is a motherfucker. They'll take your ass down.
The FBI!
Not legal advice, life advice from Keffe D. The FBI is a motherfucker. They'll take your ass down. Facts. That part's facts.
Ass down. Shit, I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking...
What? What names are we continuing to drop?
And the FBI is a motherfucker. They take your ass down. Shit, I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don Hussein. None of them son of a bitches, you know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none of them.
John
Gotti.
Gotti.
They took them down. I'm a peon to them.
Noriega, Saddam Hussein, and John Gotti. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But was that widely known that Suge was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Hell yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
Knew what?
Knew that he was protected by crooked ass cops. Son of a dirty motherfuckers. I wish I could tell you everything, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But did that ever tell you every fucking thing? Did that ever?
I would love it if you tell us everything. Where did the beef with Suge start? Where did it start? Because you were cool and then you weren't cool. I need to know where it started.
Give you pause to fuck with Suge? Like, did you ever say I shouldn't fuck with Suge because, you know, these cops are gonna be on my ass afterwards?
You know, I'm more down with my nephew than I am down with Suge. Fuck Suge, before it's coming to that. My family, I'm his uncle.
Yeah, but this went down before that. It went down before that. It went down before Suge jumped your nephew. Though I imagine the video of Suge stomping on his nephew did not sit well. He, again, talks about it in the book. Not only is he mad that Suge was involved in jumping his nephew, but he was mad that it played on the news so much. So not only was it disrespect, but it's disrespect and everybody saw it. So it was insult to injury, but it started before that because by that point they were already rolling with Bad Boy Records.
I'm here to protect him, you know what I'm saying, and all that.
Was there ever a time where you felt bad about Tupac?
Was it every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug, you know what I'm saying? Columbia.
Consistent with his interview yesterday. Do you ever feel bad about what happened to Tupac? And he immediately changes the conversation to, I feel bad about the fallout that happened to me because of Tupac. Said it yesterday or Friday in his interview. Do you ever feel bad about what happened to Tupac? Yeah, I lost my money. I lost everything after that happened. Do you ever feel bad about what happened to Tupac? I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. All my drug connects left. Business dried up. The FBI's head is in my ass. But he never talks about feeling bad about what was lost, other than what was lost by him. And it's weird that he doesn't even talk about the chain of events that led to his nephew being killed after this. yeah, I feel bad about what happened to me after the murder of Tupac. Yeah, that had more blowback than I thought about. Really fucked up my money. The murder of Tupac really fucked up my money. Holy shit.
Boy left. Went back to Bogota.
That's
Shit.
crazy. I'm going to let him finish this whole answer. It's so consistent. It's so consistent, but it's crazy.
So every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hate it happened.
Can you say what? So you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish that never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying?
His too.
Fucking my plug that I was making all them hundreds of millions with. Fucking went to Bogota left. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to get caught up in our bullshit. And I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, that's my son. Yeah. And my wife, they on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, you have to repeat it because the phone was ringing.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, the prime of his life.
The interviewers are trying to be like, hey, man, could we just humanize you a little bit? Can we just talk about, Tupac as a person, a life being cut short? He's like, no, man, that shit fucked me up. That shit fucked me up. I lost all my drug connects. They all went back to Colombia. For those of you who are asking what's Bogota, he's talking about Bogota, Colombia. His drug connects, his in-betweens, left and weren't bringing him cocaine anymore. So his whole business got fucked up because they were like, oh, the FBI's on your ass? We're out. Deuces, homie. You got yourself into some shit and we're not staying around to see how that falls. But the interviewer is trying to humanize him and say, but don't you care about the life that was lost? And he's like, I'm telling you about my life. What about me? He's consistent.
I was like,
an artist that everyone loves.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
Shit.
How so?
Holy shit. I'm going to just let him say what he's saying. I'm just surprised he's saying it. Chat, I know our rules about no diagnosing are really hard. I know they are. I know it is. I know. The pattern recognition is strong. I know. But I think he's telling us the truth. And I don't think he can see it from another angle to see that his truth is not the truth. But holy shit. I'm going to let him say his piece about Tupac. I'm going to shut up. They're trying to humanize him. And the interviewer is saying, do you ever feel bad about the murder of Tupac? He was a kid in the prime of his life, an artist that everybody loved. And he goes on to say, nah, he was an ignorant kid doing stupid shit. Holy shit.
I was like,
an artist that everyone loves.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
How so? He shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew, him and his little gang. You're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, it really changed my fucking life.
right back to, let me tell you about how it impacted me. Let me tell you about how it impacted me. Let me tell you about how it changed my life. Let me tell you about how it, me. I want to talk about me, want to talk about want to talk about number one, oh my, me, my, what I like, what I think, what I want, what I know, what I see. Yeah. You like talking about you. Nobody likes talking about them like Keffe D. This is wild. Keffe D is talking about what happened to him when he was talking about the police getting shot at in Atlanta. That was Tupac that he was talking about, not himself. But he just has to bring it back around to him. What the fuck was that song? It's I want to talk about, it's Toby Keith. It's Toby Keith. For real, Toby Keith. It's Toby Keith. Yeah. I want to talk about me. Yes, Keffe D, you want to talk about you. You. You want to talk about you.
You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, I met him. I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happen, bro.
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker.
That's a really interesting question. If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive? Interesting. I think what the interviewer is asking is, would y'all have shot him that night? And Keffe D's taking that answer and going long term. Right? I think Keffe D's answer is like, somebody would have got him. I think that's where Keffe D is going with this answer. Okay.
Nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude's, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went through his head.
In that context, he's not talking about mob mafia. He's talking about M.O.B. Bloods, Pyrus. Directly, he's talking about Suge. He's not saying Suge's name. He's saying mob instead of Suge's name. But if he hadn't gone with Suge, that shit went to his head. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about Suge.
You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went to his head. And shit, he's ignorant, so you run into a lot of problems out there trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But, see, in our community, we try to get up out the game, like try to play sports, rap, and stuff like that. Try to get up out the game. Our motive is to get up out the game, get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars enjoying their fucking game. That shit is backwards.
I mean, he's not wrong about that. Right. It's not, not to try to translate Keffe D, but he's not wrong about that. You don't become famous and then join a gang. It's not an aesthetic. I hear what he's saying on this. He's just like, look, people are doing it backwards. And then back to Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, and Justin Bieber. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber. Better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money, get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family.
I mean, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Take it from KPD. Leave that shit alone, boy.
Yeah, he's like, interesting that he's saying stop LARPing. Stop LARPing as a gang member. It's not, you don't know this world. Though, to have no, to not be able to say that he feels badly about what was lost with Tupac, I don't think will play well to the jury. He's explaining his point well when he starts to move away from the Tupac example. But it's difficult. But again, I wonder if the jury will be like, well, he's not even trying to make himself look better in all this. And it seems truthful. This was recorded in 2017. But it's interesting.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming,
Yeah, these dudes from Virginia, he coming being gamers. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real game members is trying to get up off this shit.
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes.
And that's the answer. And that's the answer. If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day? Yes. Right.
Shit. If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Yeah, me and Suge is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shit shouldn't have never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that shit shouldn't have never happened.
I'm curious where this goes, but I'm starting to wonder if he was more angry at Suge and Tupac was collateral because he was in the passenger side and it was closer to where the shooting was coming from. I'm starting to wonder if he was just as mad, if not more mad, at Suge. Because he and Suge know each other. And it seems that he feels more disrespected by Suge for jumping on and stomping on his nephew than about Tupac. He cannot keep Suge's name out of his mouth. And when they talk about Tupac, he basically shrugs and is like, I mean, it is what it is. But when they talk about Suge, he's just like on and on and on and on and on. This never should have happened. And when he's talking about it never should have happened, I don't get the sense he's talking about Tupac. I get the sense that he's talking about him and Suge. Wow. So he feels betrayed, but there it is. If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day? Yes. But the shit did happen with Orlando and they didn't leave it alone. Right. It was Keffe D with the gun from Zip in a car full of his homies.
That shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Me and Suge is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shouldn't have never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was football.
He feels betrayed by Suge.
Since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the balls.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know?
What did Suge do to betray you, though? I just want the tea at this point. But it keeps coming back to his personal beef with Suge.
Who he was dealing with Orlando, did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, KBD left you. LA Times, KBD left you.
I don't mean then. I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told them police that night that KBD left you. KBD left you. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? He keep on saying he ain't said nothing. Bitch, you know you said something. You know what I'm saying? Why you use my name? But I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get me arrested too.
Right.
Yeah.
Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for Suge?
Yep.
Can you talk about that?
$60K.
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
How is his defense attorney going to come up in here and say that this book is all fiction and bullshit when Keffe D's given this interview saying, you're taking all the stories out of my book? This interview was 2 years before his book was released. And that story is, in fact, in his book. You're taking all the stories out of my book, man. Damn. Gonna be real hard. Gonna be real hard to walk that back.
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You made my book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book.
Oh, you know about that too?
You just told me about your book.
No, I'm talking about the meeting.
I don't know. Is there any truth to that?
What?
That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Keffe D says, save something for my motherfucking book. God damn. Gonna be no surprises.
Okay, I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises.
I can't give you all the goods. The audience is gonna have to read it. We gotta save something for my motherfucking book. God damn. Gonna be no surprises. How is your defense attorney going to argue that you didn't write this book?
Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work, though. Right? I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm going to drill you on those. There's no...
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? Do you have anything?
She said, can you talk about the hierarchy?
Can you talk about the hierarchy, you being the kingpin, the structure?
How's the structure? Like, how's...
Can you tell us the org chart of your gang, please? Somebody's off camera asking about that more.
Yeah, you look at me, don't look at her.
Okay.
They're on camera.
At the close of the street, our gang is built through respect and the work you put in. And as far as power, you know what I'm saying? That's the way our
Right.
gang is.
Well, power also comes with money.
Double OGs,
And work.
OGs, OBGs, BGs, and the TG.
It's a lot of acronyms.
Tell him to tell him where he was.
And the OTSs and that's where our gang is instructed. So I could fall in.
He just acronymed at them. You know, the double OGs, the OGs, the OBGs, the BGs, the TGs, the OSTs. You know, to the. I'm gonna let him. I'm curious to see how he explains. I know, no OPPs, no DSMs, but He just acronymed it, the dude.
Yeah, that's where our gang is instructed. So I could fall in the double OG because I was there when the gang was. So.
Not a 007, a double OG.
This way it goes. People will. You either become a gangbanger as you get older, or a gangster. Or go to school, or get a job. You know what I'm saying? By 25, that's when you determine whether you're gonna be who you're gonna be. You're gonna be a gangbanger, a little, you know what I'm saying, drinking, smoking weed, stuff all day long, with your pants hanging down. Or you gonna get a job, that means you out the game. Or you gonna become a gangster, you know what I'm saying, for the gang. You know, that's where our gang is structured, yeah.
Do you think that Suge ran the label like a gang?
Yeah. Yes. He kind of hired all gang members. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hired all gang members.
So who was he in the structure?
I mean, he was the money man.
In the structure? I guess his money gave him the power. You know what I'm saying? How people listen to him. You know, money is power. You know, and shit, I guess they... Well, we knew he was a boss, the Crips did. I know our side of town did, because we played football with the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I want to go back to the Biggie night. Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died? Your phone's ringing.
He's just not putting any respect on Suge's name. He's just not doing it.
Yeah, she on me.
Your phone's ringing. It's my wife. She wants to know where the fuck I am.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you, and how did you hear?
The interviewer's like, he hasn't told us what we want yet.
That Biggie had died.
I was under the parking garage, and everybody ran back up under the parking garage.
And this is what he told law enforcement
too. This
too.
killed Biggie. This killed Biggie. I'm like, what? I'm like, damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there. And I was waiting on my car to get valeted up out of there and shit. Valeted up out of there. Then 3 days later, punk-ass Compton police and crooked motherfuckers pulled nephew over and said,
back to Suge.
No, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They run down there. They just played dirty pool with us, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was really like a fall guy. To me, fucked over me, man. It fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right? I mean, you're not...
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. You just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? To me, they violated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party, Bad Boy?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Well, your mother was
Keffe D seems surprised that they did their homework. Really surprised that they did their homework. This is why I think he's telling the interviewer, boy, you're a motherfucker. Because Keffe D has said in interviews that he thought he saw Bloods out there at the party. He says it in his book too, that there were Bloods out there at the party and they were worried that shit was going to pop off.
You did your little work. Yeah, they was
right,
up
you
there.
Did your work.
The Bloods was there. They came up there. I told Puff, you know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful. Them niggas is up here. And like, all right. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah, sad. You know, they come up here and get ate up out of it's a zoo out here, a jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk ass town, boy, the shit. Eat your ass up out here, boy. It's gorillas. I mean, this shit is lions and tigers and bears.
Oh my?
Well, they
will eat up the week out here.
I can't believe we got to lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Oh, okay.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Did you? How'd you feel about Biggie dying since you knew him personally?
Oh, they kind of fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
What did?
Me up. When Biggie got killed, it kind of fucked me up. I was sad behind it, everything, man. It was fucked up behind it. Then these bullshit ass cops don't put that out in the media like we did that.
I was sad about it. But let me tell you about these motherfucking cops. I was sad about it. That fucked me up. I was sad. But let me tell you what they did to me.
That bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, homeboy. Believe me. Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm gonna set you.
And then my wife did me. All right.
Oh, wait. Just sit here for 20 seconds with no sound. So don't make any sound. You said record the
room
tone
noise.
of the room.
Yeah, they're doing tone. I'm gonna zoom. I'm gonna zoom while they do room tone.
Oh. Oh yeah,
They're asking why was Orlando called Baby Lane.
That's a good start.
Because our street.
Wait. Stay there. Yeah, sit back. Just do this question real quick. Sorry, I thought you were done. That was your only question before. Okay. So why Baby Lane?
Why did they call him Baby Lane?
Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that.
Because he was born on Burrs Lane.
Sorry. Tell me the whole story, like the sentence. Orlando was called Baby Lane because
Orlando.
The interviewer's really trying. He's like, I need you to start at the beginning.
He was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane, the street Burrs, and they just called him Lane, short for Orlando. So he took our street name. And his pops was real high in the echelons of our gang. One of the founder fathers. So
He was talking about Baby Lane's. He's talking about Baby Lane's dad being one of the founding fathers of their set of Crips.
Because he had a baby face or anything like that.
Baby.
It's because he was the baby and he was born on Burris Lane. Literally, he's the baby. They were living on Burris Lane when he was born. He's Lando. He's Baby Lane. It's not even deeper than that.
Lane, short for our street.
Right. And Keffe?
Keffe, we had like 3.
I'm really curious why he's Keffe D, because his middle name is Keith. He's Duane Keffe Davis. So I'm curious where Keffe came from, but I was wondering if it had to do with his middle name. So I'm curious to see.
Our street.
Right. And Keffe?
Keffe, we had like 3 Keffes in our hood. So they just broke them down and they just put Keffe D on it.
So they give you the initials so that
Yeah.
they separate you from the others.
Yeah.
It's like elementary school. When you have 17 kids named Jaden, it's like Jaden A, Jaden B, Jaden C. Right. You have 3 Jessicas. They're all going to be first name, last initial. He's like, no, there were 3 Keffes. So it was Keffe D, Keffe M, Keffe Y.
And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women.
Remind me later to tell you the story about why he thinks one of the officers is mad at him. It has to deal with a night that Keffe D thinks he stole somebody's woman, but we'll talk about that later.
Just put Keffe D on it.
So they give you the initials so that
Yeah.
they separate you from the others.
Yeah. And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife's gonna kill me. Yeah.
Don't put me talking about me on there. It just blew up like a wildflower. Got rich, all the money, all the women. Don't say that publicly. My wife will kick my ass. Okay, Keith.
You better have my wife deposit for that car, too.
This has got to be the last one.
Okay. Original gangster, yeah.
The interviewer is now asking for a breakdown of the acronyms.
A double OG is a dude that's like been around a while. You know, the founding fathers and stuff. You know, the founding fathers of the game. That's where our game stopped at, the double OG. And our youngest members is called TSs.
Tiny soldiers.
Yeah.
We got
a light box.
We got 6 different generations. He's talking about having 6 different generations in their gang. When they talk about them being young, they talk about them being young.
6 different generations. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My wife wants that deposit for that car too. Yeah. Okay, she is on my. Yeah, she's crazy.
So why don't you talk to? Well, we gotta talk to.
He keeps saying he's got to go, and they keep asking him questions.
Talk.
Let's talk on the phone, right? And then, if you know, if things get.
And remember, this interview, he was giving this interview in 2017. He is in his 60s now. So he's talking about 6 generations in 2017.
Maybe we can just talk about Orlando and like leave it at that.
All right.
But these guys are expecting details from that night.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want that dude.
I don't want to put you in the like.
He from the Justice Department of DC.
Yeah.
I swear to.
All I heard from that was Justice Department in DC. Keffe D saying, I swear to God, homie, I heard Justice Department in DC. He is trying to give this interview, get his money, and also not catch a case. Unsuccessful, ultimately.
God on me. I hear you. They had some major players on me, dog. The dude named Michael Terrell.
You guys, Keffe D is sitting here telling the interviewer, you don't understand. Not only is the head of the task force the FBI agent that's up my ass, but they put the best AUSA on my case. Like, you don't understand how important. That dude's a beast. We call him Bluebeard. That's the AUSA. That's the dude. That's the dude who's on me. He is the best AUSA. No other AUSA will do. Right. He's bragging about how important he is because of how important the people prosecuting him are. I'm also offended that they put the AUSA's nickname in here as root beer, not Bluebeard. Root beer's delicious, but it's a different connotation here.
DC.
Yeah.
I swear to God on me.
I hear you.
They had some major players on me, dog. The dude named Michael Terrell. Oh man. Yeah, he's a beast. He's head U.S. attorney of this area. We call his Bluebeard. That dude hate me on me, I swear to God.
Yeah. No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all fucking deal with the fucking devil, you know?
They're wrapping up right now.
Somebody gonna wind up dead behind this.
I just wanted to hear what he's saying. Like, y'all dealing with the fucking devil right now. And I'm like, somebody gonna wind up dead.
Deal with the fucking devil, you know?
They're wrapping up right now.
I don't know if he said devil or jail, honestly.
That dude hate me on me, I swear to God.
Yeah. No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all gonna deal with the fucking devil, you know?
They're wrapping up right now.
Somebody gonna wind up dead behind this. Like, sir, I swear to God.
Nope, sounded like devil.
I swear to God, man. I'll be nice. I'll be good. I'm not the devil.
No. I mean, do what you got to do, and then can we set up a date, Nora? Like an actual date where like there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and what I wanted to do is for you to take us on the street. Why is that funny?
Bruce with us.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That is funny.
Hey, you know.
Let me tell you.
They
They're
never.
just like,
they,
why
you know,
is it funny?
The dude, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just couldn't put my face on it. You know, man. He was like, I know this. He said, bro, I know you from nowhere.
How did Rick Ross end up in this?
You don't want to know who I am, motherfucker. He's like, I know you. I'm like, yeah. You really want to know? Yeah.
We'll figure it out. But
it's the 20th. Like my sister giving her, we giving her a 70 birthday party. Her milestone 70.
His sister's having a birthday party.
29th. So I'm gonna be there about 4 days before then. For a whole week.
He's gonna be back in town for her birthday.
California.
The 29th of July.
But if we just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about the street stuff. Then you can just tell me on the street. It'll be different than this.
Yeah.
It'll be less formal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We'll take a short break.
Let's see, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break? Okay, perfect.
What do you need? Why are you waving at the judge? What do you want?
Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right, we will have to take our break now.
Ask your lawyer. My dude.
So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves.
I really hope what his lawyer is saying, if you need something, tell me. Do not be flagging down the judge in front of the jury.
With anyone else on any subject connected with the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case, finding any information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you guys back here at, let's say, 11:40. 11:40.
All right, they are taking their morning break. I'm going to see if they put anything on the record, because when the jury goes out, wild stuff has happened in this case already. I mean, he is the kingpin.
The jury has exited the room. When we get back, we can do another 30, 45 minutes or so. We have lunch coming somewhere around noon, so if we were to break now, I don't know if we have enough time to eat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be in recess?
Sure.
Okay.
The judge is like, we'll be in recess, right? Right? We'll be in recess? Yeah, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna just zoom until they get to the until they come back on the record, assuming nothing is put on the record before the jury comes in. It looks like not. Defendant comes out of custody, is at counsel table, and we're going to get back into the testimony as the jury.
377.
You know what we didn't do? We didn't fly. I think it's time to fly. Now that we're after the morning break, we're gonna catch our flight. A little delayed, because after they were arguing about the evidence this morning, we just jumped right into it. So we're gonna fly through the rest of this testimony till they get to the lunch break. All right, you guys got your miles. Jury's coming back in.
7. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
No.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. Please.
Bring the jury.
Fantastic. We're going to zoom as they bring the jury in, and then back for more of this uncut interview that Keffe D was giving with documentary filmmakers. This interview was given in 2017. The Death Row Chronicles aired in 2018. In the sizzle reels and teasers they showed us of the show, Keffe D talks about the fact that he had been diagnosed with cancer and he felt he had nothing left to lose at the time that he gave this interview. But we also know now from the uncut interview that he
Yes, sir. You may be seated.
He was already planning his book. His book didn't come out till 2019, but he's talking to documentary filmmakers about his book. Man, we got to leave some stories for my book. So we are going to be back.
You just let us know when lunch shows up. We'll break.
Back on the record with these interviews. Remember, there are 2 interviews. They are the unedited audio footage. The unedited video was unavailable. They were going to turn it over and then it was just gone. So, continuing on.
45 minutes?
Okay.
I'll try to zoom
All right,
through
we
this.
have Mr. Dorsey back. You're still under oath, sir. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may resume your questioning.
It's my understanding from Keffe D's book that he's in remission. That's my understanding. I don't know if that status has changed since his book came out. He is in custody. I haven't seen a lot of discussions about him needing medical while in custody. Normally when somebody has a significant medical need like cancer treatment in custody, there's normally a lot of litigation over it. So this interview is after that diagnosis, and he talks about the fact that he felt like he had nothing to lose, and that's, I think, part of why he decided to give that interview. But also remember that his 2008 interview that he gave to law enforcement had already found its way out in 2011 in the book by the former LAPD detective Kading, which I think is a breach of trust, among other things, but other stuff about him had already come out. So I think there's probably a few factors in that.
At this time.
Thank you. Ms. Dorsey, that was the July 17th, 2017 conversation that we just listened to, correct?
It was the first interview, yes.
Oh, good. We finally
And then the
circled back
second
on a
interview,
date.
and I have a copy of the transcript for you to look at it, was July 28th of 2017. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, now we're going to the
We're just
July
gonna start
28th
playing
interview.
that, Judge. And that is State's Exhibit number 122.
Okay. 122 is now playing.
Oh, boy.
Are you moving back, you think, anytime soon? You're gonna stay with
Jolene, they do. It's just
you don't like
difficult.
But your wife's got that business of hers or whatever, right? Yeah. So she'd have to give it up for you to come back?
Yeah. No, she with a corporation, so they'll move her around.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
do say she won't come back.
Looks good. I
It
mean, I
sounds like
see a
they're
white man in the background. Other than that,
setting up the shot.
I'm gonna get out of here soon.
yeah. Actually, I see a white man's torso in the background.
Sorry to hear that.
Where's Tara?
What's that?
Where's Tara?
Tara worked with E1.
Who's what?
We heard from
Tara?
other
Tara?
witnesses.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen her today.
She was part of the production
You
company.
said she called me and told me that you called her this morning. But I don't think she's in the office, actually.
Look at Mario for 1 second. I just want to make sure your background looks good.
They're checking the cameras.
You're going to be looking at me the whole time, so.
So Dave, I think it's hitting the whole thing. We want to raise it up and down.
This is the one where he's in the suit that we saw clips of.
There we go. Just down.
All right, I'm going to zoom. You guys see the transcript. They're talking about setting up the shots, his neckline, and then getting into what we already discussed. I'm zooming until the transcript catches up to them starting to get into what we didn't already discuss. We're zooming. I said we were zooming. It's not zooming enough. All right.
You know, we already discussed that. I don't know what the fuck you up with.
Me neither? Yeah.
So I'm talking about we want. When?
Where'd he go?
Wayne's the lawyer, Wayne Higgins. They're like, where'd he go? We need him. How much time till we start? Is he here? All right, back to Keffe D.
I told him, I wasn't comfortable with that little black stuff.
You know what?
Told her that we was in the office that day. said, give me 2 weeks. And she said,
I think he's talking about his doctor
I said,
and his
6
cancer.
months. And she said, I got the people here, just shoot this, woo woo. So I was like, shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, you want to go see the whole thing again?
All right. We're going to zoom. They are small talk. All right. Davis said, yeah, don't release that shit on the internet like y'all did last time. I'm curious what he's talking about, so we're going to start there.
Hey, don't release that shit on the internet like y'all did last time.
No, of course not.
Who released that shit?
I wasn't even working here when I have no idea.
Did you hear about that? Yeah.
You weren't even working here?
I've been here for 5 weeks. You sure?
So he shot like a promo. He came in, before Mario got hired, and shot a promo, and then somebody like BET or somebody leaked it.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I bet that caused him a lot of problems. So the sizzle reel got leaked before the interviewer came on. Oh boy!
I was here working on different. Alright, so can we get let's
disaster.
talk about the other stuff then, and then we'll get to that. So I'm just gonna go back to the stuff that we talked about in the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we get.
We're gonna go through the stuff we went to last time, and then we're gonna go through the other stuff. Is everybody ready to start?
Can you give me a?
All right, they're trying to move his chair. I love that we get to the interview saying, okay, so I grew up blah, blah, blah. I'm going to zoom while they are doing all this background to get him set up in the chair. The interviewer says, let's move the chair. Remember, you're going to be looking at me and try to speak in full sentences. Good luck.
Sentences, right? I'm gonna always stop you if you don't do it. So, so I grew up in blah blah blah.
I don't say blah blah blah.
My neighborhood was this.
Okay, I grew up in Compton. I moved here in 1965. And,
I grew up blah blah blah. All right.
I was the first black family on the street. It was pretty cool. Then blacks started moving in like 69, 70, 71. And, most, hold on, let me see.
Sure. I think it's a computer, yeah. Check. I did. No, now you turn it on.
Okay. Moved to Compton. They were the first black family in the neighborhood. I'm going to zoom.
Literally in the neighborhood.
He said it like 3 times.
So, blacks started moving in about 69, 70, 71. Most families would have both of their parents, pops and moms and pops. The neighborhood was pretty nice, pretty green grass, and all that. Then the gangs came in about 70, 71. And our neighborhood started gangbanging in 1972.
And what affiliation were the gangs?
It was Crips and Bloods. And our neighborhood was U.S. at first. Then they turned to Crips in 1972.
And you were a good kid, you were telling.
JLo5 said, this all seems repetitive. It is. You know why? Because the last interview that they did, Keffe D didn't show up ready to be on camera. So they did like a background interview because he wasn't in his suit. So this one, like all eyes on me in the center of the ring, this is the one they're going to use for TV. So now they are trying to get back and get his story out of him in enough of a succinct and linear way that they can clip it down into a TV series. So yes. And the stories are consistent with his last stories. And that's part of why the prosecution's just playing them all, because he's really consistent.
Right?
Yes.
You were a good student and all that stuff. How did you go? Tell me that, and then tell me how you.
All right. With this transcript, I'm going to just go to 1.25 until we get to stuff he hasn't talked about yet. And then we'll see if we need to zoom past any of it, but we're going to speed it up. The jury can't, but we can.
I fell in the games.
Yeah.
I fell in the games. It was a fam around our neighborhood. I was a good student, but I still was a game member. I used to be like the ball boy for Compton College, so I knew older dudes and stuff like that. They gave me more wisdom, whereas
You played ball with Suge Knight, right?
Yeah.
Pop Warner football.
Great Compton, Suge Knight. His dad was a coach and stuff like that.
Super dude?
Yeah, he was cool back then. He was like a year younger than us. Him and his cousins played on our team. He was twin, Ronald Donald and Suge. All three of them played on the team.
Yes, Suge's cousin were Ronald and Donald. That's accurate. That's correct. They're going to go Pop Warner, for those of you that are tuning into this trial today. Pop Warner is like Little League football, kids football, 7, 8 years old.
His dad was a coach.
Suge's dad was their baseball coach. They used to go to his house, go swimming.
We were just football teammates. Yeah, we used to go to his house. We played the games. Go to his house, go swimming. We used to go to his other uncle's house. Donald house too. Go swimming there after we win. So, like that.
Let me check.
The interviewer's wild for this. So, checks notes. When did you first hear about death row? Good Lord.
Notes here. When did you first hear about death row?
Death row?
Yeah, about the label and all that stuff.
1990.
Tell me in the first sentence.
I heard about death row in 1990. Before Suge was even involved.
What was your impression?
Before Suge was even involved.
Is it true that you were somewhat involved at the beginning with them?
Yes.
Can you explain what that was?
Well, I did the footwork for the project. I really didn't think it was going to work.
I did the footwork for the project. I knew about death row before Suge was involved in death row. Right. I imagine Suge has a different version of these events, but
2 years later, it came out.
So what was that for?
It was a footwork?
Yeah.
Just a footwork, basic footwork.
We have it on camera. You told me about delivering the money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So can you expand on that?
Is that?
Can you tell me about it?
I just did the footwork with the money part. That's all. Yeah, but I can't tell you what I did it for. You know what I'm saying? But I did the footwork for the project.
But, sorry, I think maybe Wayne's calling.
he thinks the lawyer's calling.
Hey, Randy?
He said, I'm not going to tell you what I did for the money, for the footwork, but I did the footwork, which is to hear him tell it, he put in the initial money for death row.
Can you check to see somebody from the reception is calling me? Oh, he is, okay.
Now they're talking about the lawyer.
Yeah, you need to be in here. Yeah.
So, is that gonna come for him?
Is that gonna come for me? I'll go get it.
No, I'll do it.
Oh my God, we're zooming past them talking about who's going to go let the lawyer into the recording studio at the door. They remind him to put it in a full sentence without naming names. What kind of people did you do the footwork for?
Me and Suge got the same boss, really. Yeah.
And was it drug money?
Yes, that's what it was.
In the first sentence?
Yes, it was drug money. Yes.
Yeah, let me get Wayne then. We can stop down. Yeah, I mean, well, how much time do we have in that? Okay, let's keep rolling.
They're trying to go get the lawyer. Keffe D says he's supposed to be in there with me. It's just creating more headaches. It sounds like they're trying to go get the lawyer. It sounded like a table is wobbling. Keffe D, what are you talking about is bullshit? We're going to jump back in.
What we doing?
Just come in.
What are you talking about?
Just create more headaches. Why we got to have that conversation? We need you to come in. We'll stick to that. That's right.
What are they all mad about? We back up with we get to like, where's my lawyer? Where's Tara? And now all of a sudden it's just like Tara's with the production company. They're supposed to be in here with me, and now he's mad.
So he isn't talking to the door.
He's not gonna talk if you're not there.
Why he do that every time I'm in there?
What?
He supposed to be in there with me, dog.
Now he's talking about his lawyer.
Just come in.
What are you talking about?
Just create more headaches.
I just want the tea at this point. Keepy's mad. Is Higgins, how is Higgins trying to talk to Tara? Because Keffe D sounds mad that Higgins is out talking to somebody else, and he's like, he's supposed to be in here. Good Lord.
Some bullshit, man. I made this happen. And he told my sister that, I swear to God, man. And she sweats me every motherfucking month with rent money. Because he told her that.
Just please come in. Yeah.
I said, I looked you up with the lawyer. I said, Shaw, I've been doing this, man.
It makes my life more difficult. Yeah, we're good.
He really crossed me. Nigga, no way in hell he let that book come in. They would have been said something about my brother. Hell no. They just showed you. I ain't going, man. He hooked this up. Yeah, I was all job on him. In fact, I didn't even talk to him. I talked to him first about it. No, listen.
He wants to talk to Tara at the production company. Diaz is saying, why does this have to be so complicated? It's like fucking, I'm talking to you. They are trying to get him to talk. And then we're back to the interviewer trying to say, we need you to talk about Vegas.
Off, but they fell out. But certainly not after Tupac's here.
It seems like things in this production are not going smoothly at the moment. The person who's recording it said, I don't know why they can't get a break. Somebody couldn't get in. They're saying, let's keep going. Let's see if we get back to Keffe D talking, because they're trying to get this interview going, and they're just talking about who's in the room and who's not in the room.
Have a lot of time. Tell me.
Which one can we be doing it for lunch?
Now they're talking about lunch. Good Lord.
Yeah, hydraulics. My brother did. And,
How did it get started? We had a place called Compton Hydraulics. And they used to call up there and ask for lowriders.
And that's what lowriders. All kind of entertainers, movie people and everything.
Movie people.
Yeah. Batman.
We're going to hear about the Drake music video, I'm sure.
Yeah, he used a few of them called, yeah.
And how did you end up in the videos?
I went up.
Well, you know, crew. Like
I never was in the video. I would never put myself out there like that.
Was it Orlando in some of the videos too? I feel like I've seen his face in some of the videos.
Not that I know of.
But you guys started, when you started hanging out with Puffy and going to concerts.
How did the relationship with Puff start?
He called one night. Puff called one night and asked us was it cool to come out on the West Coast for his concerts. Yeah. And so shit. Then he came. The first concert we went to was in Irvine at the Summer Jam. And then Suge was there. When they got off the stage, Biggie.
We've heard this story before.
Suge asked me,
how you know them?
I know them guys. I seen he was kind of getting jealous then because Biggie had a hot record right.
Mm-hmm. Suge was like, how you know them? He was getting jealous because Biggie had a hot record back then. One More Chance. Yeah, it was the hottest thing going, man. Biggie's record was hot. Suge was so jelly that he saw me. This is just like a burn book letter to Suge Knight. We were rolling up there with Puff, and Suge was jealous.
Yeah, had a One More Chance. That was the hottest thing going on right there.
So how did you get on stage with those guys?
I knew some New York people that knew them. New York guys. Yeah.
So you were on stage doing the performance.
Yes, I was on stage with him.
I wanted to ask you how that works, because they call you guys up to see if it's okay to come to LA. What does that mean? You know, for some of us who don't understand, like.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Suge's on the witness list.
He called, see if it was cool to come out of LA because he was scared of Suge. They had beef. Some shit started in Atlanta or something.
He's talking about Puffy and Suge's
did
beef.
you guys offer him security? Is that how it went down, or?
No, we ain't no security guards. You know what I'm saying? No, we just went to the concerts with him. I guess he was trying to be Snake because we were Crips and his enemies are Bloods. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was being smart. But me and Suge were friends, so I used to go to parties. Everything was Suge. Me and Suge at parties and all that. So all that.
So at that point, it was still cool.
Yeah,
you still talked to Suge, no problem. You still talked to, you hung out with Puffy's people, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Until it was a problem.
A problem.
Atlanta.
I guess when that guy, Big J, got killed in Atlanta.
After the Source Awards.
The word on the street was his Puffy bodyguard killed him. Yeah.
Wolf.
Out there in Atlanta at a party or something.
And then, I want to understand how, Puffy is afraid that Suge's going to do something, so he calls you guys up, right?
No, he was having a tour that year, that BET tour, and he was just shit. I guess he was paranoid, scared. And he's like, I guess he used the Crips. You know what I'm saying? That's all. He just called and asked, can we come to the concert?
Right. You guys have a good time with him?
Oh yeah, it was cool. Had a nice time.
All right, so let's go through all the stuff we talked about last time. How many times did you meet Puffy?
How many times have I met Puffy?
Yeah.
Shit, I can't. It was so many times I can't remember.
Was there a specific time and place where you guys talked about him being scared?
Shit, at Greenbacks on South Side.
What happened there?
Shit, you
went
eat
downstairs.
And you order your food downstairs. So me and him went downstairs and ordered a couple of champagne bottles. And we talked about it then.
What did he say?
What did he say? Shit, he was just scared of the guy and shit.
Which guy?
Did he ask you to do something for him?
Shit. Not really.
The first interview, he's like, yeah, Puffy wanted us to take out Suge and Tupac. They get him in a suit. They get him on camera. The interviewer's sitting across from him to make this Death Row Chronicles series. They've got the leaked interview and the book from Kading, and he's sitting across from the interviewer, and the interviewer's like, did Puffy ask you to do something for him? Not really. You think the interview at this point is like, what do you mean not really? What do you mean not really? We've heard the interview where you said Puffy wanted to put the hit out. We talked to you a week and a half ago and you said Puffy wanted you to take him out for $1 million. You said that conversation happened at Greenblatt's. Oh, we went to Greenblatt's, we talked about it. Did he ask you to do something for him? Not really. These interviewers have to be ready to lose their mind. What the fuck do you mean not really? Where'd not really come from?
Yeah.
Not really. They've got to be dying.
He's nodding. He's saying yes.
Okay. Yes, he asked us to do something.
Can you tell me what that is?
I guess he wanted the big guy taken care of. Yeah. Shit.
I guess.
That's all I know. Shit.
They're like, why do you think you're here? We had a pre-interview of a pre-interview. We had a pre-pre-pre-interview. We sat you down for like hours and talked to you about it. And you told us the whole story. And now you want to be coy with what happened. You're in a suit, lights, camera, action. Nah, not really. Nah, not much.
I'm not no killer, so I don't know why he was asking me. You know?
Listen to his answer this time. His answer this time is, I'm not a killer. I don't know why he's asking me to take care of anything. I don't know what he's talking about, man. I guess he maybe kind of wanted something to sort of go down.
Yeah. Shit. That's all I know. Shit. I'm not no killer, so I don't know why he was asking me. You know?
Right.
Yeah. Shit. That ain't my line of work. Yeah.
So, how did you meet Puffy initially? Was it through Zip? We talked about who Zip was. Let's dig in a little bit.
They've
Who's
got.
Zip and how did you meet him?
They're like, we'll go around and try a different way. They'll try a different line of questions.
Just a different neighborhood. He happened to be their pitcher. Happened to be their pitcher, yeah.
And what was his line of work?
What was his line of work? Well, he's a pimp, you know, and he get money in the streets. Yeah.
So what? Were you guys in business together?
No, not really.
You just tell me what he did for you in terms of the Puffy relationship.
Who's
Did he
Zip?
connect you to him?
Who's Zip? Some dude. Just some dude. Just some guy. These interviewers. Can you imagine? What the fuck? Oh man, he was so chatty. And then lights, camera, action, and the chattiness just dissolved. Just dissolved a little bit. He decided he wanted to save some for his book, I guess. What's your relationship with Zip? I don't know. You know.
Is that who introduced you?
Yeah, that's who introduced me. Yeah.
Please say that enough, please.
Yeah, Von Zip introduced me to Puff. So I met Puff, yeah.
Right. Let me just keep checking my notes here. So once you knew what Puff wanted, did you look for an opportunity to, help him out with his problem?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't need the money. I was well off my damn self. Matter of fact, he was just starting.
So Puff wanted you to do some shit. Did you want to do it? No. No, I didn't need shit. I had plenty of money. I didn't need to do anything. After hearing his interview where his lawyer's sitting there going, hey man, when you have a second interview, you either lock it in or you give yourself some distance. I'm feeling like this time maybe he took the advice of counsel and is trying to work in a little bit of distance, a little bit of wiggle room. But does that make it seem like this story is the truth? Or does it make it seem like he knows that if he says what he said in the other interview, he's totally fucked? So he's trying to give it a little distance. He's trying to walk it back. It seems like maybe now he's worked in the wiggle room. He's just walking it back. After hearing all those other interviews, now's the time where he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Peace. Which again, seems like he knows that if he tells what happened, that he's fucked. At least that's what it seems like to me.
Right now, so my pockets are better than okay.
Tell me about your life during that time. Like, what were you're pulling in a lot of money.
Wild.
Right?
Yes.
Tell me about you.
Yeah.
Paint a picture of what that looks like. Like, what was it? How much money were you bringing in? How large were you living?
Diaz is like, okay, maybe if we let him brag about himself, he'll finally circle back and tell us what we want to know.
What was it? How much money were you bringing in? How large were you living?
Tell me about you.
Do I got to say that?
You can give an idea. You don't have to be like super specific to the dollar amount.
What, you worried about the IRS now, Al Capone? Now you worried about the IRS? You worried about the IRS? Can I say that? Now you're worried. Okay.
You can give an idea. You don't have to be like super specific to the dollar amount. Just give me a sense of it.
About 4.2 or a million, 31. Yeah. Wasn't mine, so. Yeah.
How much did you keep?
About 20%.
4.2 million a month. It wasn't mine though. How much did you keep? About 20%.
So to you, the money didn't matter.
Yeah.
When things got hot in Vegas, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but when things got hot in Vegas, was it about the money? When you guys went after Suge and Tupac?
Really, it seemed like they came after us. Something my nephew with the, seemed like they was targeting us.
When things got hot in Vegas and you went after Tupac, they started it. They started it. Right. Wasn't about the money. They had the money. They started it. Seems like they were coming after us. They jumped on my nephew. They started it.
Jumped on my nephew with yeah. Seems like they was targeting us. Us.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So let's go back. I'm jumping around a lot. So let's go back to the Puffy thing. After you met with him at Greenblatt's, when did you see him again? The candy?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all right.
He can hear the candy going.
Okay. All right.
He's gonna swallow it or spit it out.
At least somebody gave him a lozenge. They're like, we can hear it rattling around in your mouth, but at least somebody gave him a lozenge.
Okay.
So after you met him at Greenblatt's, did you see him again?
After that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen him a few concerts and stuff like that, yeah.
And was he still concerned about the beef with Suge?
No, not really.
No, not
He had
really.
about 50 Crips with him, shit. And he hired some Navy SEALs too. So goddamn, I was like, damn.
That's not what he's asking. The interviewer's asking, did Puffy still want you to take out Suge? And he's answering, nah, he wasn't worried. We had about 50 Crips rolling. He had Navy SEALs too. He was protected. That's not what he's asking.
Yeah. So just tell me the beginning of that. So Puffy wasn't afraid because...
Oh, Puffy wasn't afraid because he had 50 Crips with him. And plus he had about 10 Navy SEALs in the room, shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
50 Crips, 10 Navy SEALs,
let's
and
talk
a
about Orlando.
partridge and a pear
Who's
tree.
Orlando Anderson?
Orlando Anderson is my nephew. My nephew, my best friend, my son, everything. He's everything.
You guys did a lot of stuff together, hung out, chilled out?
He was a youngster, just graduated from high school. And, they jumped on him, 20-year-old kid, some grown men jumped on the kid. That's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like he always picking on some kids. Yeah.
He's talking about Suge
Did he become part of your crew?
No, not really. I would never put my nephew in a position like that to be part of no crew like that.
But he's affiliated with gangs, right? He's affiliated with the Crips. He's not. I've seen pictures of him flashing gang signs.
Well, shit, he grew up over there.
He does talk about Orlando Anderson being his right hand. He's distancing a lot in this interview, but he talks about Orlando being his right hand.
It's a culture, Yeah, it's a culture over here. Yeah, that's all. They went to school. That's our neighborhood. Period.
So what happened? I want to set the stage for what happened at the lobby of the MGM, right? Somebody saw him and said, "That's the guy who stole my chain," right?
Yeah.
There had been a previous incident at the Lakewood Mall.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you know about that stuff?
Well, it was this football player. It was a guy, one of my little homeboys named Marcus. He's playing football he's going to play football for Arizona State. And we was up there
They were going back to school
we was
shopping.
up there to buy him some stuff to go play football with. Like shoes, go off to college with, send him off right.
You were there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay.
But they was there to send him off
He
right.
sent the money
Give him support so he could be all right when he go to college.
for the back to school shopping.
It just so happened he rented 3 of the Death Row guys, and he was there by himself. And they was bird dogging him, talking shit to him. Death Row, Mob, Pyru, and all that. So shit, he jumped off. Marcus, he wasn't no punk. He could fight good, and he's a football player, so he athletic. So he grabbed, he knocked the guy out, grabbed his chain. That's all. We ain't had no bounty on no chain. We don't want that little punk ass chain. You know what I'm saying? The little chain,
Did you hear what he said? He's addressing a rumor in that. And I'm at 1.25 because we've heard this story like 6 times now. But he's addressing a rumor in that. He's talking about not having a bounty on the chains. The rumor was that Diddy had a bounty on the death row chains. And that if you brought him one of the death row chains, it was like $5,000 or more. So the bounty on the chain was about the disrespect of snatching the death row chains because Suge gave those to his artists and close friends. So it was a rumor about the back and forth. So when he's saying we don't have a bounty on the chains, he's talking about that rumor, that Diddy was paying for those death row chains that had the death row logo on it, which is part of what popped off at the Lakewood Mall. Some of the chat is asking if Marcus is still alive. No, there's already been testimony that he is not, and neither is Orlando Anderson.
Okay, chain. You know what I'm saying? The little changes. Won't worth shit.
So so they started it?
They started it, yeah.
And who's Marcus?
Marcus, he was a football player he was from our neighborhood. He just graduated from Dominguez High School, so he could play football.
And he was there that day with...
He was there at the mall by himself. Then, it was 3 guys from Death Row there, from Mall Pyro. They was bird dogging, talking shit to me, woo. Because he had on a little S hat that represented our neighborhood. So they was, bird dogging him. Just so my nephew knew happened to come up to the mall.
So he got involved because he saw what was happening, or how did he get there?
How did my nephew get there? No, they was going to meet him up there so he can buy some stuff. Send him off right to Arizona State. Good athlete. Play strong safety.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get straight.
Like
they were together when they encountered the guys from Death Row.
Anybody?
No, Marcus was by himself.
How did Orlando get involved there?
Because Orlando was heading to the mall.
And his Marcus friend, they just graduated from high school. They all friends, played sports together. They came up to the mall to meet Marcus.
Orlando was coming to the mall to meet Marcus because Orlando was paying for the back to school shopping with Keffe D's money. That's why he was there.
Help him send him off right to college.
No, I understand that, but when the shit started happening, where was Orlando?
He was just getting there.
He was walking into the mall, walking into the Foot Locker. And Marcus seen his homeboys. Like, we're even now, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And Marcus just took off on him.
I understand.
Knocked the dude through the shoes. Took his little chains.
Right.
Snatched his chain.
We've now heard that the chain wasn't snatched, the chain was snatched, the chain wasn't snatched. Either way, we did hear that the Foot Locker at the Lakewood Mall got considerably fucked based on this fight and had to be remodeled. Like, that's how wrecked the Foot Locker got. We've heard that in other testimony from an eyewitness that was there a couple days ago. So when he said he knocked him through the shoes, they're talking about in the Foot Locker in the Lakewood Mall.
It didn't have nothing to do with that fucking change. Period.
Because I understood that there was like a bounty for the chain.
This is the rumor about the chains.
$200, $300 change. Bounty. We didn't need that fucking change.
But, all right, so that's Orlando. We go to Vegas now, right? In Vegas, you guys go to the fight. Tell me why you went to Vegas.
We was going to fight, the Mike Tyson fight. We've been going to the fight since like 88, 89. Before rappers was even famous going to the fucking fight.
They were the first ones to ever go to a fight in Vegas. No one else ever went to a fight in Vegas. In fact, Keffe D is Mr. Las Vegas. Nobody Vegased more than Keffe D. They've been going to the fights since 88, 89. No one. Before these rappers were even famous, before these rappers were even born, we've been going to the fights forever. These rappers weren't even shit. This is our town. Back to MC Hammer, because apparently there was a Hummer with Hammer. There was a Hammer Hummer involved somehow.
One fight I was at, sitting next door to Mike Douglas. MC Hammer was outside the fucking gate. I mean, trying to get into the motherfucking.
MC Hammer couldn't even get into the fight. I was in the fight. MC Hammer ain't shit. What are we doing?
VIP section. So, yeah,
I was in the VIP section, motherfucker.
I've been going to fights. Las Vegas, yeah.
And you knew that Suge was going to be there?
No, not really.
Yes, you did.
I seen Suge the day before the fight.
You knew Suge was going to be there because Tupac had released the song that Tyson was walking out to. You knew that Suge was going to be there. Yeah. Hector in the chat said, little known fact, Keffe D founded Las Vegas. Yes. In fact, Keffe D was the 3rd president of the United States as well. Right. Yep.
Outside in the lobby, he was in the Rolls Royces. And then, I seen him there. He spoke to me and everything. Yeah, beef, you should have said something there.
So who were you with?
Who were I with?
Yeah.
This is why he's mad. I saw, and I don't know if this is true or not, this is Keffe D's side of the story. I saw Keffe D, Keffe D says, I saw Suge the night before. If there was beef, Suge should have brought it to me the day before. I don't know if Suge knew about the Lakewood Mall incident the day before or not, but one of the dudes that got jumped at the Lakewood Mall incident was with Suge's group at the fight and saw Orlando Anderson and was like, that's that motherfucker that jumped us at the Lakewood Mall and grabbed our death row chain. I don't know if Suge knew about it before that moment. He might have, he might not have. But he's like, if Suge should have said something to me, he should have brought it to me. We should have handled it above board without jumping on my nephew. So to hear Keffe D tell it, they all started it. He started it. They started it in Lakewood. They started it in Vegas. They started it.
And then, shit. I seen him there. He spoke to me and everything. Yeah, beef, he should have said something there.
So who were you with?
Who were I with?
Yeah.
Shit, few of my homeboys. Yeah, he seen me the day before the fight. Pulled up in his Rolls Royce. Yeah.
In Orlando, obviously.
Yeah, Orlando, I think Orlando was with us too, yeah.
All right. So the next thing is you guys went to the fight.
In other interviews, he said Orlando showed up the day of the fight, not the day before. So I don't think Orlando was with him when he ran into Suge, if he ran into Suge the day before. Keffe D was, in fact, the fifth Beatle. Mm-hmm. You know, I heard that Keffe D is both the inspiration for the most interesting man in the world and the only one that really knows where the Bermuda Triangle is. Mm-hmm.
It ended quickly.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Is it Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson, yeah. First rounder, yeah.
And you went to eat somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Tell me what happened after the fight.
We all were sitting in different spots of the arena.
Where'd you go eat?
I told everybody to meet up at the cafe in the MGM.
Meet up at the cafe in the MGM.
I seen Tupac and Suge and Diddy in the fight. They seen me too. Shit, I went to the cafe, and then some guys, some of my homeboys from East Coast Crips came in there and said, hey homie, the death row dude, Suge, just jumped on your nephew. I go, yeah? Yeah, that's what happened.
What'd you do? What'd you do then?
I went to look for my nephew, make sure he was all right.
And what happened? Did you find him?
I found him. He said he was cool and stuff. His shoulder was kind of out of place. I asked him, do we need to go to the hospital? Yeah.
What did he tell you happened?
He said he was rusty. He said Suge and Buntry and them just rusty. Yeah, Tupac.
Why did it happen?
We had no idea why it happened. I guess when the Lakewood Mall, I guess they seen us the day before. The fuck, you know.
So the day before you're saying that Tupac and Suge both saw you and Orlando?
I don't think Tupac is winning.
There you go. Because what happened is, I mean, the way I understand it,
Tupac had a hot head and just, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for crazy dude.
All right. Now that he is talking about the night of the fight where Orlando got jumped before the shooting of Tupac, I'm going to slow it down to hear it in Keffe D's own words at his pace, and then we will speed it back up. Chat, thank you. I appreciate you. Because, to hear Keffe D tell it, why it
happened. I guess when the Lakewood Mall, I guess
we're back at normal speed.
Before. The fuck,
So the day before you're saying that Tupac and Suge both saw you and Orlando?
I don't think Tupac is winning. But
there you go. Because what happened is, I mean, the way I understand it,
Tupac had a hot head and just, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for a crazy dude.
Well, he claims that the stupid necklace, that's the guy who grabbed the necklace off of his friend.
Yeah. That little $300 necklace. Yeah.
I know, it's funny, right? Like, this shit is all over. About a stupid necklace.
It's not about a necklace. It's not about the pasta. It was never about the pasta. It's not about the pasta. None of it's about the pasta. It's about respect and disrespect. This all comes back to respect, disrespect. And to hear Keffe D tell it, they were repeatedly being disrespected, and that wasn't going to go unanswered. And the ultimate disrespect was jumping on his nephew. It's not about the necklace at all. The necklace was just another instance of disrespect.
So,
what happened after that?
what happened after that?
Yeah.
Shit, went to the parking lot. Got on cars. And, had a little meeting. And our little homie said they gonna have a concert at the 662 Club. So I was just gonna confront him and ask him why would he jump on my nephew. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. And then, what was the, just tell me what the little conference was about. You had a little meeting. So.
What's that?
You said you had a little meeting. What was that?
Not that you had a little meeting. You had a little meeting.
No, we just gonna go to the 662 Club and see Tupac wanted to get out. You know what I'm saying? Since we friends, me and Suge friends, I just want to see Tupac want to get out. Because I'm quite sure my nephew would knock his ass out. So my nephew athlete.
Okay.
Right.
And then what happened? You guys went off?
Though his nephew, how many guys were with Tupac? It was like 6 guys. 5-6 guys?
Tell me, with as much detail as you can remember, what happened after that?
Yeah, it was like, this been like, 20 years ago almost. I'll tell you as much as I can.
Of course.
So we went to the store. We went to the 662 Club. Waited there about an hour. They never show up. So we left. Started, we were going to go party. So we went and brought some champagne, case of champagne.
Wait, let's take it step by step. So you went to 662.
No. Nope. Leave New Kids on the Block out of this. They're one of the only names that haven't been dropped yet. Keffe D's rushing through this story, and the filmmaker's like, no. No, we need to back up and slow down. Let's talk about the 662 Club. What happened? Why you were there? What happened next?
They never showed.
No, we went to see what it was about. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to talk to Suge. Because, I've been knowing him since I was 9 years old, shit. Plus, I helped him get his record business going, shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna bite the hand that feeds you, shit.
We were going to have a chit-chat. I was going to go talk to Suge. I helped him get his business going. Is he going to bite the hand that feeds you? Are you kidding me? We were just going to go chat. I've known him since I was 9 years old. We were going to face to face.
Years old, shit. Plus, I helped him get his record business going, shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna bite the hand that feeds you, shit.
But so you went into the club and he wasn't there.
No, I never went into the club. I just went in the back where they was gonna come in.
This is probably a good stopping point.
Okay.
I can go another 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, like JEA just said, there was a mix-up with the food, so we're looking at about 15 more minutes.
Okay.
But I can also give them their break and then bring it in 15.
So sorry, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your lunch is not here yet. We're going to get, some of you are like, Keffe D is the shark doing shark things. Keffe D is the 8th wonder of the world. Keffe D will tell you, the thing is, for all of the blustering and bolstering, the things that went down that night is the story that he doesn't seem to embellish. His relationship with Suge, from his perspective, him being, at the forefront of everything. But when he gets to the night this happened, we went to the 662 Club. I don't know if they went to talk or not. They had guns. I don't think they were necessarily going to just have a polite chat. Then they went to go get cases of champagne, sure. But then they came across Tupac's car. And from that point, when he talks about the story, it's really not bluster. It's Dre didn't shoot. Orlando Anderson grabbed the gun. We had seen their car. Shots started popping. I saw a bullet go towards Suge's head. I thought he was dead. Saw all of the bullets go into the car. We took off. The Sebring was behind us. And that's where they go. It's been consistent the way he has told that. His relationship with Suge, though, how involved he was, always has some level of, I made that dude. I put the money down for death row. And I do think some of that's hyperbole, for sure. But it doesn't negate the other stuff. So for the defense started this case with, my client's a bullshitter. And some of the parts in this seem like bluster and hyperbole and bullshit. But not all of it. Because he's distancing himself from the shit that he thinks is going to land him in jail.
15 minutes. Get you just a natural stopping point and we'll break.
Good.
So this is it?
This is it.
Okay. All right.
This is the natural stopping
we'll
point.
take our lunch break now. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
I really just want to hear what Suge Knight's reaction was to Keffe D saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I am so curious. We'll see if Keffe D has anything to say or if his lawyer does before we go to lunch. I'm going to take a really short break and run to the restroom and grab some more water. I need some snackies. I suggest you do the same. Let's see if anything goes on the record after the jury goes out real quick.
Anything we need to address outside the presence?
No, let's see.
No, you don't.
Okay, we'll be in
Great.
recess.
Who just said Keffe D could launch Alexis into space? Kaylee TX was like, Keffe D could launch Alexis into space. Yes, Keffe D in fact defies gravity. Keffe D was the inspiration for Wicked and The Wizard of Oz. All of it. So we are at the lunch break of day 6, and we are listening to part 2 of Keffe D's unedited interviews with the production crew that did the Death Row Chronicles that eventually aired on BET. These interviews happened in 2017. The Death Row Chronicles aired in 2018. Keffe D released his book in 2019. He was indicted on this case in 2023. But to hear Keffe D tell it during the first part of the interview, he's really chatty. And then we get to interview number 2. Did Puffy ask you to do anything? No, not really. And he starts distancing himself from different parts of his story, which I imagine is frustrating for filmmakers. We are just getting to the part of the evening where Keffe D and those in the van with him are at the 662 Club before they leave to go to the liquor barn to pick up, as he says, cases of champagne before he switches into the white Cadillac with his nephew and others before the shooting of Tupac. But as he's talking about it in this interview, he's basically saying they started it. They started it. They started it with Orlando Anderson. They started it at the Lakewood Mall. They started it. They started it. They started it. But what's interesting is that in the first interview with filmmakers, when Keffe D came in like street clothes, he wasn't in a suit. He said he wasn't prepared to kind of be on camera. And they did like an interview on background, though it seems that they had audio running for it. Keffe D said, look, if I tell you what I did, if I tell you, I could get the death penalty, man. The feds are coming for me. I have to clear what I say with the U.S. attorney. And that U.S. attorney, we call him Bluebeard. He's out for all of us. He's a motherfucker. So in his first interview, he's talking about how if he tells them all of it, he's got to make sure that he's not going to go down for anything. And he distances himself from any involvement in the murder of Biggie quite a lot, but not from the murder of Tupac, and doesn't back away from the story that he tells that the feds went up to the federal penitentiary and told the warden that Keffe D was a rapper killer. He doesn't say, and that was some bullshit. He tells the story and leaves it. But when he talks about police conversation on the street, that he and his crew were involved in the murder of Biggie, he makes real clear to say, no, that's bullshit. That wasn't us. That's all bullshit. They're talking to cover for themselves. But he doesn't distance himself that way when it comes to the killing of Tupac. And each time we've seen so far filmmakers asking him about the murder of Tupac and trying, it seems, a little bit to humanize Keffe D, he does not take that opportunity very much. He takes the opportunity to talk about how he wishes it never happened because it fucked up his life, and relay the ways that it fucked up his life, and not to really get much more into that. When asked about the killing of Biggie, he does say that that made him sad. He does say that he and Biggie were friends and that he was fucked up about that. But then he gets right back into, and this is how it impacted my life. And though filmmakers are trying to pull a little bit more out of him, his reflection as to how all of this unraveled his own life. And it all comes back to him now saying multiple times, I wish I'd never met Puffy. I wish I'd never had that phone call with Puffy. I wish I'd never met Puffy. Pre-Puffy, things were going good. Post-Puffy, not so good. And he talks about how after he met Puffy, everything kind of went off the rails for him. And focuses a lot of his conversation about how this impacted his life. And not a lot of reflection on all of the other cost to that. And I just have to wonder how the jury is going to take that, because it doesn't seem that there's much regret over the lives that were lost other than his own. And we hear him talk again about the fact that he talked to the police because they were going to drop 48 indictments, similar to what we heard from the testimony of former LA PD detective Dupree, who was looking at was looking at Keffe D on the stand and talking about him taking that on himself did protect a lot of people. The FBI agent talked about it too. That some of what Keffe D said helped protect others and pull it onto himself. Is the defense going to try to argue that the reason Keffe D was saying these things was to protect himself and that he was just regurgitating information he heard on the streets to try to get the heat off of everybody else? However, in 2017, 2018, everyone else that was in that car was deceased. So when it comes to the murder of Tupac, there's no one else to take the heat for because everyone else in the car is gone. Now, with his drug cases, it makes sense that he's trying to protect his family, his suppliers, and the rest of it. But when it comes to the murder of Tupac, there was nobody really left to prosecute. And from my perspective, who was there left to protect? Maybe we'll get an answer to that question, maybe not, but I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more of this interview after lunch. Oh, also interesting is that the reel that was made for BET that we saw on Friday before all these interviews began with the unedited version, apparently that got leaked in between the two interviews with Keffe D. So he came in and he's like, don't leak this stuff on me again, which is kind of wild. And he still went and sat down for interview number 2. Absolutely wild stuff. So I'm going to take a quick lunch break. If you do not have the Lawnerd app. Now is the time. We will send you a ping directly back into this video when I am back from a very quick restroom break and grabbing snackies, and when witnesses change. I don't know if we'll have another witness today, but when we're done with this interview, which for some of you, you're like, haven't I already heard this before? Yes, but it's still a different interview. When we are done playing the interview, I will also send out a ping when we get back to questions of this witness. At some point, we're going to have to get to cross-examination. I'll let you know when that is, because I'm sure some of you are just like, are we done with this interview yet? His lawyer is supposed to be at this interview, but we still haven't heard him pipe up a bit. And we're just getting to the part of the interview where he's going to talk about the night that Tupac was killed. So who knows what he's going to have to say about that in this interview. I'm going to grab just a real quick restroom break. Oh, wait, no, not until I answer this question. Miss Star 500 in the chat. Miss Star 500 in the chat, this is a great question. Is he like Kim Kardashian and just wants fame for anything? So the funny thing is he talks about the Kardashians in his book. He talks about Britney Spears too. He has some conversations about the Kardashians and Britney. I was surprised that the Kardashians came up in his book, but the Kardashians came up in his book. Do we want to take a moment? Should we just take a moment for him to talk about? Yeah, I'm serious. Should we just take a moment to see what he has to say about the Kardashians? Because I feel like before we go to the lunch break, maybe it's good to just take a little stroll through his book. This is from page 129 from Compton Street Legend. He's self-referential in the title of his book. He's referring to himself. He starts talking about the fact that, that Eazy-E had a black AMX card, and he was saying that the black AMX cards, they would cut you off after spending too much money. Now, fact check. It's my understanding that the black AMX cards don't have a limit and you don't get cut off. So he was saying that Eazy-E had a black AMX card and it had gotten cut off because Eazy-E was spending too much money. Why he's putting Eazy-E's pockets out on the street like that, I don't know. But he is. And he's saying that he did not dress like a stereotypical gangster, that he was wearing expensive suits, crocodile shoes, all kinds of fly shit. His words, not mine. He said, I might fly to New York to have dinner and on my way back to LA, stop in Cleveland to check on my money. Those black AMX cards that celebrities carry cut you off when you spend too much money. I know from hanging out with Eazy-E, his shit used to cut off. Why are you putting Eazy-E's business out on the street like that? His shit used to cut off. Meanwhile, I would have 30 to 40K cash in my pockets. My shit wasn't cutting off. I'd have 2 to 3 million sitting at home in my closet. His story, not mine. His story, not mine. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, our crew used to be on the Sunset Strip having a ball damn near every night for 10 years straight. Life on the Strip was poppin'. The club scene, the Comedy Store, the Century Club on Saturday night, Paradise on Thursday. Britney Spears and them would be up in some of them spots. I believe if the Kardashian sisters, Kim, Kourtney, and Khloe, he wanted to name them, not just the Kardashians. He wanted to name them, and he put Khloe last. He didn't even put them in order of age. Kourtney's the oldest. Why are we clout? Never mind. We're putting them in clout order, I suppose. Kim, Kourtney, and Khloe, and Paris Hilton. I believe that if the Kardashian sisters, Kim, Kourtney, and Khloe, and Paris Hilton and them were on the Sunset Strip back in the day when we were ballin', his words, not mine, I'm not editing. Them bitches would have been with us because we knew how to ball. Bitches love gangsters. That's his words, not mine. In fact, they were addicted. And I'm not talking about gangbangers. I'm talking about gangsters. I would drink Remy Martin XO in the daytime. So, the Kardashians got a call out in Keffe D's book. I'm not sure why, but he was like, we had it like that. The Kardashians would have wanted to hang. So yes, Keffe D had some conversation about the fact that they were the kings of the Sunset Strip, to hear him tell it. So, with all of that, I'm waiting for Keffe D to be like, actually, it was us that leaked Kim's tape. I'm waiting. It's not in his book, but who knows what'll happen in these interviews. With that, I'm going to go take a lunch break. Very briefly, we will be back. Restroom, not bottles, baseball, and barbecue. Restroom, snackies, and water. And I will see you in just a moment. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app, and you'll hear this as we're getting back to court. Law Nerds, you're the best. I will see you in just a few minutes. And we've got some hold music brought to you that I chose, not Keffe D. I chose the music. This is not Keffe D. This is DJ EDB picked the music for the hold. late, but that's all right. Lonards, you ready? Me too. Just kidding. All right, we're back. That sounded weird. We're ready? We're ready. All right. The lights. I remember. We had a light out yesterday. We're going to have some light fights today as it gets darker. It's fine. We're going to go back to court. I know a lot of you are like, lunch break, it's dinner break. I know. Whatever type of snacky break is right for you, depending on what time it is and when your day started. We're just going to go back to court. And we're going to see what else Keffe D had to say. We're going to say what else Keffe D had to say that lines up with so much of what else he's already had to say. Because it's been wild for somebody who's like, yeah, I'm not sure if I can go to jail for all of this. I'm going to go ahead and talk. I don't think he ever cleared this with the U.S. attorney, by the way. I don't think he ever cleared any of this with anybody. I got a lot of questions, but there's not a lot of people left around to answer those questions. So here we are. Keffe D's left to answer those questions. I'm curious, but I don't know if we're gonna get answers to that. So when they say the things that you say can be used against you, that's just that's true. It's true. And Keffe D is living the things you say can be used against you. He had no promises in that interview with Las Vegas PD. No promises of immunity. No promises of a proffer. He never had an immunity offer. So I don't know how he was comfortable doing that interview with Las Vegas PD. I was sure uncomfortable with it. Still uncomfortable with it. Don't know how his lawyer was comfortable with it. Still got a lot of questions about that. I don't know if those will be answered in this trial. But he seemed uncomfortable with that conversation. He's like, well, they offered me this and that. And they're like, no, that was in the LAPD interview, not the LVPD interview. And Keffe D seemed to have a lot of questions about that. And his lawyer was like, no. Remember, they didn't offer you anything in this interview. And that was in 2008. And then 10 years later, he's sitting down with a film crew and putting out a book. And then we're here. All right, I'm going to zoom. Oh, sorry, I have it muted on my end. So now we're back as the jury's coming in.
Could the parties stipulate to the balance of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may be seated.
Jury's back in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. State, we are still on Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You may proceed with your video.
With the interview.
Thank you, Judge. And just for the record, we stopped at 40 minutes and 51 seconds, and I'm going to start it back.
Okay.
All right. Back into this interview. Interview part 7 million. I got some beef sticks and cheese.
I assume it probably was very...
The mouse on the screen, by the way, that's not mine. The purple one's mine. The other one is the prosecution's mouse to start and stop. We are now up in time to them going to the 662 Club, leaving the 662 Club in Vegas the night Tupac shot, going to the liquor barn, and then the shooting. After the shooting of Tupac, I'm going to put this back at 1.25. I wanted to hear what he said about the shooting in his own words with any inflection or hesitancy, and that gets muddied when we speed it up. So for this part, I just wanted to hear him in his own words, at his own pacing.
It was not. It wouldn't be smart to go inside because it's full of bloods, right?
Yeah. I'm quite sure they didn't know how to touch me. Cause you see me before I went into the fight.
They see me rolling. They hate me. Patrolling.
So you didn't see him there. You left after waiting for him for an hour, right?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Went to the liquor barn. Stopped and got some liquor. Started
Cases of champs.
Got a little drinks, stuff and left. And headed back to the hotel.
Okay. And this is all. This is all with how many people? Who's in the car?
It was 4 of us. Including me, and my nephew, and the boy Bubble Up.
It is
and,
Bubble Up and Big Dre.
Big Dre.
Not Dr. Dre, Big Dre.
So we
Masters
going
Degree Dre.
Flamingo. Got to Las Vegas Boulevard. Shit. We there for the bus out. Happened to see my friends. Sure. Tupac was hanging out the window. There they go, right there. So my partner busted you. Went by there. Got up there by there where he was. Shit. Pop looked like he got a gun. Got the busting. Shit. I got the duck. Shit. Got the busting back. Duck. Hit the corner. Made a right. So a white car got the chasing us. Still busting. We dished him out.
Notice the detail that's different. Notice the detail that's different. Pac looked like he had a gun. In every single police interview, he said nothing about it. But in this interview, everything he's saying is they started it. So in this interview, it's the first time we hear him really say, Pac looked like he had a gun. And then we got to shooting.
Went in the back of the carriage house. It's a hotel called a carriage house. Got up out of the car.
Okay, so let's again take it step by step. What car were you driving?
I wasn't driving no car.
Oh, what car were you in?
A white Cadillac. Yeah. A rented white car Cadillac.
Okay, and then when you saw them, how did you recognize them? I mean, you were driving on the street. How did you know it was them?
He was hanging out. Tupac was hanging out the window, passenger side window, talking about this Tupac. I mean, all the chicks was like, Tupac. He was like, hey, like a...
He's been consistent about that. The other witnesses do not line up with that. He's been consistent about that.
Celebrity, like he was in the parade. Yeah.
And so, after that, you knew that they were. What were they driving?
They was driving a BMW. Yeah. But shit. Once we got back to Compton, they were saying little Reggie and all of them was shooting at the car. So we got the car painted. We took it to the paint shop. You know what I'm saying? So we turned the car.
And now he's saying that Reggie Wright Jr. was shooting at their car. We've never heard that before at all. And he's like, no, we had to go to the paint shop. We had to go fix our car. None of the other interviews did they talk about it even once.
Okay, but let's go back to the moment that it happened, right? So you're driving, you see Suge and Tupac in the BMW. You turn around, right? You described it as a U-turn,
yeah.
So that you're facing, so that you're coming in the from the opposite direction, right? Tell me what happened in that moment.
What'd you say one more time?
Tell me what happened in that moment.
They see Tupac and bust to you.
To their car.
He's been real consistent about that.
We came from the gutter, man. Shit. Pac reached down and got his little shit. Got the busing. Shit. We got the busing back. Shit. I never bust. I was on the ducking shit. I didn't want to get hit. A couple of people had some little fragments and glasses in their ear and shit. Shit. Once we hit that right on Cobalt, the white sea breeze was chasing us. Shit.
Not the white sea breeze.
Got the fuck on. We made a right there on
he means Sebring.
Little street right there where the carriage house was.
So who pulled the trigger?
This is the first time he has ever said that Tupac was shooting at them. All of a sudden, now it's Tupac was shooting at them and they were returning fire. That's not what was said in any of the interviews with law enforcement. That's what was said in the interview that's going to be aired. He didn't know that the other interview with law enforcement was going to get leaked because it never should have gotten leaked. But in other interviews, he never mentioned this. We've now heard them all.
Who pulled the what? Who pulled the trigger? I don't know, to tell you the truth. I didn't see it.
And now he doesn't have any words for that. Now that it's going to be aired.
Pull the trigger? Who's closest to the other car?
Big Dre was the closest. Big Dre was the closest to the other car. But I was ducking, shit. The dude was crazy. I said, this dude was really trying to get a reputation. He was jumping around, like, damn.
So you I want to make this really clear. You mean to tell me that even though you were in the car with those three guys, and you talked to them a bunch afterwards, you don't know who shot the shots?
That would be incriminating myself.
Sir, you're incriminating yourself anyway. You're incriminating yourself anyway. You're incriminating yourself anyway. So that's difficult. Tiny Dancer asked, wasn't the Sebring a green convertible? That's what the witness who was in the Sebring said, but remember what law enforcement from Vegas said. Law enforcement from Vegas was talking about the lights they had on the strip and not always being able to tell the color. So when they were looking for a light-colored vehicle, they were just looking for a light-colored vehicle because the lights, the street lights could change the perception of the color of the vehicle. So I don't know if it just was a really light green and it looked white to him at night, because that's what Vegas PD said, that the lights would kind of mess with the light-colored cars and you couldn't always tell. So I'm not really discounting what color the Sebring was, because we saw the witnesses say we were in the Sebring and we almost crashed into them as they were trying to turn and cut us off. But he is, again, distancing quite a bit. That would be incriminating myself. Well, if you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Why are you worried about incriminating? Right. And now, there we go. Play! There we go. Wasn't working.
Okay. Are we cool with that, right? Yeah, okay.
Now the interviewers are like, excuse me, sir, we need like the whole story. Well, this audio sounds clearer. I'm gonna zoom real quick.
Just give me
there we go.
Quick second.
This sounds way better.
Describe Tupac. What did he look like? Did he look like he was gonna pull something? Just tell me everything you remember.
Tell me again.
Okay, when we pulled up, I was in the front seat, passenger side. He went down, got his shit, and got the bussing. So shit, I ducked. All I know is shit came from the back seat and they got the bussing back. Shit, we hit the corner after the shooting, and another white car got the chasing us. They got the shooting too. Shit.
Yeah, but you told me that already. So I just want to get it straight in my mind. Who's sitting in the back?
My nephew and my partner Big Dre.
And who's driving?
My partner Bubble Up.
So who? Behind the driver is Orlando, right?
No, Big Dre.
Big Dre. And so and Orlando's on the other side behind you.
Yes.
When the shots started ringing out, who's closer to the window?
Oh, Big Dre was. He was the same path. He was behind the driver. Big Dre was behind the driver.
Where'd the shots come from?
In the back seat.
Yeah, but who's closest? Who had the gun?
I don't know, sir. Tell you the truth. I was ducking.
And the fact that there was a gun there.
First time we've ever heard him say he was ducking. Also, the last time he talked about anybody ducking, he was clowning on Suge for Suge being too big to duck in his car. Because Suge's like 6'5". So he was clowning about Suge trying to duck and not being able to. And now we've got him saying, I don't know, man, I was ducking. I didn't see anything.
You guys were ready for something? Or you just...
No, we gangsters. What's wrong with guns? Yeah, better be caught with it than without it.
Do you remember anything else about that moment where the two cars met? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Do you remember anything else about that moment?
Oh, not really. It was like 20 years ago. Really the best recollection I can remember.
So let's talk about what we sort of started talking about outside. Like, there's allegations by certain police detectives that you had made a statement about who shot Tupac.
Not to my recollection. I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? You asking me for the truth. I'm here to tell you. 20 years, here to tell you. Get it from the horse's mouth. Right here.
The LAPD detective that they're talking about would be Greg Kading, who left the police force and promptly wrote a book about all of this, who had the 2008 interview where Keffe D talks about Orlando Anderson shooting because Dre froze. So, Kading is also signed on to this production. So the researcher and the rest of them have already heard the 2008 interview. So at this point, they know that he's not being consistent.
Was there ever any discussion about who actually did the shooting?
Was there ever discussion with who?
Yeah, you guys.
No, that's the code of the streets. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So somebody can get on a free jail card when you tell people.
What are your thoughts about Greg Kading and his investigation and all the stuff that's been out there?
How I feel about it?
Yeah.
Well, I was railroad. Felt I was railroad, crossed. You know, endangered my life. Put me in a bad fucking situation, bad spot. Life been fucked up ever since. Don't nobody trust me. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up.
Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched?
Because he talked so much. And then Kading turned around and put it in a book. Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
So can you tell me now whether what he published is true or false? Is there some truth to it? Not some truth, you know, some of it is true, some of it is false?
Shit, I think he's just trying to make $1. You know what I'm saying? He got fired. Trying to make $1 off a motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I figured. He's just trying to shit.
That didn't answer the question. Is it true or false? He's trying to make money. Is it true or false, though?
Use me so he can't use me no more. Shit, I'm fucking used up, man. Shit. He fucked over me. That's what I feel. Yeah.
And do you feel like the information that he has is completely false? Like,
he didn't say it was false. He didn't say it was false. He said he was used. He didn't say he was lied on. He said he was used.
The information that you have is that he has is completely false. I mean, it's known that they had a case on you, so you talked to them.
Is what you say?
I said it's known that they had a case on you.
It's known?
Yeah.
I mean,
shit. I can't. Not that I can remember. Shit.
Okay.
I'm trying to ask him to talk about what is known out there.
This reminds me of when law enforcement was trying to talk to Keffe D, and they're like, hey, who owns that Impala? And he's like, Chevy. Chevy owns the Impala. Well, is it your Impala? I don't own it. Chevy owns it. You should go talk to them. Well, is it registered to you? I'm not talking about that. I use it sometimes. I drive it sometimes. I use it sometimes, but it's not, I don't own that car. We're getting right back into the same pattern. So is what Kading said about you a lie? Keffe D's real clear when somebody's lying about him. He has a lot of words for it. He doesn't have those words at this point for Kading. It's not you lied, it's you used me to make a buck. They keep asking, okay, so is Kading lying?
The fact that he pointed at Orlando as being the shooter, and that's it's been published, and that's what there are legal, there are documents that have been published.
The question is.
My question was,
here's the lawyer
how do you
chiming
feel about
in.
that? Is there any truth to that? What is true? What is false?
Right, what I'm saying is you didn't
Here's
ask
the
that
lawyer.
question.
I did. You weren't here.
No? Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. So just ask him about, was it an investigation and there were statements made, and what is his opinion of the statements that were made?
Pardon me? Can you repeat that again?
There was an investigation, there were statements made, and you made certain, allegations, and, what is your opinion on those statements?
This isn't helping, Higgins.
This statement was made.
Right.
And what should I say, brother?
Well, you're going to comment about
what should I
what
say?
the real truth is compared to
Keffe D looking at his lawyer. What should I say? You're the one who wanted to get paid to sit down for an interview, man.
what people are saying. So this is what's true, and this is what people, that's not true what people say.
Okay. All right. Come on.
So what of that stuff that's been made public, what is true and what is false?
I'm giving you the truth right here, sir. Getting it from the horse's mouth.
Still didn't answer it.
Shit, can't get it no truer.
Still didn't answer.
Right. So what I want to know is if you were in the car and you were there with your nephew, it's pretty close to what Greg Kading is saying, right?
Shit. Is it pretty close? What'd you think?
Oh, he's turning to his lawyer now. What do you think? Higgins is like, I think you got to understand what he's asking you. This is the same lawyer that sat with him in front of LAPD and was like, hey man, you can either lock in your stories or you can give yourself a little bit of room. Looks like he's finally taken that little bit of room.
I think he's going to understand what he's asking.
In your own words, in those tapes that were made public, and this book Murder Rap, there's a film called Murder Rap. You, in your own words, we heard you say Orlando was the shooter.
You heard me say it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shit, I never had ain't nobody ever had no tape recorder with me.
Notice he's still not saying he didn't say it. He's dancing all around it. He actually is Flossie. He is the original tap dancer, and he's also Fred Astaire. So he is tap dancing all around the fact that you're on audio tape saying this. I didn't know. I never saw a tape recorder. Jazz hands. I never saw a tape recorder. We're back to he wrote Chicago. It's based on his life story. A lot of you are asking, where's Higgins today? Lawyer Higgins is an unavailable witness. He is also deceased. I do not know how or why. I am not going to get into it. Many in this case are deceased. Higgins is also one of them. But what he's not saying is it's not true.
Not to my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the fuck he gets some tape recorders. That shit maybe was made up or something.
So you're denying that you ever said that Orlando was the shooter?
It's wild listening to this. After we just heard those interviews. The prosecution put these on in a good order. We just heard those interviews. Yes, he apparently also wrote Shaggy, It Wasn't Me. Fact, the Cozy Treehouse. We just heard these interviews.
Ain't nobody ever had no tape recorder with me, not to my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the fuck he gets some tape recorders. That shit maybe was made up or something.
So you're denying that you ever said that Orlando was the shooter?
Yes, I'm denying it.
And your statement now is that...
Keffe, you were like 10 years too early for shit. Maybe it was AI. They must have made it up.
You were in the car, shots rang out from your car, but you don't know who did it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Came from the back seat.
Okay. Is there any is there any reason why you wouldn't be forthcoming about this information? In other words, is there a deal that you have in place?
He doesn't want to go to jail.
That would not allow you to say with any detail about that.
I'm asking you.
You want me to jump in? I mean, you gotta.
This is now the lawyer saying, this is now the lawyer chiming in. I'm going to put this back to 1.25, but I'm really interested about what Keffe D believes about whether or not there's a deal, about whether or not he can chat. I'm real curious to see what his perception of this is. But right now he is being evasive AF. Right.
The way he's asking the question, the way that you want to answer the question is you want to explain to him.
Keffe D is both Siegfried and
one. You don't have a recollection of that you reported, which is what you said.
I don't have a recollection.
If the circumstances which police officers try to investigate is not consistent with what the truth is. So you have no reason, what they're saying is different than what you're saying right now, which is you really telling the truth because the police don't have any motive for you to tell the whole story except the feds and what really happened. They just want to get what they need to get to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can explain. You can be more detailed like that, that's how you want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you might want to mention, that you really don't recall how dealing with Kading that way. You did deal with Dupree. Remember you dealt with Dupree? So you might want to, the only person that you remember.
Well, let's start there.
And now they're just like, Kading wasn't even there. Kading doesn't even go here. We don't even know her. We only dealt with Dupree. But that doesn't mean that they had a deal because Dupree was really clear. This is a conversation. You don't have a deal. On the proffer, they talked about it, but not on this. Fred's calling BS. My cat's like, nope, all of this is nonsense.
It just feels like a big... It gets getting confusing. Let's start there. You met with police.
Oh, poor Diaz. Diaz is like, I'm confused. He doesn't want to tell you what he told you last time.
Who did you talk to? And what was your... what did they want from you? What did you tell them, etc.?
Well, what did I tell them?
Well, let's start from the beginning. When did you meet with police? Who did you meet with, and what did you tell them?
Man.
I think he's asking in general, not that situation. Like, did anybody ever show up or ask you questions?
Correct.
Oh, shit. They've been sweating me for the last 20-something years, shit. I did, okay, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Well, they've been sweating me for the last 20-something.
Obviously, he knows that they're talking about the 2008 interview, and he goes all the way back to the beginning of his beef with all of law enforcement ever.
Years ever since that day that shit happened, because the first news reporter came out said Keffe D nephew. Right. Said ever since then I've been sweated by everybody, Compton police, FBI, fucking everybody.
ATF,
U.S. attorneys, fucking
CIA.
on my ass, man. I did 5.5 years in the feds. Every other month they was up there saying just a rapper killer. You know what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since.
He has said this like 6 times. I'm so surprised that this didn't get pulled out in 402s, that he's a rapper killer. I'm really surprised because I think you could pull some of this out in 402s because it doesn't specifically have to do with Tupac, but he doesn't.
And there's some truth to that, right? I mean, you were.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Oh no, we're going back to regular speed. The feds are rolling up to the pen, telling everybody you're a rapper killer, And then the interviewer says, yeah, but there's some truth to that, isn't there? Because you were in the car, and the answer is yes. You know you're on trial for murder for aiding and abetting, right? Because that's kind of it right there, though. There's been a lot of statements that he's made, but that's pretty clear.
Targeted. Just been on my ass ever since.
And
wow.
There's some truth to that, right? I mean, you were in the car.
I had to back that up to the rapper killer part. I slowed that back down. Oh my goodness.
Saying, just a rapper killer, you know what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since.
And there's some truth to that, right? I mean, you were in the car.
Yes.
Wow.
Some truth. Yes.
Yes, some truth.
And then what statements did you give police?
What statement I gave police? Shit.
In general.
Wow.
I didn't give no statements. You know what I'm saying? Not that, I ain't ever been tape recorded or nothing. What?
False. Clips of the Kading interview had been out before this interview. Audio of the Kading interview had been out before this interview. So him saying it wasn't tape recorded, he knows that that's bullshit because it's already come out publicly. I don't like that it did, but it did. Wild. I'm leaving this at, well, he's talking about this back and forth with police. I'm leaving this at 1.25 or at normal speed. We'll speed back up, but I'm curious about him talking about the interviews.
But when it first happened, did they come and interview you?
Did they come and interview me? Yeah. Oh, yeah, the FBI. Oh, shit.
What did you tell them? I guess what I'm asking is what did
I tell them?
Did you tell them what you're telling me today?
No.
Why not?
Nope.
Why not? Shit. Probably go to fucking jail.
How does it keep getting worse? Did you tell the FBI what you told us today? No, why not? I'd probably go to fucking jail. That also is a lie because he told the FBI more. But holy shit. In your own words, what's your concern with these statements? Well, I don't want to go to fucking jail.
So help me understand, why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out. You get it from the horse's mouth. One more time, Wayne?
Is that okay?
What?
Well, I think it's one statement he made he needs to correct. He said because you go to jail, but
no.
You want to explain because you were innocent. You didn't have to do
It's too late to put the shit back in the horse, Higgins. You heard it from the horse's mouth. And the lawyer's like, I think that there's a statement that you need to correct. He said it's because he would go to jail, but it's because you're innocent. You need to explain that the reason you're talking to them now is because you're innocent. Because you're innocent. Not because you'll go to jail. Take two. Go again. Roll camera. Let's try that again.
one statement he made he needs to correct. He said because you go to jail, but
no.
You want to explain because you were innocent. You didn't have to do it. I think you explained that.
Oh, okay. Because I'm innocent, I didn't have nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I was putting myself I was in a fucked up situation. I'm innocent. I didn't do a motherfucking thing. I want to jeopardize my freedom when I got got good things going on. I was living good,
That's right. So you tell me that you're telling me now because you wanted the truth to come out. Why is that important to you?
Because it's been several reports, and everybody just trying to make money off this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Whoomp, there it is. Whoomp, there it is. Everybody else is making money and hanging me out to dry. Time for me to get a piece. Whoomp, there it is.
Everybody soliciting me, hanging me out to dry, making me feel like a piece of shit, you know? Yeah.
Back to him.
Okay, so now let's just leave that, put that on the side for a while, and go back to what happened after the shooting. What did you guys do? How did you cover your tracks?
Well, I got away.
All right, I'm going to put this back up at 1.25 speed. That was some wild interview right there with, well, you are involved. Yeah. And then his lawyer's like, no, you want to do the interview because you're innocent. Yeah, I want to do the interview because I'm innocent. And all these other motherfuckers. Wild.
And I went to the hotel room. Then the next morning, woke up and took off on the rent car that I had. Me and my nephew drove home. So once we got home, the guys were like, man, we need to get this car fixed. So I said, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. Y'all go get that shit fixed. You know what I'm saying? So
what was the matter with the car? Do you remember?
It had bullet holes in it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
One of the little homies took the car to the shop. Had the car painted.
And then Orlando, I remember I read something about him giving some statements and stuff like that.
You got the rental car painted,
did you guys talk about what happened afterwards? Did you talk to your nephew about not saying anything?
That's just the code of the streets. They know not to say nothing. Everybody, you know, it's the code of the streets not to say nothing.
When Suge had his parole hearing, Orlando testified on his behalf. Why did he do that?
Damn. He paid his. Well, he paid it off. Paid his off. He the night before you want me to tell the whole truth? Well, the night before his hearing.
You want the whole truth? Yes, we would like you to tell the truth. This is about Suge's probation violation hearing. Suge was on federal and state probation. He was on video involved in the assault on Orlando Anderson before his hearing that Orlando Anderson was a subpoena witness at. Keffe D's side is that Orlando Anderson and Suge Knight came to an agreement with the lawyer, the previous lawyer, for $60,000, and that Orlando Anderson would then be compensated for the assault. So he would probably release claims of liability. But then Orlando Anderson happened to also go to that probation violation hearing and say that Suge had nothing to do with it. In fact, he was trying to break it up. The judge didn't believe it. Suge went to prison because video, but Orlando Anderson did go testify saying that Suge was trying to break it up.
Well, it's court date. My nephew called me saying, meet him up at the lawyer's office. So I get to the lawyer's office. It's Reggie, Senior, Sergeant Reynolds, and Suge Knight up to the lawyer's office.
That's who was there when they came to talk to the lawyers about settling
Two
this.
Compton police, one of them was captain and sergeant. I was like, what the fuck? You know? So I knew some fishy shit was going on there. Yeah.
And he offered you how much?
He gave up $60,000.
In exchange for?
To say that he didn't do anything.
For Orlando to say that?
Yes.
Just give me that in the full sentence. You're not going to hear my voice.
Okay. Well, my nephew asked me to come up to the lawyer's office. And I get there, Suge Knight, Reggie Wright Sr., and Sergeant Reynolds from the Compton PD was there at the lawyer's office. And he was like trying to work out a deal where nephew wouldn't say that the guy kicked him. But it didn't work because the next day the judge said, I can see him kicking you in the head right fucking now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Orlando regret that?
What's that?
Did he regret it?
Did he regret what?
Like going to court and saying this stuff that wasn't true.
It's the code of the streets, man. Shit.
What's interesting about this is that does Suge know that you guys, at this point, does Suge know that you guys were in that car?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
Interesting, because to hear Keffe D tell it time and time and time and time again, he says he and Suge looked at each other dead ass in the face, locked eyes like rams lock horns, and all the rest of it.
Just give me a.
Not that I know.
You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, because the newspaper article came out and said Keffe D left you. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to know what the fuck you saying my fucking name. You know what I'm saying? When I figured his strategy was to kill
He's talking about.
you know what I'm saying?
He's talking about Suge. He's talking about Suge putting his name on the street for being connected with the shooting of Tupac. He's the head of the snake, is what he's talking about.
Chop off the head of the snake. The rest of the body will fall.
Right, but I'm talking about paying you off to go to court and say that Suge had nothing to do with the, he's a victim, right? You're paying him off.
We're the victim.
No. What I'm saying is, Orlando's a victim.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the one who got beaten up.
Beat the fuck
he
up.
Goes and says that Suge didn't beat him up, which is clearly not true.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But on top of it, you guys had shot at him. Does he? And he doesn't know that.
I can't tell you because he's the only one from his crew really that knows.
So Suge doesn't know y'all shot at him, and now he's getting all, I'm not sure.
And the newspaper article came out saying Keffe D left you. So I figured he said it from day one, get rid of Keffe D. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he had it out for you?
I thought we was fucking friends. I really did thought we was friends, man.
Y'all shot at his head. So
he really was biting off the hand that fed him, you know what I'm saying? He didn't know that we did the groundwork, that I did the groundwork for his record company. Like this mother was gonna beat him a nephew, a kid, you know what I'm saying?
Something I wanted to ask you before, and I forgot to ask you, was the day before the fight, when you saw him.
Yes.
What did you guys talk about?
You just said, what's up, big dog? So what's up? Yeah. We two major players in the game, but we got the same balls. You know what I'm saying? Shit. He just had the music industry and I had the streets. That's all.
But you guys were cool.
Yeah, we was cool. Yeah, we was played football since we was little kids.
They were not, in fact, cool.
When you saw him the day before the fight.
Yeah, he acted cool. Shit.
Yeah. Another question I remember that I wanted to ask you is, who shot the Cadillac? Because you have to get.
They said it was pot. I don't know why they didn't even test me for powder burns. I don't know why.
So I talked in the middle of it. Tell me again, please.
I don't know.
Because there was no evidence that there was any shooting coming from the car that Tupac was in. That car was immediately immediately disabled with the tires. Law enforcement took both Suge and Tupac out of that vehicle. And you know what wasn't in that vehicle? A gun, casings. So any indication that anybody had been shooting from that car? There were casings found. All the casings found were .40 caliber, which is the type of gun that they had. There were no other casings found of any other caliber. So there's no indication that there was any shooting from Suge's car at all. But okay.
Why the police didn't check him for powder burns? Because he got the.
He's talking about Tupac.
I just ducked. Car was all shot the fuck up. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, just moving on. We got 15 more minutes. How much time do we have on those cards? Are we good?
I also don't think if that car drove all the way back from Vegas to Los Angeles, shot the fuck up, that nobody would have noticed after the shooting of Tupac. They said it was parked at the carriage house overnight. Nobody would have noticed? A car with bullet holes all in the side of it? Okay. Sure
Just give me a
can.
second. Let me just pull this up.
You know what you say about Reggie threatening me the next day?
Yeah.
I thought that was for you. You said
You want me to do it?
you wanted to keep that to you. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we want to
Okay,
hear about
all
Reggie
right.
threatening you the next
Yeah.
day.
Go for it.
Okay, well, the next day I got home. I was in my front yard about 4:15. Here
AM?
come Reggie Sr. Flying up, coming up from Greenleaf with birds. Ran the stop sign and everything, parked on the wrong side.
Are you talking about 4:15 in the morning? Because you said you guys partied all night and didn't leave Vegas until later. How is this happening at 4:15 in the morning? How are y'all even back from Vegas at 4:15 in the morning if you partied all night, slept in Vegas, and then drove back? You did not do a shooting, partying all night, then sleep, then go back. Unless it's in the afternoon, which is then possible. So, could be in the afternoon.
Flying up, coming up from Greenleaf with birds. Ran the stop sign and everything, parked on the wrong side of the street. Jumped out the car and talking about, "Hey, Kingpin, let me tell you something, motherfucker." I said, "What's up?" He's like, "If you kill my motherfucking son, bill's coming up. Get your motherfucking ass." I said, "What the fuck is you talking about?" Yeah, "I'm just letting your ass know, motherfucker." Like, oh, I just looked at him crazy. What the fuck is you talking about? Reggie Sr., so it was bad. They was the mayor, and everybody was against us, man. Yeah, everybody, the whole town.
And can you explain who? Because I don't know that a lot of people know who Reggie
Sr. is the Compton police. He's the captain. They had another guy, Reynolds. They was all under the death row banner. Even the mayor, Omar Bradley, was all up under that shit.
Can you tell me what? Because I think we touched on that before, but I didn't really get a good picture. It's like how affiliated was Suge with LAPD?
LAPD and Compton police.
And Compton police, yeah.
Yeah, he was shit. Most of the guys is from his neighborhood. A lot of the guys from like David Mack, Reggie Sr., Reggie Jr., Patterson, Reynolds, all of them is from his neighborhood. So that's how you got that plug with him. You know, shit. It was really, really dangerous for us. You know what I'm saying? So we should really try to stay out of the city of Compton.
Because when you go against Suge, you're going against Compton. Can you tell me that in a sentence?
When you're going against Suge, you're really going up against the police. Compton police, Rampart, all that, all his neighborhood friends. So yeah, he kind of had a winning bout, you know. Who else better to have on your team is the police? So we was kind of fighting a losing battle with them guys. Raid all those spots, take all our guns. Yes.
So that's cool because I wanted to establish that connection because a lot of people don't know that he was protected.
Yeah, he's protected by the.
They did get raided and the police took most of their guns. That did happen.
The mayor, city councilmen, Compton PD, big rank and files.
Who he was paying off?
Shit, he was buying police cars and stuff like that, and you know, giving out turkey drives for the city, all that shit. So he was really protected. He was in there.
Compton PD wasn't doing dirty shit because he supported the turkey drives. What?
You know what I'm saying?
So when he was talking, he was giving out turkeys to people or like having
fucking hell
shit like in the park, whatever, free food for people.
He probably was giving out turkeys, but that's not the underlying point. They weren't doing dirty shit because he was giving out turkeys at the holidays. The fuck?
That's to pay off cops?
And no.
They had the turkey drives are definitely not paying off the police. No. Nope. He probably was doing turkey drives, but I don't believe that he was bribing the police with foster farms. Not a chance.
Very nice cars. They shouldn't have on no police salaries. Very nice cars.
It's crazy that the record business paid for that.
Yeah, I paid for them. Yeah, I started them off. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So I wanted to establish that connection. I also want to ask.
Now, who might have had cars that death row paid for? I got questions about that. I got some questions about that. But he was doing turkey drives is crazy. For those of you that are who said butterball bribery. Seaweed said the butterball bribery. I mean, it sounds like a cozy mystery. the butterball bribery. It does. Oh, for those of you that are like, what is he talking about? He's talking about giving out turkeys at the holidays to the food banks, and law enforcement will often have toy drives where people donate toys and then they give them out to families in the area that need them. So he was donating turkeys and toys and stuff to the police to give out in the neighborhood. Right. This is wild. We're not even talking about like $8 eggs. Who said other people's poultry?
Ask you, what's the connection between Puffy, Zip?
What's the connection between Puffy, Zip, Suge Knight, turkey, the poultry, and the popo?
We never told me that. You told me that he introduced you to Puffy, but I don't know what their relationship is.
It just moved on.
I didn't really know that. I didn't get deep into that. It was just shit. I was a major player. I had the bread.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just that Zip came to you, and then that's how you ended up.
How did Zip come to you? Because I was a major player, homie.
Meeting Puffy.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I think
3 minutes.
9 more minutes.
Okay.
I think we went over a bunch of shit. So.
Let's go back to Chris. I want to take Chris Brown out of there, though. What I said about the dudes being blood? Yeah, take Chris Brown out of there, because.
By the way, don't mention Chris Brown. Don't mention Justin Bieber either while you're at it. Maybe don't name drop.
My niece.
You have to tell me the whole thing again, then, so I can use it.
Okay, my niece.
Sit back.
Okay, sit back.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
About the Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Okay, well, these guys running around here claiming blood. These little entertainers like Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and what's the guy's name?
Not Back to Soldier Boy.
We had the same question last time. Somebody came up with it.
What's the guy's name?
How old is that song now?
Soldier Boy. Okay. Let me start over again. All right.
What,
well,
15 years
old?
old?
The guys claiming blood. This Justin Bieber, Bow Wow.
What the fuck?
And Soldier Boy. Well, it's just a fab. Y'all need to stop that stuff out. You know what I'm saying? People from our background is trying to get up out of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys wait to get $1 million and want to be a blood. That's wrong. Y'all doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? You guys not from here. You get caught up in that bullshit. But you guys doing it backwards. You guys should be trying to...
Keffe D would like to put out a PSA. This is Keffe D's PSA to Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and Soldier Boy. You guys need to knock that shit off. You guys wait till you get $1 million, then you want to be a blood. That's backwards. You don't want none. Don't start none, don't be none. This is Keffe D's PSA to Keffe D's PSA. Crank That was in 2007. Good Lord. So this interview's in 2017. So this interview's 10 years after it came out. That's wild. Does anyone believe Justin? I need a fact check on Justin Bieber claiming bloods. It's because that just seems wild to me. That anyone would look at him and be like, "Yeah, sure, buddy."
Soldier Boy. Well,
it's just
wild.
It's
just a fab. Y'all need to stop that stuff out. You know what I'm saying? People from our background is trying to get up out of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys wait to get $1 million and want to be a blood. That's wrong. Y'all doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? You guys not from here. You get caught up in that bullshit. But you guys doing it backwards. You guys should be trying to lead for examples. Set example for kids. Don't try to game pay.
You told me that last time. There's a group. You gave me a really good quote. You were like, you're doing it the other way around, right? You're doing it backwards. It's not that you don't want to. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood.
Okay. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood, not coming back $1 million going into the hood. Our object is to get out the hood. You know what I'm saying? Get out of gangs. You guys doing it backwards. You guys need to cut that bullshit out.
So is that because you talked about Tupac? Is that how you felt about Tupac?
Yeah. I feel all these guys, entertainers, you guys faking.
Tupac specifically, what was it about him?
What was it about Tupac?
That you didn't like? Because you told me you didn't like him last time.
Because it's relevant to the case, I'm going to slow this down. Though it's probably just going to piss me off. But I'm curious to see what he has to say. But his stay off the streets, kids, was his PSA. Basically, don't LARP.
I didn't ever say I didn't like him.
Yes, you did. You see.
Tupac specifically, what about him? And the interviewer is, what is it about Tupac you didn't like? You told me you didn't like him last time. Keffe D, I didn't say I didn't like him. Yes, you did. You thought he was a punk-ass gangster wannabe. Jesus.
What was it about him?
What was it about Tupac?
That you didn't like? Because you told me you didn't like him last time.
I didn't ever say I didn't like him.
Yes, you did. You thought he was a punk-ass gangster wannabe or something, you said.
Oh, yeah, he going around jumping sets. Going around jumping sets. First, he was with the Outlaws. He was from New York, Baltimore, Oakland. God damn. You know, that's against the code, man. You can't be jumping sets on me. Stick to one set on me.
Stick to the code.
You tripping. Yeah, and that ain't the way it go. You don't supposed to join the gang. You're supposed to be getting out of the gang. 25, become a grown man and get up out that shit. Shit ain't about nothing. It's either the prison or the fucking graveyard.
Okay, that's actually facts, though. You get out, or that part's facts. But also, he just continues to muddy the water. He just continues to muddy the water.
So, you know, best thing to do, Justin Bieber and them, stay the fuck up away from that bullshit. So they ain't right. Yeah, I'm telling you from an OG.
Right. Yeah. Did you how
wild?
Okay, how
the threats, Mike Tyson them. You liked that too?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, I got threat. A few people threatened me on the internet. Mike Tyson, Tretch, Spice One.
Why are you trying to start shit with Tyson? What did Mike Tyson say about you on the internet that you're so pissed about? I truly don't know. I hope they ask a follow-up.
Stick to rapping and boxing. You guys ain't about that life, man. You don't want to do life in prison. You know what I'm saying? You need to cut that bullshit out, man.
Well, so you're telling all these people not to do this? Oh, go for it. I'll just give you the question while he changes that.
Okay. I'm telling all these people not to do this, and I'm the fucking leader.
Well, but also,
I quit though.
Yeah, oh, good. So you say that, because that's part of like why you're talking to me now, because you're out of the game.
Yeah, I'm 50-some years old, grandkids.
Right.
I'm 57 years old with grandkids. I'm going to put this back at 1.25. Oh, and then he gets back to talking about his Versace, his Versace suits, his $1,400 belt, his $2,200 crocodile shoes or whatever. All right, back to Keffe D talking about Keffe D.
I have to say, I think the tie and the suit, the penguin shirt.
My daughter and them said I look like a swap meet bomb. So, Daddy, if you let that put, I swear to God, that's that shit from the swap. They know. Tell the truth, homie. That's just what.
Today, man. I ain't see that.
Yeah. It's like a bear. It's a bird on your chest. Is what
Yeah, I mean, but I know it's like swap meet on here.
Yeah. So this Versace, homie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Clean, man.
Yeah, man. Gave the belt $1,400, shoes $2,200. Just balling, man.
That's right.
Yeah, it wasn't for me, shit.
I'm wearing a Versace suit, $1,400 belt, $2,200 shoes, ballin', man. And if it weren't for me, Suge would never have a record company. Where the fuck does this come from? Yeah, if it weren't for me, Suge would never even have a record company. What is this non sequitur? The definition of living rent free.
Never had a record company, homeboy.
This man has taken credit for death row so many times in this interview.
That's right.
Yeah, if it wasn't for me, Suge would have never had a record company, homeboy.
All right, we're gonna do 4 or 5 more, and then we're done. Yeah, you're seeing it completely on A. Yeah, you're good.
He actually invented
So I just want to pick that
the
up.
record
so
player.
You were telling all these people not
and
to
music.
not to go back, right?
Yes.
But that was your life.
Yes. I'm trying to tell them not to make the same mistake I made. You know what I'm saying? Get up out that shit, man. It ain't worth it. I'm 54 years old. Got 7 grandkids.
Oh, 54.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't about that, man.
What did you learn that you want to make sure these guys don't? What mistakes did you make that you don't want people to make?
What mistakes I made?
Mistakes? I've made a few.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I had a mistake. Well, yeah. Mistake I made.
What mistakes did I make? I made the mistake of trusting people to not fuck me over, man. I was too generous. I was too generous with people. I was too successful. Let me tell you about my mistakes. I brought too many people into the inner circle.
Trusting people, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't your homeboys, you know what I'm saying? It just ain't right, man. A lot of people folded chairs on me.
Well, you didn't leave, I mean, were you ever afraid? Like, I'm sure getting out of the game makes it better to live with some peace of mind. Like, nobody's going to jump you all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm kidding. I was just messing with you. Hey, we're going to go over this stuff before you put it on the air, ain't you?
No.
Chop it up.
Yeah, of course. We're going to make it look good.
Okay.
All right, so a couple of serious questions. Tupac dies. How do you feel about it? I mean, this is a guy who was a major rap star, movie star. You're telling
How I feel about it?
You're telling me now that people shouldn't act like gangsters. You feel sad about it at all?
How do I feel about it? Well, I hate the brother. Got himself in that. Put himself in a predicament, stuff like that. Just taking off. I hate the way you go. Life don't go like that. Just taking off on innocent people. My nephew was young, 20 years old. Just take off on him. He didn't do nothing to you. He didn't do nothing to you.
So you think it was?
He's talking again about Orlando Anderson. He's talking about Orlando. Orlando didn't do nothing to you. You can't just go off like that on innocent people. Orlando didn't do nothing to you. That's what he's talking about.
Like that, just taking off on innocent people. My nephew was young, 20 years old. Just take off on him. He didn't do nothing to you. He didn't do nothing to you.
So you think it was deserved?
No, I don't think it was deserved. Brother should have kept his hands to himself, and I hated that to go that way because it really fucked up my life. Period. Yeah.
He gave him an opportunity to undo that answer. He's like, would you like to take that back? Nope. I would like to double down.
Yeah. Do you think about his family?
Yes.
What do you think about?
I hated that to be. I hated that to go that way. You know what I'm saying? Lord be with you guys. That's what I feel.
Do you, since you said it ruined your life, do you have concerns about revealing all this stuff to me now?
Oh, shit. The Lord got me. I'm protected by the Lord, the hand of the Lord. Got a shield over me. He helped me through cancer and everything, Kept a shield on me from being killed by the Compton police, just ran Voir, all that. Because when I was in, shit.
Yeah. Since you told us about what happened that night in Vegas, do you feel bad? Do you feel like you want to apologize to Tupac's family?
No, he didn't say that at all.
I hated that to happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was a good guy. I mean, I hate that happen. He was a good rapper and stuff. He was a good role model for the people. And I just hate he had that bad side in him. You know what I'm saying? So I always want to take off.
Do you want to apologize to his family?
No, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing to his family.
Right.
One last time.
He does not, in fact, want to apologize. They keep trying to have a moment, and his moment is like, nah, I'm not saying all that. Nope. Fred.
You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
They keep it for the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat, bro.
So can you just tell me it was either one or the other?
No, he's not going to tell you that.
Can't tell you that. It was in the back seat.
This is not something that we don't know already. You told me who was seated in the back, and you're saying the shots came from the back. So I'm asking you to tell me, in your own words, it either was one or the other.
He did. He said it came from the back seat.
It just came from the back seat.
They're both dead.
Yeah.
What's your concern?
What's my concern?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, just...
Right now, I just want to, the Lord is protecting me, so I really don't have no concern. I'm in the hands of the Lord. Yeah. All my people is religious.
No, I mean...
I don't have any concerns. Well, then why aren't you telling us? I don't have any concerns. God's got me. The Lord has me. I have no concerns. I'm sticking to the codes of the street. I have no concerns, but I'm sticking to the code of the street. Okay.
You're concerned in revealing who shot Tupac.
What's my concern?
Yeah.
I don't have no concern. I just won't be saying I'm no fucking rat running around like that, dude.
There's the concern. The concern is what people are going to say about you. That's the concern. I don't want people saying I'm a rat. Running around saying I'm a rat. I don't have any concerns, but I don't want people saying that about me. His reputation. Yeah, he's worried about his reputation. He's going to stick to the code, and he's worried about his reputation. Okay.
This is about your code, right? This is about...
Yes.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah. Oh, this is about the code. I'm saying it came from the backseat on, you know. I'm tired of everybody trying to extort money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just out for the money being greedy. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit. You know? Okay. Soliciting us. They've been soliciting us for years, man. Yeah.
All right, I've done one more question. You know how I do my little research?
Chat's here going, why do you talk like you're running out of time? Obsessed with your legacy. Yes, we're back to Hamilton. We're back to Hamilton.
I read that a Glock 40 was found in Corey's yard.
That's C-Ray.
Corey Edwards.
Well, they said Corey was the first one who made statements about the situation. And I never gave Corey no gun. And nobody from that car never gave Corey no gun.
Can you tell me how the gun ended up in the car?
Not going to do that.
I ain't had no gun. I don't know who had a gun.
Okay. What happened to the gun after the murder? What'd you do with it?
I have no recollection of what happened to that gun.
I think this is the first time we've heard Keffe D say, I have no recollection of that. Yeah, they put it on the tire. Went on the tire, and then it just poof, just disappeared. Chris Angel. That's probably the wrong timeline for magicians. Penn and Teller, maybe? Just vanished. Who knows?
Okay.
So you know about Corey snitching me out like that?
No, I mean, I just read that I didn't know about the snitching. I knew that the gun was found in his backyard.
Yeah, his neighbor got killed. This shit ain't going on the thing. It is?
No.
No, his neighbor got killed.
This shit's not going on the thing, is it? His neighbor got killed. Let me tell you about C-Ray. He has a few things to say about C-Ray in his book, because he believes C-Ray was snitching on him.
He got scared. Right. Call Suge. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, do you think somebody tossed a gun to frame him? The one that was found in the backyard?
That was bullshit. Yeah. Corey was just trying to get out of trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll pick it up in Vegas then, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, man. That's what he said.
Told you. I mean, that's what Tara wants, too. It's not just me. Thanks, man.
Corey.
And the lawyer. I mean, your client's sitting there saying, rapper killer, yeah, there's some truth to it. And now the lawyer's popping up with, I want to ask you some aesthetic questions. What? Higgins?
But I would think, maybe you might want to ask some aesthetic questions now. Was it sunny? Was it clear? Were windows up and down?
It was nighttime.
Let's get that real quick. Yeah. It's actually it's nighttime, so.
Yeah, but you might want to mention.
Higgins is like, I want you to look at camera 1, but then I want you to look at camera 2 as you're talking about it being cool at nighttime. It was a cool, dark night. Cool. Right. Sure.
They say it happened at night.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's just do it real quick. Just sit there.
Just a setting.
3 minutes.
My sister gonna kill me, man, if I don't go cook that food.
It's your lawyer who's asking.
But just setting. That's why I'm saying it when we meet.
Because it helps the description. Yeah, let's keep rolling. Sorry, guys. Randy, do you have anything?
I have one thing. I'll tell you. You can tell me if it's important.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand right here.
Okay.
Just so that we can sort of paint a picture about that night. Just tell me, like, was it cold? Was it warm? It happened in...
It was warm. It was kind of warm. September 7th. It was warm. It was warm and, shit. It wasn't... What else?
Was it... Were you guys drunk? Because you...
No, we weren't drunk or nothing. You fucked up our eye. Fuck up our eye. We was gonna go get eye. Drink bottles and smoke some weed and stuff.
You knew what you were doing.
Okay.
You weren't under the influence. Never mind. Were you driving fast? How fast were you driving? How slow were you
wasn't driving.
I was never driving. I was in the passenger.
You were in the car, so...
we took it, we know not to burn rubber. That put us on, from being in Compton, not to burn rubber and stuff like that, Shit.
How long were you driving around till you saw them? How long did you drive around?
He's out of this interview, and his lawyer's like, no, ask him a few more questions. What is happening?
Until you saw them.
Oh. Well, no. We just left the liquor store to about 5, 10 minutes. Casino.
And what were you doing before that? You're just driving around? Just tell me that.
No, we was going back to the we was leaving the liquor store, going to the hotel, to our hotel room.
So you were not out there looking for them specifically?
No.
You just happened to see them?
Just happened to see them.
So it was a bad luck?
Yeah, it was bad
That
luck.
I believe.
If he wouldn't even been out the window, we would have never seen him. He was hanging out the window like he was in the parade.
I don't think he was hanging out the window.
He was hollering Tupac. Just going like this, hanging out the window.
Okay. Any other details that are important? Oh, yeah. Did you see... Well, you just told me...
It was dark.
Clear
Nighttime.
black night. Clear
Nighttime.
white moon. Right.
What
We're going
time was
right
it,
back to
9
Warren G.
At nighttime, yeah.
Can you set the stage?
What you, man?
Did you guys have the windows down? Was the radio playing?
Yeah, the radio playing. We should go get out and have some fun. Yeah.
What were you listening to on the radio?
You can ask him.
Well, I just think there was...
Good Lord, right back into
There
it.
was word on the street that Orlando, after the shooting, was taking credit for it.
No.
Can you speak to that, react to those sentiments?
Orlando would never go around bragging about no stuff like that. Why would he incriminate himself? You know what I'm saying? If he did some stuff like that. Orlando would never do no stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Never in his life.
So to the best of your knowledge, there was no chatter in the streets between the two.
There was 100% chatter. He's just saying that Orlando didn't say it, which we'll see.
Gangs about that.
No, not to my knowledge. I heard he had a hit out on me for $100,000. So I'm worried about that.
Describe that. What did you hear about this hit?
What's that?
What did you hear about this hit?
That was all.
Are you mad that Diddy had a hit out on Suge and Puffy for $1 million and the hit on you was only $100,000? What are we talking about right now? Word on the street is they had a hit on me.
Yeah, the meeting at Luke's Park, and he said he had a hit on me. I just started laughing.
Who had a hit on you?
The fucking Death Row, Fire Roofs. Maybe the police. That's the only person I was worried about was the police. Because they can handcuff you and pull you over and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yeah.
You good?
Yeah.
End of file.
Frame the jury.
End of file. It says end of file. Are we done?
Ms. Dorsey, those were the two conversations.
Well, Keffe D had a lot to say, then not a lot to say, then a whole bunch of word salad in the middle about what he didn't want to say. The switch up between the on background interview and the what was going to go out on TV interview is wild listening to them back to back. And now we're going to get into, I presume, the rest of direct examination. Miguelina, do you mind letting the app know that we are moving on to the rest of the questioning and we are now done with both of the interviews with Keffe D? Good job, everybody. We made it.
Listed to 2017, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2018, the finished
The prosecutor talks a little bit quick. I'm going to slow this back down to normal speed unless we need to speed it back up.
product the jury saw yesterday, that was Mario Diaz's finished product.
Yes, February of 2018 is when the show premiered.
At some point, did you become aware of a book written by Mr. Davis and a Joseph Yah?
Yes, I was maybe late 2018 when I think a Twitter account popped up under Keffe's name, and they were starting to. Yes, I think that's how I first tipped on to the fact that there was a liquor store in the region or the area where Keffe had described.
Hold on.
No, Mr.
Fred stepped on my mouse. I don't know how far it jumped. Oh, a whole lot. That jumped a whole lot. Hold on. All right. Emily, you can't blame your cat for everything. He stepped on the mouse. All right, we need to get back to the end of the audio. We're scrubbing back in time. All right, there's the audio. They're starting to ask if you became aware of Keffe D's book. Code Fred.
Told people that they should read it.
Yes, Keffe D was on the witness list. That witness was on the witness stand the entire time that the audio was playing. So we're gonna just back up a little bit. It looks like we're gonna start talking about Keffe D's book. Very curious to hear what they have to say about Keffe D's book.
Two conversations were listened to in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2018, the finished product the jury saw yesterday, that was Mario Diaz's finished product.
Yes, February of 2018 is when the show premiered.
Okay, there we go. We're back.
At some point, did you become aware of a book written by Mr. Davis and a Joseph Yah?
Yes, I was maybe late 2018 when I think a Twitter account popped up under Keffe's name, and they were starting to promote it and put excerpts from the book up. That's when I knew for sure the book that he had mentioned during his interview with Death Row Chronicles that was actually happening.
And then in 2019, did you actually get a copy of the book?
Yes, as soon as the book was published, like the first day, I got a copy and read it.
Did you read it?
I did. I read it immediately in one sitting.
I mean, it's not a long book.
Subsequent to that, have you seen Mr. Davis hold the book up and claim ownership of this book?
Yes, when he did his first Vlad TV interview, Vlad TV is a channel on YouTube.
I wonder,
it's a really
I imagine
popular
this is
interview
going to come
channel.
up.
That was in, I think, the summer of 2019.
pages.
He, at one point, held up a copy of his book and told people that they should read it and that it was the real truth.
I imagine we're going to
First, I'm going to show
right?
you State's Proposed Exhibit 67 and 68. I should take a look at those.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see the Vlad TV interview at some point, right?
Do those appear to be the front and back cover of that book that Mr. Davis was displaying and taking ownership of?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as 127. Just briefly flip through that.
Are they going to try to put this whole book in evidence?
Because there is a redaction in there.
Yeah, they are. It's the Kindle version because there's a redaction in there. They're going to put the whole book in evidence. They're going to. Okay.
27. Just briefly flip through that. That's the Kindle version because there is a redaction in there. While he's doing that, I'm going to put 167 in.
A whole book.
Or 67.
Whole book. When this goes to jury deliberation, we are going to have to take into account that the jury may want to read this entire book out loud in the jury room. Putting the whole book in evidence, minus whatever the redaction is. There are some points of the book that aren't relevant. I mean, the Kim Kardashian of it all that we read earlier is definitely not relevant to this case. There are parts of this book that are not relevant to this case. actually wild.
Yes, appears to be the Kindle version of that particular book.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go through the entire book with
Thank
you.
God.
I do have some questions.
He has some key highlights.
Does Mr. Davis in the first chapter describe his purpose in writing this book?
Yes.
I don't recall exactly what he says at the beginning of the book.
Okay, the jury will have it back.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
I guess, Judge, I'll move to admit, what is that, 127?
Is that the book? So Kindle excerpts of the book.
It's the Kindle book with the court's redaction.
Okay. Any objection that hasn't previously been litigated?
May I approach?
You may.
Well, okay. We're getting to the defendant's entire book being marked into evidence. And they're using this witness to do it because this witness can verify the stories in the book they're approaching. This was dealt with in pretrial motions. Amanda asked Emily, when he wrote the book, did he think it was covered by an immunity agreement? He never had immunity. I honestly don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking because he didn't have immunity. I don't know if he was thinking everybody else isn't going to make money off of this, or if because the interview from 2008 with Las Vegas PD, nothing had come of it, that he was good. I don't know what he thought. But can you imagine how hard it would be to be on the jury? They have dropped like the name of 4 different books that the jurors can't go look at yet. So the jurors have got to also just be like, well, are we going to get eventually to see it? They just have to wait.
That will be admitted.
Also, Greg Kading's book had already been out with a lot of the same information in it, and he had cancer. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of factors. Admitted. Number 127, defendant's book. Holy shit. Keffe D's words are in evidence.
Within this book, does the defendant, let me ask you this. Do you know who Michael Duro is?
Yes, Michael Duro Jr., street name was Little Owl. He was Orlando Anderson's best friend. I understand going back to when they were toddlers.
And in the book, does Mr. Davis claim that he had some little homies in Las Vegas, and that's how he learned about the 662?
Yes, he said that there were people that were locals there that had heard the advertisements that the concert was happening that night with Tupac.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to take judicial notice of State of Nevada versus Michael Duro, 96C 13644 in the 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada, that Michael Duro was bound over to district court on June 13th of 1996 for trafficking in a controlled substance and transporting a controlled substance, pled guilty, and on August 20th of 1996 was remanded to boot camp and was in boot camp at the time of the homicide.
Give me the case number again.
96C 136488.
Are you trying to prove that it was bullshit? Why are we trying to prove that stuff he said in his book was bullshit?
3, 6, 4, 9.
96C 136488.
488. Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second. Duro, D-U-R-R-O-G-H.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check judgment of conviction.
Okay. I'm going to zoom.
97 showing that. Judicial notice is taken.
Thank you. And specifically that he was remanded to the custody of NDOC on August 20th, 1996 and remained there through the time of the homicide.
Okay.
August 20th, there was a hearing, status check on 120-day evaluation. and then he was ordered committed. The order of commitment was 8/22/96. Okay, I'll take that judicial notice then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you give Michael Duro's moniker?
Yeah, it's called Little Owl. Little Owl on the street. Owl like the bird.
Owl.
Within the book.
Because I thought he was saying little Al. Like, you can call me Al. That's what I thought. Owl. O-W-L. All right.
Does Mr. Davis use a different moniker for Little Owl?
Yes, he calls him the Reaper.
We just heard Mr. Davis talk about Corey Edwards in that second interview.
Right.
Do you know who Corey Edwards is?
Yes, he was at the time a
C-Ray.
close associate of Keffe D's. I think he referred to him as a lieutenant in his organization.
And the moniker, he uses the real moniker in his book, correct?
His name was C-Ray.
At the end of, well, before I get to the end of this book, early on, does the defendant describe his early criminal career that ultimately resulted in some convictions that sent him to prison?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 73 and 74.
I imagine these are records that line up with the things defendant said because they're going through, I would imagine, and trying to show that most of what Keffe D said in the book is true. He's marking those for evidence. I'm going to answer some
felony
questions.
Conviction for possession of a controlled substance in Municipal Court of Compton, Judicial Court, County of Los Angeles, State of California, in case number A.
We've also heard the defendant talk about these in numerous police interviews. Tracy, it's a great question in the chat. How does this preserve evidence? What happens if Audible goes out of business? I imagine what they're talking about is a thumb drive with a download of the Audible version. So it is a digital preservation, not a physical copy of the book, but a redacted digital preservation of the book. So it's a download. They're not going to have to upload it. It is a thumb drive download is what I would imagine.
636901, as well as same charge, case A 637226.
Any objection? Or you're asking to admit those?
Yes, no,
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
Mr. Davis also describes going to prison for 3 or 4 years in the late 80s.
Yes, he refers to it as gladiator school.
Yes,
Now, at
he
the
does.
back of the book, he calls out some people that he's upset with.
Yes.
He goes full Sarah Boone / Regina George at the end of the book. It's like a burn book. And he's just like, you were wrong for this and you were wrong for that. And the reason that they're asking this witness about the book is because A, you can't cross-examine a book, but B, you can't call the defendant to read the book. And this witness heard Keffe D's stories and researched his life, so he's able to fact check parts of it. But could we get to a point where the defense says the book speaks for itself, it's in evidence, why do we need him to explain it? Maybe, but he's connecting the things in the book that maybe the jury doesn't know, like who C-Ray is, who Little Owl / the Reaper is, etc.
One of those people is...
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
Okay, will you rephrase?
Do you know, well, who's Uchi's?
Uchi?
Yeah.
Uchi, I think we believe, is Win.
Who's Uchi? What do you mean you believe? You either know who Uchi is or you don't know who Uchi is.
And Win Prince, who was a very good friend of his, that he believed had snitched on him at some point.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as speculation.
What's your response, State?
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Okay, so it's sustained at this time. You may attempt to lay more foundation.
What does Mr. Davis say about Uchi's in the book?
He says that Uchi has been a good friend of his since they were
Before
children.
he answers the question, may I approach?
Yes.
He's trying to lay foundation for how you can figure out who Uchi is, because some people get named by their street names. Also, this might have been better questioning for LAPD. This might have been better questioning for the investigators from the task force. Truly, with Darren Dupre. it really might have been a better line of questioning for Dupre. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar while they are talking about trying to figure out if this witness knows who the fuck Uchi is or not. Uchi, it's O-O. Here, how does he spell Uchi in the book? Like way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. That's the kind of Uchi we're talking. Like that. Is that 290s? Maybe. Let's see. Let's get to the epilogue of the book. He talks about Uchi a lot in this book. O-O-C-H-I-E. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. Uchi. This is what he says about Uchi at the end of the book. Uchi. The federal agent was sitting up there talking like you, but you were my best friend. I'd been knowing you since 1965. I know you've passed away, but that was wrong, homie. They followed you around for 2 months, busted you, and you didn't tell me shit. Uchi's dead, and he's still pissed and putting it in his book. They followed you around for 2 months, and you didn't tell me they busted you. You didn't give me the heads up. Still mad. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go the direction Sarah Boone went in her sentencing with, I forgive you. But I forgive you. He didn't. He went a different tactic with, you're wrong for that. They're still at sidebar. Fred's complain. Why are you complaining? Because we're still streaming. I know, Fred. We're trying to zoom through the longest sidebar in the history of the world. There haven't been very many sidebars of length during this trial, and right now is one of them.
You're to disregard the last answer to the incomplete question.
Oh, the court is striking an answer, and I'm distracted because I love the color of the jacket that the either clerk or research attorney is wearing sitting next to the judge, because it's just like a gorgeous cranberry color, and I'm distracted.
All right. You're to disregard the last
she's
answer to
striking
the incomplete question. State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can you describe for me what the defendant describes about Uchi's in the book?
Sure, he says he's one of his oldest friends, describes him as his right-hand man, and says that he is dead, that he's been killed. All three of those things line up with wind prints.
Got to get my right-hand man back.
I'm going to ask you the next question, which is...
Need my right-hand man back.
What do you know about Wendell Prince?
Not a whole lot other than just he was really tight with Keffe. There's a great photo of them together. There's actually several photos of them together over the years. And I know, I think Wendell Prince was ultimately killed, I think in like a backyard over a drug deal or something like that. And I believe Keffe was listed as a pallbearer at his funeral.
These are better questions. I still think these are better questions for Dupree. I'm surprised that they didn't.
What does he say about Tucker in the book?
He says that he is the brother of NBA player Tayshaun Prince. And there's only two brothers of Tayshaun Prince, and only one of them is involved in any of the street business, which would be Thomas Lamar Prince. And I'm not sure what else he says about Prince as far as, but I think he's listing people he has grievances with.
And finally,
yeah, it's a full burn book in the back.
There's a person named Menace.
Right.
You're unable to identify.
We've never been able to figure out who Menace is. There was a South Side Crip with that street name, but we don't think that that's who it is.
Now, you've been involved in this project, well, I guess it's 2012.
Correct.
In 2012, did you go and look at all the publicly available information there was that you could find?
Yes.
Did you, I'll start with Defense Exhibit A. Can you put it on me? I would do this actually like this, but Mr. Davis in 2008 said that the girls...
Objection, Your Honor, to leading.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
What did Mr. Davis...
You're allowed to use foundation in the question. It's not necessarily leading. I don't know why the prosecution's giving up on that so easily, because he hasn't finished his question yet, and it might not be leading depending on what he's asking at the end of that question. But the prosecution's like, forget it, I'll just rephrase. He doesn't have to, though.
Say in 2008 about girls on the corner?
He said that after the shooting happened, that they drove forward and hit the right turn on the Koval, just like he was in the white Cadillac, and that they almost collided with each other. He referred to them as stupid bitches and said that they shot back at them and the girls stopped.
He did say that.
As of 2008, when that statement was made, was there any public information of a car chasing the Cadillac?
There was not no public information about the girls in a Sebring chasing a Cadillac, no. Nor about them almost colliding with each other.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, as the foundation. How does he know about public knowledge?
He just said.
Sustained.
In the public
he already
information you were able to find, were you able to find any information?
That's right. I've never seen that before 2008 printed anywhere, that there was a near collision between the girls in the Sebring and the white Cadillac as they were fleeing the area.
Once again, I'm going to object as to foundation. Public knowledge as to how exactly is he talking about?
He said that.
If you could live.
He said he researched everything that was publicly available about this case like 3 questions ago. And the reason that they're trying to lay it out is because they think that the defense theory is going to be that Keffe D just cobbled together things that were in the public and put it out there. But in that 2008 interview, he talks about the girls in the Sebring, and what they're trying to get at is the fact that no one knew about that. That was not publicly known. That information was not out there. And since this is the researcher, they're asking the researcher what he researched. But everybody's just like, oh no, we forgot that he literally just said that. Right, Fred? Right.
More foundation about what he's reviewed to ultimately state this?
Sure.
What did you review?
The definitive book for a long time on this case was Kathy Scott's book, The Killing of Tupac Shakur. Probably dozens of news articles from back then that I went back through. I went to UCLA's archives and went through their newspaper archives.
He went to the microfiche.
Articles about this. I read the Labyrinth book by Randall Sullivan, which was primarily about Biggie's murder, but also covered Tupac's murder to some extent. It just isn't anywhere that I could find.
Now, Kathy Scott does say girls in a Chrysler sedan, correct?
Correct. She does not say Sebring. She just says a Chrysler. And she doesn't say anything about them going around the corner.
And once again, I'm going to object to that in terms of hearsay. We're now getting into other people's work.
It's not for the truth of the matter.
I'm not quite clear how that's not hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter.
Is it offered for its truth, Mr. DiGiacomo, or is it?
It's offered for the fact that it wasn't said,
present.
Not that anything that was said.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. The jury's not to consider what Ms. Scott wrote in her book for truth in any way.
It's not being offered to prove that there were women behind the car in a Chrysler sedan. It's being offered to prove that the only way Keffe D could know that is if he was there. Right.
Only to be considered to show that that wasn't included. This specific detail was not included in her book. You may proceed.
And then finally, I'm going to put up for you Defendants Exhibit B. And if I can figure out how to zoom, because I never use these. So here we go. I want you to read that to yourself.
Sure. On Sunday, August 7th, 1996 at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed this is from the report from the testifying witness who was near the elevators at the MGM. I noticed a black male adult wearing a sports jersey force his way past officers, and then it lists them at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself, an officer name I can't read, on the side of the Coyote Cafe. He was uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning him, he constantly kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of black male adults force their way through the North Key checkpoint, and then they talk about the fight. All right, continuing on. So, wow. He's reading it to himself. We're zooming. This is the officer's report of what happened that night. I'm going to zoom until we have a question or an answer.
Prior to, I can't even remember what day, sometime last week, when this report became public, are you aware of any public information that Mr. Anderson was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe?
I've never heard of that.
Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Oh, that's it.
Mr. Dorsey, are you a detective with Metropolitan Police Department?
Nope.
Miguelina?
And your testimony here today is...
I think we should let the app know that we've moved on to cross. I feel like we haven't had a cross-examination in 7 days. Okay. So, continuing on.
It's really based upon your work for this, let me make sure I got the right book here. Murder Rap?
No, I
Well, that's theatrical, counsel. Look at all the books he just grabbed. Okay, that is the defendant's book in his hand, all tabbed up. This book. Look at how dramatic. I love it. I'm here for it.
And your testimony here today is really based upon your work for this, let me make sure I got the right book here. Murder Rap?
No, I have nothing to do with the writing of that
That's
book.
theatrical.
I don't care about the writing of the book, but you're here because of the Chronicles, the Death Row Chronicles thing that you did, right?
Let's make sure we're talking about the correct things. I did not write that book. I had nothing to do with it. I made the Murder Rap documentary that came a few years later that was based on that book. And then I was a consultant on Death Row Chronicles series that we've been playing interview from here.
Do you recall when the state asked you that you were first involved with this in 2012?
Yes.
In what way were you involved in this in 2012?
Yes, in late 2012, I came across an article about Greg Kading's Murder Rap book, and that's what first alerted me to the book even existed.
Why he did the new
And I reached
project.
out to Greg, asked if he wanted to make a documentary. He sent me a copy of the book and said, read it, and if I'm still interested, he's interested. And we went from there.
And your job really was, for the next couple of years, was to
research.
What, do your own independent research?
Combination of doing my own independent research and also having Greg explain to me, a 3-4 year long investigation that he had conducted.
And your testimony to the jury was that you spent a couple of years doing that.
Correct.
And in terms of the books that you had mentioned that you used was Murder Rap, which is this book right here, right?
Yes.
Written by Greg Kading.
Correct.
And then you also used Kathy Scott's book, right?
I don't have that
Yes,
one.
this book right here?
Yes.
You know what version of her book that you used?
I'm not sure what version I used.
What year
And
was
then
it?
you used
We could
another
probably
book. And what was
figure it
that
out.
final book?
There was one called
Did you say
Labyrinth by
Labyrinth?
Randall Sullivan.
Did you say that before?
Yep.
I said it just a minute ago, yes.
Labyrinth
Okay.
is the
What
book
other
the
books
movie City
besides
of
that?
Lies is based on.
I'm not sure.
That's that one.
Any other books?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there might have been some others.
How about Welcome to Death Row by Lee Savage?
No, I've seen the docuseries that you produced, though.
How about
I feel like we could do an entire semester on this case and the books from this case. I feel like there's enough. We have an entire syllabus at this point.
this book here by Frank Alexander, who was present on the night of
Fred.
the shooting?
I've read excerpts from that.
Excerpts?
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing?
No.
On the night of the shooting.
I've read...
I think that says got back.
Excerpts from that.
Excerpts?
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing?
No.
Okay. How about this book here? I think you'd mentioned this before. Original Gangsters?
Yes, I've read that book.
That's the one you said before.
No, I don't think I've mentioned that one yet. But
Original Gangsters was mentioned by a different witness. There are a lot of books. And that's the point, right? He's going to talk about the fact that Keffe D was just trying to get his.
I have read that. I know the author.
And then how about this book here? Looks like it's an autobiography. Only God Can Judge Me by Jeff Cronin.
Yes, I've read that.
All right. Now, fair to say that when your job here and what you've done is talk to us a little bit about you or your work in the documentaries, right? That's what you're doing here today. is your
Sure, and
testimony.
what I learned in the process of making a documentary, yes.
Right, and what you learned in the process of making a documentary. And I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. Documentaries really is a business, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, a very good business, but yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you could do a lot better than sitting up here today talking about or testifying about a murder that took place 30 years ago, right?
I could do better, what, business-wise?
Yeah.
Sure, if I was running a show for Discovery like I do in the past, yes, that pays very well.
Sure. And with regards to what you do with the business, and I want to make sure the jury understands, there is a project, there is a sort of an idea that's out there that's formulated, and then at some point there is a discussion as to whether or not it's marketable now, right?
Correct.
And then maybe you go out and you farm it out for people to invest in the project and maybe provide money and funding for the project.
Sometimes you do, and sometimes you just do it yourself.
Right. And the idea behind it at some point is because you want to be able to sell your product to the viewers, right?
That's part of the idea, but that's not the only reason I make it.
Sure. Now, in this case, though, when you are looking through your documentary, you're doing a documentary here on the Death Row Chronicles, right? Death Row Chronicles meaning death row, or what was it?
No, I'm focused mainly on the murders of both Tupac and Biggie.
All right. And you team up with Greg Kading.
I do.
And Greg Kading, I would imagine in your
This was their second
work
project
over
together.
the 2 years that you did the research, you were looking through all the details of what you could find on the Tupac murder.
Yes, but he also turned over his case files from the LAPD to me. So
Can you describe for us what those case files look
Yeah,
like?
what the fuck?
They were digitized case files. It was over 2,700 PDF reports going back to 97 or so. Probably over 100 hours of audio of interviews with witnesses and potential suspects, photos,
Never should have happened.
crime scene photos, mainly of the Biggie case, that kind of thing.
Anything else?
Off the top of my head, that's mainly it. You got, there was some video of from the Biggie shooting. There was some home video that was entered into as evidence.
All right. And when you were doing your research, the 2 years of research you did on this particular project, you interviewed detectives?
I did. I interviewed Greg Kading. I interviewed Kelly Cooper, who was one of the original detectives out of Wilshire Homicide on the Biggie case. I interviewed, well, those are the two main detectives I interviewed for the case.
All right. I just want to hear something to do with Las Vegas Metro. Did you interview any detectives from Las Vegas Metro?
I did not.
You do understand that the homicide of Tupac Shakur was the responsibility of Las Vegas Metro?
100%.
And as of right now, you're telling us you interviewed a guy by the name of Greg Kading, who's from California, and some girl from California as well.
No, Kelly Cooper's a man, but yes.
Oh, fine. Kelly Cooper's a man.
Yes.
But both of those people are in California.
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Now, in addition to that, can you tell us, for instance, who the detectives were that were the lead detectives from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that handled this investigation?
Sure.
Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're done? Okay. Sergeant Manning, there was I believe a detective.
Well, the demeanor in this cross-examination has just shifted. We've got a different vibe going on today. They're already getting spicy. Oh boy.
Becker, a Detective Long.
Anybody else?
That's all I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware of a Detective Mott?
Yes, the current or most recent detective, yes.
Now, when you finally put this project together, I'm assuming at some point you called Metro and said, hey, we got the guy who's confessed now to the crime, right?
Not their job.
Do once Death Row Chronicles airs.
I'm sorry, what?
After Death Row Chronicles airs, I reach out to Metro Police, yes.
Yes, you reach out to Metro Police. Who is it that you spoke to at...
Well, sir, they're not going to reach out before it airs. They don't want to fuck up their release. Also, they should have known by then that Las Vegas Metro did an interview with Keffe D in 2009. If they don't give a shit by 2017, does it matter? So he's like, so you reach out to Las Vegas PD, right? And he's like, well, actually, we did.
Las Vegas Metro.
Well, first I got on their website and just emailed their general info@homicide email address. And a while later, Detective Mogg responded to me, and we started going from there.
So you know who Detective Marty is?
I do, yes.
Now, in fact, you were given an interview at some point in the future by the Sun from England. You recall meeting with a reporter?
Yes.
James Desborough?
Desborough, yes.
Okay. And in that interview, you had told Mr. Desborough that you had sent out 100 emails to Metro.
Eventually, once we're going back and forth, yes.
Okay, those emails were all concerning the Tupac case.
Yes, correct.
Now,
and that was over the course of several years.
Fine.
Okay.
But once again, you had said, hey, we have information, please look at my documentary, right? Something along those lines.
No, that's not what I said. I said watch Death Row Chronicles.
Oh, I apologize.
So, you keep conflating my documentary with the series Death Row Chronicles. I did not make Death Row Chronicles. I was just a consultant on it.
Okay.
But that's the one where Keffe first went public with his interview, which made it noteworthy enough for me to be like, you should look at this. This is new information for your case.
And when you sat down to actually start working on the project Death Row Chronicles,
yes,
we are listening to audio of those two interviews that happened, right?
Correct.
Now, up until that point, fair to say, Mr. Davis had never spoken about this publicly.
To my knowledge, he had never spoken publicly about this case. No, that's what made it significant.
Right, and you had been aware, of course, that according to your understanding of the proffer of 2008, if he didn't say anything to, let's say, a media source, then the proffer would still be protecting him.
That's how I understood it, yes.
So, in essence, when you were sitting down with Mr. Davis, you were pushing him to violate the proffer.
I'm not pushing him. I'm not even in the room with him.
I know. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Okay.
But in essence, you are on a little earbud or something along those lines and another.
I'm curious to see what direction this is going, but I think for me at this point, it falls a little flat after how clear they were in the 2009 interview that was just a conversation, that there was no proffer. So.
Room, and you're telling the interviewer to keep pressing on Mr. Davis.
I was not thinking at all about him violating his proffer. I honestly didn't think the proffer would ever be used. I didn't understand that's how that worked. I thought he's giving a public confession. That public confession can be used, absolutely.
Now, in addition to that, you are in another room, and you do not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Kading, Detective Kading, former Detective Kading, is also not present because he does not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
And so, in essence, as you're sitting there listening to the conversation, you're telling the person information that's specific to the 2008 recording.
Yes, I'm going. I know when he knows more to a question that he hasn't answered yet, or if there's another way to phrase a question that might help.
Now, in addition,
but I can tell you sorry to cut you off, but most of the questions were written in advance. I only offered up maybe a half dozen total across 2 interviews of additional questions.
Yeah, so let's make sure we understand, because we're not in the room and there's no cameras. As we're listening to the recording, there's another voice that's on the recording, sometimes talking about getting a Diet Coke or something to do like, oh, this is great. Is that you?
No, there were a couple other, it depended on when. People came and went from that office, and it was different people in there on different days. It was just employees of the production company or other contractors that were on that show.
And in addition to that, while you're sitting there, you're having these conversations about Mr. Davis.
He's not the one saying, get me a Diet Coke. He's the one saying, that's a great line. Oh my God. He said that before. Oh, I didn't know that. That's the one.
And you are, is it typing? Because I'm hearing like little knocks on something. Is that you texting?
That's me texting, yes.
And so you're texting the individual that's listening?
Texting Nora Diaz, yes, sir.
Now, as you're doing that, of course, Mr. Davis does not know that you're doing that.
Correct.
And you are working at that particular point for which company?
I was a contractor for Entertainment One / Creature Films, the production company.
So you are not an employee, you're an independent contractor?
Correct.
All right. Technically working for yourself?
Sure.
All right. And the contract that was between Mr. Davis and whoever on the show would have been who? You?
No, it would have been with the production company.
All right. So the production company meaning who?
Again, Entertainment One or Creature Films. I'm not sure who he dealt with.
Okay. So Mr. Davis has a contract with regards to the production, and during the time period that we are listening to your recording, fair to say though that you had basically taken your phone and placed it by the speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're basically recording the entire conversation.
That's right.
Including the parts that technically was never ever either produced in a BET production or anything like that.
There were some extra bits in there, sure.
Sure. And once again, you didn't have the permission of either BET to do that, right?
Again, I didn't have to seek their permission to do it.
You're an independent contractor. You don't have a contract with Mr. Davis. So tell me how you believe you could record that without Mr. Davis's permission.
That's not how any of this works. What? How can you do it? Because he signed a full release. It's just not how it works. Do you think this is going to convince the jury? Oh, he didn't even know he was being recorded. I think this is just going to fall flat.
Absolutely. I'm a technical.
Gummy bears.
For a legal conclusion.
I'm asking for his contract, Your Honor.
Calls for a legal conclusion was
I think
the
you can answer
objection.
the question as asked.
Okay.
Yes, the prosecution looks really, really put out by this question. Calls for a legal conclusion.
A couple of things. First of all, contract does not outline every single duty that a contract that a crew member is going to do on a shoot. It's not like you have to constantly keep getting permission to do stuff in order to do your job. My job there was primarily centered on his interview. So once I realized that when he showed up that first day and was kind of giving them the runaround, and he was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and was acting like he didn't know why he was supposed to be there and that the interview wasn't supposed to be that day, I sat in that office for quite a while before they got started. And then when we've learned that basically, look, we're going to have to interview this guy twice. We're going to try to get him in now and get something, but he's going to have to come back later. I thought, okay, well, then I'm going to record it so that in between these interviews, I don't know how long it's going to be before we get him back again, I have a record of what he said so that when we come back for round two, I know proper questions that should be in there, what has already been answered thoroughly, and what we need to ask him again. That is why I made that recording. Never in a million years did I think that recording was going to be playing in court.
And of course, you turned over that recording to BET because, once again, it's part of their work, right?
No, of course not.
You kept that recording?
Yes.
And you do understand, though, that in the state of California, if you are recording someone without their permission, that is a crime.
This calls for a legal.
Objection. Surreptitious recording is not the situation where you're microphoned on a film set, because the only way they have the audio that this dude's recording is because Keffe D has a live lapel mic. The only way he has audio to record is because it's a live feed from the studio. That's not a surreptitious recording. You're aware that in California, it is a two-party. He's on set to be recorded. I have gummy bears. It's fine. I have gummy bears.
Conclusion again.
I'm asking for his understanding of the laws, Leonard.
I'm asking for his understanding of the law. My understanding of the law is he's on a film set, so he knows he's being recorded, so it's not a surreptitious recording.
Yes.
And you do understand, though, that in the state of California, if you are recording someone without their permission, that is a crime.
This calls for a legal conclusion again.
I'm asking for his understanding of the laws, Leonard.
Calls for a legal
Sustained.
conclusion.
Sure, okay.
It's sustained. Hang on. You can,
Sustained. Move on.
if you want to rephrase without
Move on.
asking him about a specific California law.
Go ask Robert Durst.
That's all right. He's ready to do it. Let me ask you this question, though, sir. When you are recording this conversation,
Yes.
did you, at that particular point, turn it over to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I did not.
You kept that recording,
Yes.
and then you created your project with that, right?
No. I've never used that recording for anything. What project are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, though, sir. In terms of who's responsible here to solve the Tupac.
Counsel, this one isn't it. This today's cross isn't it, counsel.
That's that's not your responsibility, right?
It can be anybody's responsibility.
Okay. You're saying that it's not Metro's?
It could be theirs as well, of course it is. Any citizen can investigate a crime if they want to.
Right, and we're gonna get into that a little bit, but in terms of how you go about doing your job, fair to say that a detective would be the one that would handle that investigation?
Sure.
Right?
At some point, sure.
Right, and it's not like, say, the FBI, it's not LAPD, right? Compton PD. In this case, the Tupac murder was the responsibility of Metro.
To some extent, except that I know LAPD made the argument that if the crime was planned in the city of Los Angeles, that they could also take ownership of the case.
LAPD
and you
or
can
Greg
ask Greg
Kading?
Kading about that if he comes up here.
I don't even know what you just said.
Kading argued that there could be jurisdiction in Los Angeles if it was planned in LA because of that meeting at Greenblatt's, and there was a task force. I'm sure there was some kerfuffling over jurisdiction.
Let's ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question, sir. So you send over notice to Metro and you say, hey, we solved this thing. You send over 100 emails to Metro and they didn't do anything about it, did they?
No, because they were...
No, that's a yes or no answer. They didn't do anything about it.
What didn't do anything about it, defined didn't do anything.
I would love your speculation as to why he didn't get indicted till 2023. Thanks. Okay, thanks.
They were working the case as far as I was concerned. They were responding to me. I was sending them because he kept talking. He started doing YouTube interviews. So every time he would do an interview, I'd send it to him. Be like, hey, here's a new interview. Hey, this clip, he says this for the first time publicly. He says this. And there was back and forth going on with me and detectives.
Once he gave an interview with us, he wouldn't shut up, in fact. So we just kept sharing.
Detective Mogg. So I got the sense that he was absolutely working that case. And it's detective work 101. If your suspect is talking, you let him talk. And he was talking, so every interview he did was additional evidence to use against him.
Okay, so what was he talking in?
What was he talking in?
Sure, what was the information that he was talking in? Are you talking about your documentary at this particular point?
What is that question?
No, I'm talking about he's going on YouTube, he's going on Vlad TV, he went on, I think he ended up doing a total of 9 interviews on YouTube over a 4-year period.
Did you verify any of the information that he gave you?
What do you mean?
Well, the information that you learned in this case, right?
That who gave me?
Well, the information that you learned from either the listing of the 2008 proffer or in the interview with Mr. Davis. Did you go out and conduct your own investigation to verify the information?
Sure, I went through, well, again, I had unfettered access to the case files, and there's lots of corroborating evidence in those case files.
Now, when you say the case files, and I want to make sure I'm clear here.
Sure.
You're talking about Greg Kading.
Yes.
And you're talking about Greg Kading, who was former LAPD.
Well, I'm not just talking about Greg Kading, I'm talking about every detective that came before him.
Answer my question, please.
I am. You're trying to phrase it in a certain way. Not just Greg Kading. It's not just his
It's a
files.
task
In fact,
force.
the majority of them are from detectives that came before him, including Las Vegas police files.
Right, because
All right.
task force.
What detectives are you talking about before Greg Kading?
Sure. A lot of the biggie detectives had gathered evidence.
This
Don't
witness
shake
is
your
not
head.
gonna
A lot
back
of biggie
down.
detectives gathered evidence. Jeez, man. A lot of big.
What is... We're in a murder trial. Oh, this witness is like, don't shake your head at me. Don't you stomp your little last season Prada shoe at me, honey. This witness is over it. Don't shake your head at me. Oh boy, we're rewinding that. Why? Because I wanted to. We're going to the instant replay for those of you that are listening in the background. Come on in.
All right. What detectives are you talking about before Greg Kading?
Sure. A lot of the biggie detectives had gathered evidence. Don't shake your head. A lot of biggie detectives gathered evidence. Jeez, man. A lot of biggie detectives that gathered evidence that pertained to the Tupac case because the two cases it became known or believed were connected. So they had informants coming forward to them on the biggie case that were saying, hey, these two things are connected.
Okay. So once again, evidence or information that would have gone to the detective, right?
Eventually to Greg Kading and his team of detectives, yes.
Once again, you got to understand, Greg Kading was not responsible for the investigation of the Tupac murder.
Correct.
He was part of the task force specifically for the Biggie Smalls murder.
Yes.
That's correct.
And you are aware at some point he's removed from that task force, right?
Yes.
And one of the things he does is he steals the Tupac file.
I object to the word steals.
I'm sorry.
How did he take the entire digitized case file and write a book about it? He objects to the word steals strongly. I have a feeling that he has probably become friendly with Greg Kading. You take issue with the word steal. However, he took the entire detective case file for an ongoing task force and put it in a book and like 3 document series and a movie. So did he have permission to remove it from LAPD's custody? Because I don't think that he did. I got some questions.
One of the things he does is he steals the Tupac file.
I object to the word steals.
I'm sorry, he borrowed.
I don't mean like a legal sense I object to it. Just as a person, I object to it. I'm not wagering an objection. I take issue with the word steal. Any detective can take case files with them when they leave the department. It happens all the time. It's extremely common. In fact, I just did a series on Ted Bundy last year based on the same exact thing. One of their lead detectives on the Bundy case in the 70s took a box of files with him, and we were able to obtain those files, and we made a show about Ted Bundy based on his files.
Are you a detective, sir?
No.
So you can't sit here and tell us
So
what
I
a
took it.
detective can and cannot do. Fair? You're not a detective.
Like legally, I can't say that. I can say based on my experience as a true crime producer for the past 20 years, it's very common in my line of work to come across files that detectives have taken home with them.
That's fair.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You're telling us that Detective Kading took a file.
I have no idea who just said that's fair, but I heard somebody say that's fair. I have no idea whose voice that is, but somebody's like, that's fair. I don't know who, but oh my goodness.
That he wasn't even part of the investigation on? You're saying that's what happened here?
Well, that object, I assume, was fact, not in evidence.
No, I think he meant.
Now the witness's face is facing. It might have been the judge. What's happening? Also, he's a true crime documentary producer. He's not going to put out there that it's improper for detectives to take their case files home. I've never worked as a detective. It sits weird with me. It just sits weird with me not to take it, but to write a book about it while there's an ongoing investigation. It's not a cold case. It's not a case that's not being worked. There's an active investigation, an active civil litigation. And now these two are popping off at each other, and the witness on the stand is just like, meh, meh, meh. Okay.
To come across files that detectives have taken home with them.
That's fair.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You're telling us that Detective Kading took a file that he wasn't even part of the investigation on?
He was the head of that investigation.
You're saying that's what happened here?
Well, that object, I assume, was fact, not in evidence.
No, I think he mentioned that, Judge.
What do you mean? He took a file that was not a case he didn't work?
Yes.
As soon as Keffe confessed to the Tupac's murder, they took ownership of that case. And again, you're going to have to ask him that question because I was not there for that.
So, once again, that's something you're saying that Greg Kading should come here and testify to?
If he wants to, sure.
I mean, I don't think Boo Boo gets a choice on whether he wants to come testify or not. Like, you either get subpoenaed or you don't. But do you notice that counsel has not touched on after Keffe D confessed to the murder, counsel's moving along with that.
Once again, based upon your research of this file for the 2 years prior to the documentary or the project that you were working on.
Yes.
For that.
Murder rap, yes.
You learned, of course, that Greg Kading was basically had issues with credibility.
Objection, Judge. We approach.
Yep.
All right. There was a great question in the chat from CS Tears about whether or not the things in Greg Kading's case file were public records. No, they were not public records. They were part of an ongoing task force. We're gonna zoom past this. This afternoon has popped off in a different way. Why? Well, the more you pop off at a witness, what does it say to me? It says, not we are grabbing cases of champagne and popping bottles of rosé. It says to me that this witness has said some shit that has damaged your case or your client. So of course, we are now diving headfirst with this witness, trying to walk back things that this witness has said that are damaging. And there's been a lot of them, but most of the evidence that this witness brought in are not things that he said. It's things that Keffe D said. This witness just happened to be there for that. All right, they're at sidebar. We're going to zoom past this sidebar. Keffe D's face is facing and face palming. They're still at sidebar. We're going to zoom. My cat Fred would very much like me to be done streaming so that we can play.
Admonish not to talk.
Wait, are you sending the jury out? I think the jury's getting sent out. Ooh. Okay.
All right, we're going to take a recess at this time. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, jury's... Fred, the jury's going out. Hold on, Fred. We got to see if they just really take a break or if they put stuff on the record without the jury. But they were at sidebar, now the jury's out. So if they're at sidebar, now the jury's out. My guess is T, but I want to see if there's T. Okay. Let's see if they put anything back on the record now that the jury's out.
All right, for the record, the jury has
That
exited
door.
the room. So going back to our initial first issue regarding, can I actually have you step off the stand for a little bit, sir? Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Witness, we're going to talk about you, so we need you not to be here. All right, so the witness is
objection.
Stepping out.
What can be questioned regarding Greg Kading? That was the initial objection.
God, that door. I think the judge was listening to like, is it shut yet? Is it shut yet? Is it shut yet? Is it shut yet?
Okay, so the initial objection had to do with Detective Kading. Your objection is that you can't impeach someone through the testimony of someone else. Your position is that the credibility of the report that they're relying on is important.
That's a good summary of what
I
the
do think
beef
to some
is.
degree he can explore the credibility of the information that he is relying on. As long as it's accurate.
So did you hear that the judge gave a great summary of what the issue at sidebar was? That the prosecution objected that you can't impeach someone through someone else, essentially. And the defense's position on that is, well, the witness's understanding of Greg Kading's reliability, good, bad, or indifferent, matters. And that's true. The witness might have an answer of all that stuff with Greg Kading's bullshit, or the witness might say, I didn't know that. Or the witness might say, I know that, it doesn't change my opinion. But you can ask a witness, did you know A, B, and C about this person? And does that change your opinion of them? Does that make them more reliable or less reliable to you? You absolutely can do that. Hi, Griffin. Court's getting spicy. You're trying to sneak up and scare me. George now wants to be, it's pandemonium in my office right now. Now George wants you to pet him.
That's fun. You say hi. It's right.
Hi, buddy. It's good to see you.
Hi.
How are you? Good. Of course, George wants you to say hi because that's the afternoon. That's the afternoon response. How you doing? George is like, that was insufficient. Well, we've seen all the cats today. Thank you for coming by, G. Oh, G, wait, can you come here and help me real quick?
Yeah, what? You can't trash.
No, I just need you to explain what a skill issue is.
Yeah, that's for later.
That's for later?
Yeah, that's for like, do you want me to take George out?
No, it's okay. He'll go if he wants to. Thanks, Griff. All right. George is just like, that's it? That's all? George will end up on the desk in just a minute. Now that we've summarized what the attorneys are fighting over, let's see.
And so I think there is a concern regarding what the actual federal judge did find regarding Detective Kading.
And what can be impeached with.
Maybe elusive or however you want to phrase it.
Well, can I ask that question on direct? I asked no question as to his opinion of Greg Kading.
Doesn't matter.
Either as to his credibility, as to his quality of his detective work.
Doesn't matter.
Anything that would allow the defense to then go into specific acts and ask questions about someone's character.
Doesn't matter.
So what's the predicate foundation that has been laid?
He was relying on Kading's book, and Kading was his primary source for putting this shit out there in the public.
That says, I can now attack the character of somebody whose character is being somewhat assassinated here, right? He released a recording of the defendant. That is the only evidence as to what Greg Kading has done in this case, and it's a recording. So what are we worried about when it relates to whether or not his credibility as a witness? He hasn't testified. No other fact has come in from this case as it relates to Greg Kading other than he published a book and he made a documentary, and that's how the...
And this witness spent 2 years speaking with Greg Kading about this case, about who's who, about what they knew. This witness did a lot of research with Greg Kading. So I think these are fair questions. I think these are fair questions. And now the defense attorney is free range while the prosecution's arguing.
2008 recording came out to the public after he was a private citizen. There has been zero testimony about any investigation done by him, any opinion testimony about his character, his quality as a detective. None of that information has come into the courtroom. So why is it that the defense gets to just ignore the rules of evidence and start asking about specific acts of misconduct for somebody whose character hasn't even been raised?
Because if he knows that somebody has a bad character or doesn't have a good history with truthfulness, then you can judge this witness's reliance on that individual based on what they did or didn't know. Did you know this about this person? Yeah, I thought it was bullshit. Or did you know this about this person? No, I didn't. Would that change your opinion of them? Maybe.
Mr. Sims?
I think the witness opened the door the moment the state asked him specifically about his research. And going into this idea that he did all this research,
opening the door.
he testified that
He relied on
Kading
it.
was like his BFF. I mean, the guys working together on a project.
I don't think they're
with
BFFs.
regards to his book. And during this time period, the state starts asking questions.
Defense. That's his bestie is not your strongest argument. Go back, not to opening the door, go back to, it goes to the reliability of this witness who is relaying to this jury whether things in this book are true or not.
I think traipsed right into the expert opinion area, to which they're saying, oh, it's not expert opinion, this is just lay witness opinion.
And I sustain that objection, saying he can't give opinions about ultimately that it's something that they can lay the foundation for, that this is included in the book, and that this is his information about this person, and then they can ultimately argue that. That was my ruling.
Correct.
I don't know if that's how that went down, but...
I think it was good. I'm just saying that what we're doing right now, though, is we're saying, okay, he's testifying as to that 2-year period, that time period in which he now gives opinions on his research. Well, one of his research, according to his testimony, that he had was the case file. I should be able to get into the veracity of that case file, where it came from, whether it even completes, who gave it to him, because I think that's details.
You can get into the case file, and he said most of the reports were not written by Kading. So...
that we would get out of a detective if Detective Mom were to testify.
So you're asking for completeness of the file. I think that is something that would be appropriate. What else are you asking for?
I'm asking specifically for the veracity. Meaning, look, if a detective got up on the stand and said, I received the file, right? What typically would happen is, if it's coming from another jurisdiction, like LAPD, you get a COR that says, hey, this is the entire file. Or, like Mr. DiGiacomo said in a few hearings ago, Detective Law went down and turned every page of his...
You can ask him if this file seemed complete. That's not what you're asking for, though. You're not asking if this file seemed complete. You're asking if he can get into Greg Kading getting in trouble or having other things that are an issue. You want to get into specifics about character. You're not asking about completeness of the file. You can ask about that. That's not what the prosecution's losing their mind about. You've switched tracks, counsel.
discovery to match the discovery that was in the file in LAPD. We don't have that here. But this individual is testifying and saying, part of my opinion or experience in this case is the research conducted with the file that Greg Kading gave me. And I want to get into that.
So
Well,
the
the
completeness
file
of the
and Kading aren't
file
the
is
same.
ultimately relying on Detective Kading's representation that this is the full file. That's your concern.
Correct, and how the file
He's
is
backing
obtained. I think
away
that's
from it.
critical in this case, because if the file is obtained through the normal procedure, then we don't have a problem. It's a COR.
That goes back to completeness, though, Mr. Stampt. I think
Yeah.
you're somewhat circling the same issue, because
Yep.
you're saying if it's obtained through the normal course, you get, if we did it discovery-wise here, you'd get some sort of paperwork that this is the entire report, this is everything. And so at the same time, we're going back to your same issue of complete.
He's talking himself out of getting the information in that he wants in, because he's not making the argument he needs to make for the judge. He's talking about, well, we don't know the file is complete. No. It's not about the pasta. Counsel, you are missing the point. Oh, now I'm mad at defense. The point is whether or not this witness on the stand, who is trying to connect the things Keffe D said in this interview to the things Keffe D said in the book to the things that whose street name is what, came from 2 years of conversations with Greg Kading. But how do you know the information from Greg Kading is reliable? So it's getting to any character for truthfulness, and the defense has sidestepped around that to whether the file's complete.
Yes. And I think completeness is appropriate to inquire into.
Fair.
How do you know this is the complete file? But
Counsel was trying to get into more than that, and
I
now
wouldn't
he's
have
stopped.
objected if he said, how do you know it's the complete file? And he can answer, I don't know, or whatever, or...
Did the defense just step off the point completely? The defense was trying to get into Greg Kading's character for truthfulness, and then circumvented that and went back to, well, we need to know that the police file is complete. Counsel, the jury wouldn't have been excused for you to argue about this if you were just asking about it being complete. Where'd your point go? The prosecution wouldn't be red in the face yelling about Greg Kading's character if you weren't asking to get into Greg Kading's character. He just dropped the point. It's wild.
That wasn't the question that was being asked.
That was not the
of
question.
him. The question being asked of him was accusing...
What are you doing? Well, Your Honor, no. Holy shit. Everyone needs a Snickers. Counsel. Defense has stepped away from the point that caused you to lose your mind. Now's the time to say, well, Your Honor, if all he wants is to ask about completeness of the file, we have no further objections. And sit down. You're going to bring him back to his point.
Detective, a former detective, character, or impugning his character for someone who's not testifying.
understood. So obviously we can't impeach him, but I think to get to the issue of completeness of the file, you can talk about how this wasn't through the regular channels. Through the regular channels, there may be some safeguards on the completeness of the file and making sure every document is turned over. You don't have those safeguards here because we're relying on what Detective Kading gave to you.
That's not what defense wants.
Detective Kading's promoting a book. I mean, your entire theory. You can get into that.
That's not what defense
Then moving on
wanted.
to the other issue that sort of came up while we were at the bench. I have reviewed these emails. They were largely about scheduling and if the things that Detective Mogg was aware of certain interviews. I didn't in any way see them to be exculpatory because they were not mentioning anybody else potentially being involved. Additionally, they had nothing to do with the initial ask, which was emails between Kading and Mogg. However, I can get those to you if you think that they are relevant to your defense theory.
I think it does because once again it highlights the need for Detective Mogg to testify in this case.
Well, then call
Well,
him.
at the end of the day, whoever testifies, the need is on the state, right? They get to decide who they call in their case. They get to decide how they prove their case, because at the end of the day, the only question that matters is, can they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? If they don't think they can, that inures to your benefit, because they can't prove their case, right? So at the end of the day, the way that they choose to prosecute this case may not be the way you choose to prosecute it. May not be, not that you're doing that, but or the way that I would choose, or another prosecutor in the office would choose. But at the end of the day, that's what they're doing. It may not include Detective Mogg. It may not include Detective Kading. It may not include a lot of people.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I can get you those emails. State anything further?
Well, just that I'd like him to be ordered not to go into character evidence without a proper foundation. He can't open his own door with the witness by suggesting, hey, this is what his character is, and then let me tell you why I think that.
I agree with that.
I would have to open.
I can't believe the defense had the point and then just stepped away from it.
Open the door to Greg Kading's character in order for them to impeach it, and I haven't.
Okay, I agree with that. Ultimately, I think we've covered this specific issue because he's going to focus more so on the completeness of the file and the way that it was obtained. That's not what he wanted to do. But if there's another contemporaneous objection regarding that, we'll address that. But I agree with that. Okay.
How is the defense just nodding? The court's like, okay, and the defense is like, yeah, I'm satisfied with that. How? Okay. Okay.
How do you want me to get them to you? You don't really answer your email very well, so.
I don't read well, Your Honor. If I could just have maybe print it out.
No.
How do you want me to give those emails to you? You don't answer your email very well. Can we print them out? No.
Read well, Your Honor. If I could just have maybe print it out.
No.
All right.
Judge,
I
can have a link sent from what we had sent to you to Mr. Singh.
Okay, sounds good.
Or to me, really.
Yeah.
So I've reviewed them. My initial in-camera review was that they weren't relevant, but at this time, because you're requesting and have sort of opened another avenue into them that I didn't realize was necessarily relevant through my initial review of the case, we'll have them disclosed through that exact same link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're putting them in the discovery link.
Of course. I do the same. All right, we'll be in recess.
And then at the end there, Keffe D stood up and shook his lawyer's hand like his lawyer did something. Okay, they're still in recess, so we're just going to fast forward. I'm curious to see where the rest of this questioning goes, because that was a shit show. The reason the prosecutor was so mad and trying to shut it down is because what the defense is asking, there are things that you can get into. I don't know what they want to ask about with Kading. I don't know if Kading's going to be called to testify. But when it comes to, you relied on Kading for this information. Oh, now they're back at sidebar. You relied on Kading for this information, and you're coming in here and telling the jury, I think you can ask, do you know these things? And do you know them to be reliable? It goes to how this witness is relying on the evidence. I'm curious to see if they end up back at sidebar before the jury even comes in. And it looks like they do. Defendant is coming back in from lockup as they are getting done with this break. The attorneys are up at the bench. Back again up at the bench. I'm going to just zoom because I want to see what's going to happen at the end of all this. I don't know why they're back up at the bench. Did the lawyer phone a friend over the break?
Mr. Samtez.
The court got a cough drop, which when you're talking all day, it's fair. All right. The jury's still out. They went on a break. They went back to sidebar. Let's hear what the judge has to say.
Versus Davis, C377407. Mr. Samt has some more material for tomorrow, but may still go into his cross-examination in the morning. We've checked. This witness is available to come back tomorrow if necessary, so we'll just go from there. So anything else we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury and Mr. Dorsey back in? Okay, let's bring him in.
We're just going to zoom as the jury and the witness come back in. The witness is on the stand.
Make sure I'm accurate for the jury. This is the third edition.
The jury is coming back in, and we're getting back into cross-examination.
Testimony with regard.
I zoomed too far.
Mr. Dorsey, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes.
Emily, you're just trying to zoom. I want to see what happens.
You may all be seated. Mr. Dorsey, you're still under oath. Mr. Stamps, you're still on cross-examination. You may proceed.
So curious.
Referring you back to your
Cross
previous
is
testimony
resuming.
with regard to Kathy Scott. Just for the jury's edification, Kathy Scott is not a detective.
Correct.
She is a reporter.
He was a journalist, yes.
She's a journalist, all right. And she wrote a book with regards to her information she had gathered as that journalist, right?
Correct.
Not her own investigation.
The Kathy Scott book is the book that they talked about with the witness who took the photo of Tupac, that photo in the car. Her book uses that photo on the cover. So they talked about that with that witness. Was it Friday that the photo came in? I feel like today's been 10 years. That might have been Friday. That might have been Thursday. I don't quite remember.
But what she had heard on the street.
And from detectives that she talked to, yes.
Right. And so when she first published her book, fair to say what I'm holding up for you, and I want to make sure I'm accurate for the jury, this is the third edition, right?
Okay.
Are you aware that Kathy Scott's first edition that was published was actually in 1997, a year after?
Something like that. It was very fast after the crime. I remember that.
And then there was an update and another update, and what I have right here is the third edition.
Okay.
But with regard to that first edition, it came out a year after the shooting of Tupac.
Sounds about right.
All right. Now, your testimony has been around.
Does anything written in anybody else's book change what you heard Keffe D say on that audio, though? Chat, you just let me know for you. Does anything that anybody else might have written in a book change for you what Keffe D said in that audio? If I talk about this, they're gonna get me the death penalty. They call me a rapper killer. Where there's some truth to that. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Does it matter what Kathy Scott put in her book? I'm sure it's a great book. This is no shade to Kathy Scott, but does it matter? The defense is going to try to say, I think that Keffe D cobbled together information that was public so he could get a piece of that action financially. But that's not what it seems like in those interviews in his own words.
Found your research, and you had testified that you had listened to the recording of 2008.
Yes.
That recording was given to you by Greg Kading.
Correct.
Did you ever compare the 2008 recording to the 2009 recording in this case?
I did not have the 2009 recording.
Right, because Mr. Kading did not give you a 2009 recording.
That's correct.
And that was not information that was public, right?
Correct.
Now, with regards to your 2008 recording, did you compare that against the 1998 recording in this case?
Was that like a federal investment? No, I did not.
That's a report.
And once again, Greg Kading did not give that to you because he did not have that information.
I don't know if he had it or not, but he didn't give it to me.
Okay. So the proffer that you have, or at least the 2008, is a interview in which Mr. Kading is in the room.
Correct.
Along with Mr. Dupree, or Detective Dupree from the LAPD.
Yes.
As well as an FBI agent.
I believe so, yes.
As well as a United States Attorney.
I believe so.
And as well as maybe somebody from the DEA.
I don't know.
Okay.
And his attorney.
And his attorney, yes. Fine. In terms of
For
those
all
other
the good that
individuals
it
there,
did.
do you have any reports that you can share with the jury about what any of those other agencies did after the 2008 proffer?
Not that I can recall now.
All right. And once again, that wasn't in the information that Mr. Kading had given to you.
Again, it might have been, but I don't recall.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this next question. You had gone through and said that you had done some research on this case.
Uh-huh.
Are you aware that there was a lawsuit by the Tupac estate against Death Row Records?
I'm not sure.
A civil lawsuit for breach of contract for royalties?
I mean, there's lots of lawsuits like that. I don't know. I can't recall.
All right, so you don't have that information for us?
Again, I don't know, I might.
That's fair. Are you aware of a lawsuit by Orlando Anderson against the Tupac estate for injuries caused in Las Vegas?
I am.
All right. Are you aware that there was a settlement in that case?
No, there was a counter lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the estate of Tupac against him, and I thought that all went away when he was killed.
I'm sorry, what?
Are you aware of a lawsuit by Orlando Anderson against the Tupac estate for injuries caused in Las Vegas?
I am.
Orlando Anderson sued the Tupac. The fuck? So Orlando Baby Lane Anderson sues the Tupac estate? And they countersue him for wrongful death. Huh.
All right. Are you aware that there was a settlement in that case?
No, there was a counter lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the estate of Tupac against him, and I thought that all went away when he was killed.
No, well, and that's what you think, right? Did you?
That's what I believe, yeah.
But you don't have research for that?
I don't think so, no.
You didn't go to the courthouse in LA County and look up the case or do anything like that?
No.
I might.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, that with a civil lawsuit, there would have been what's called discovery propounded during the course of that case, right? Meaning information.
Again, I wouldn't know.
All right. You never looked into depositions taken of Mr. Orlando Anderson or anybody else for that matter?
If there were any.
Now, in addition to that, were you aware, based upon your research, that Tupac was actually leaving death row prior to his death?
That is
assumes a fact, not an evidence.
No,
What's your response?
It doesn't assume a fact, not an evidence. It asks him if he knows anything about it.
Based upon his research, Your Honor, he testified about his research for this case.
The rumors keep coming in.
I think what Mr. DeJock was saying is that's not true.
No, I'm
You're
saying
assuming a
the
fact.
predicate of his question is assumes the fact that has yet to be established. He's asking the witness.
So in other words, it's not true, the thing he's asking?
I don't know if it's true or not, but he is assuming a fact, not an evidence.
Can you lay more foundation?
Sure. In your research of your project in this case, did you ever look into the relationship between Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight?
Yes.
And during the time that you looked through that relationship, did you learn that Tupac was not happy with Suge Knight?
I did not. There's conflicting accounts about what was going on at that time, whether or not Tupac was going to leave death row because he was unhappy, or whether the idea was that he was going to set up his own label that would then be distributed through death row, and that is what Suge Knight wanted his big superstar artists to do, was to branch out, start their own companies, but with death row continuing to be the central company that it all flows through.
And that information you're providing to us, is that in some document somewhere?
I don't remember where I got that from.
And regarding
rumors,
Tupac's position here, he had finalized his 3 album in terms of his obligations to death row.
As I understand it, yes.
And he had also at some point started to create his own label, Machiavelli.
Correct, I just said that.
And, thank you. And with regards to that label, he actually had a book of music that he was going to take with him into that label, right?
I'm not aware of that.
And with regards to the information here,
this is a much better area for Cross. This is a much better area for Cross. Was there other stuff? I don't know if it undoes the fact that Keffe D seems to have said, I mean, the reason they might give me the death penalty is because there's some truth to it, but it tries to shift the perspective that things weren't all hunky-dory between Suge and Tupac at the time.
it looks like not only did Tupac fire death row, but safe to say that he also
Objection
fired.
assumes a fact, not an evidence.
He is still in Suge's car that night. And they're approaching. They are really trying to take all of the rumors that were flying since this murder and bring them into court, because one of the rumors is that Suge put the hit out on Tupac. This actually is in evidence because they asked Keffe D about it. And chat was like, why would you ask somebody to shoot up the car that you're driving? Right. But this was one of the things that came in, and we've seen other witnesses asked about it because they asked Reggie Wright Jr. about this too. So this has come up in this trial before. They're at sidebar. Let's see. Still at sidebar. Hold on. I zoomed too close to the sun. It's late in the day.
All right, Mr. Sampt, you may proceed.
Okay. Last question I asked you was, are you aware that Tupac had fired David Kenner?
Objection again.
Are you aware if?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Are you aware if Tupac had fired David Kenner?
I've heard that claimed. I don't know that for a fact.
And just for the jury's edification, David Kenner was Death Row's lawyer.
Correct.
Are you aware if Tupac had requested an audit of Death?
It would be a conflict of interest if Tupac was looking to branch off into his own label and was working with the record label's attorney, but continue.
Row's books to see what money they may have taken from him.
Again, I've heard rumors of that. I've never seen any evidence of it. A lot of the questions you're asking me right now, I know are based off conspiracy theories out there about alternate theories of this. And I just would wonder if you have any evidence of that you would base your question on.
Mr.
Or if
Dorsey,
you're just using questioning
you
of
can't
me.
ask him.
Sir, I know we might want to have our, Morgan Tremaine moment, but that's not a natural flow. See, Morgan Tremaine was getting crossed about his 15 minutes of fame, and he popped back and looked at the lawyer and was like, same could be said for you. This is not the same. This is for redirect. The lawyer's asking you questions that go to an alternate theory of what happened. Well, you're asking me about conspiracy theories. Okay, sir, you got to answer the questions. You could say my research into this found that these are all rumors on the street and there's no basis to them. But damn, the witness got spicy and I backed it up for instant replay.
Tupac had requested an audit of Death Row's books to see what money they may have taken from him.
Again, I've heard rumors of that. I've never seen any evidence of it. A lot of the questions you're asking me right now, I know are based off conspiracy theories out there about alternate theories of this. And I just would wonder if you have any evidence of that you would base your question on.
Boy.
Mr.
Or if
Dorsey,
you're just using questioning
you
of
can't
me.
ask him questions. He asks you questions.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just wondering.
Let's just do it by the book.
Sure, understood.
Thank you.
Damn.
Mr. Sampson, ask the
We're all
question.
so comfy.
He's going to give an answer.
Why are we all so comfortable? The prosecutor's covering his mouth, trying not to laugh. You can't ask that. You had to stop before. I wonder if you have any evidence. The lawyer has to have a good faith basis to ask the question. The prosecutor hasn't objected on that part. The court did, though.
Sure, understood.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, ask a question. He's going to give an answer, I think.
Well, let me ask you this as well, sir. Are you aware if Reggie Wright was the security company or had a security company in charge of protecting Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur? Can I just finish my question, please, sir? I know you're getting a little eager here, but at the night of the fight at the MGM,
Don't you stomp your last season Prada shoes at me. Now we've got the witness is like, sure, he's following along with the question, and the attorney's just like, no, let me finish my compound question.
in charge of protecting Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. Can I just finish my question, please, sir? I know you're getting a little eager here, but at the night of the fight at the MGM, that Reggie Wright Jr. had a company that was supposed to protect Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Are you aware if on that particular night Reggie Wright had 20 to 25 either retired or off-duty police officers
That assumes facts,
in a
not
club
evidence.
called 666 on the night of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
It's Club 662, and I'm not aware of the number.
You don't know?
No.
Are
not
you
Club
aware
666.
if on the night of the shooting, there was only one individual that was with Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur by the name of Frank Alexander?
Well, one that was official security named Frank Alexander, yes.
Okay, one person.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware, sir, that in the time period in which Frank Alexander...
But I object. If.
Then I was supposed to use it.
Huh? I object. What the fuck is happening? The prosecution's still sitting back there with the bright hot spotlight of whatever lights in that courtroom on him, and he objected to something. I can't hear what he said. But the kicked back in the chair and objecting is wild to me. I don't say you have to stand to object in every jurisdiction, but at least maybe sit forward.
Let me ask you this.
Everybody's punchy today.
Do you have any information at all as to whether or not Frank Alexander had a walkie-talkie or Nextel radio?
I don't know.
In addition to that, let me just go through here. You had mentioned that you had read this book. I'm showing you again.
Yes.
This is my, kind of just, you're very eager. But this is my copy of the Compton Street Legend, okay? You read this book?
Yes.
All right. Let me just go through the book here real quick. Do you know who rapper Foxy Brown is?
Wait. I'm sorry, I put gummy bears in my mouth. Defense wants to go through the book? Defense wants to go through the book and play 20 questions. Okay.
Yes. Foxy Brown is not dead.
No, she's not.
And in the book, Mr. Davis refers to Foxy Brown in the book.
Yes.
In fact, he refers to her as somebody that was in the car with Zip before Zip had asked her to get out of the car so he could have a conversation with Mr. Davis.
Correct.
And that conversation took place in the valet area of the MGM Grand.
It was the valet or the parking area.
I'm
Do you want to look at
sorry.
the book to make sure that we're clear?
It was probably in the porte cochere. We've heard so much about it.
Well, I'm not sure between the book or the 2008 proffer, but it was parking lot or the valet area. I don't remember specifically where he said it was. Just outside the MGM.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Would this book refresh your recollection? For those of you asking, is the
refreshing
book in evidence?
recollection?
I
Yes.
am refreshing his recollection, Your Honor. I don't
The book is in evidence. A lot of you are asking about the book. The book is in evidence. There are some redactions, but the book is in evidence.
want to read it, but just read
He
it.
didn't say he didn't remember. Oh, he did say he didn't recall which of the two accounts. Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, he says while we were waiting at the.
Hold on, no, there's no question pending yet, sir. You're so eager. You're so eager.
You asked him if it was at the valet or in the parking lot. So he was starting to answer.
You can keep calling me that, but just trying to answer your questions.
I'm going to keep your own. So with regards to the question is, this conversation or at least event occurred at the MGM at the valet area.
That actually is ambiguous in that book. It says while they were waiting for their cars at the valet, Zip called them over to his car. Does not state where his car is parked.
Right. So
That's a fair grammatical. Interpretation. Should we explore for ourselves? I'll pull up that part of the book. That's a fair grammatical interpretation. He says they're waiting for their cars at valet and then Zip pulls them over. So is Zip's car in valet or is Zip's car parked? Sure.
Zip could be anywhere on the property.
Correct.
Wait until I'm done with my question. Including, it's a multi-level parking structure, right? You're saying that's big.
He doesn't know it's a
if it was in
multi-level
parking structure.
parking
I'm just saying it could have been
structure.
anywhere in the parking area of the MGM Grand.
Did you verify that Foxy Brown was actually in Las Vegas on the night of fight of September 7th, 1996?
I did not.
Your client does like to name drop.
There's an account in here about Orlando Anderson. Do you recall reading in the book
about Orlando Anderson and when he arrived in Las Vegas?
I don't recall what the book said specifically.
All right, so if you would to turn with me, I think to that book right
It
there.
says he shows up the day.
Page 96, with looking at
of the
page
fight.
96 of the book that you read, refresh your recollection.
The page numbers might be different here because this is the Kindle version, but let me see.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my questions, sir?
Jesus Christ.
Can you stop saying that to me, man? Jeez, dude. Just having a normal conversation with you. You don't have to keep cutting me off and making me sound like I'm eager.
Okay, first, it's not a normal conversation because this is cross-examination. Second, I understand why the witness is frustrated, but the witness is trying to say these pages might be different because this is a physical printout of the Kindle copy. I was wrong when I said it might have been digital. This is a physical printout of the Kindle copy. But this witness is just so frustrated, and the defense is getting frustrated. Everyone's getting frustrated. I feel that the judge is going to have to admonish someone. Someone's going to need to be admonished. Okay. Let's continue. I had to back up because I was curious.
To page 96, with looking at page 96 of the book that you read, refresh your recollection.
The page numbers might be different here because this is the Kindle version, but let me see.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my questions, sir?
Can you stop saying that to me, man?
Is it out of pocket for the you tell me, chat, is it out of pocket for the witness to say the pages might be different because this is the Kindle version? That didn't seem out of pocket to me. Turn to page 96. They might be different. That doesn't seem out of pocket for the witness. Truly, it seems to try to clarify, to help, that the pages literally might not be different or might not be the same. Okay, chat, you're with chat's like, no, I don't think that's out of pocket. Right. And then it spins sideways.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my questions, sir?
Can you stop saying that to me, man? Jeez, dude. Just having a normal conversation with you. You don't have to keep cutting me off and making me sound like I'm eager.
Judge, the page numbers are going to be significantly different between the Kindle and the book, so he's going to have to just approach him with the book to show him what it's fine, because the Kindle completely repeats.
Nobody else has a copy of this book? Kiki, you didn't bring one? No, just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, I think we have another copy.
We're bringing another copy.
Did you bring enough for everyone? No. At least the prosecution stepped up and helped protect his witness. Props to the prosecution for being actually, Your Honor. Actually.
Yes.
Somebody's phone's
Whose
ringing
phone?
in court. That's lovely. I'm not familiar with the tune that's playing on the phone, but the phone's
Okay,
playing.
page 96?
Yes.
I'm there, page 96.
Are you aware, or to refresh recollection, are you aware that in the book, when Baby Lane, meaning Orlando Anderson, arrives in Las Vegas, he purchases a tuxedo?
Let me see, hold on.
The book's actually a little bit vague to that. It says, when my nephew Baby Lane came down with his homies, he saw former MLB baseball player Barry Bonds with a badass brown Versace tuxedo. So Baby Lane, being the baller that he was, went out and bought a black version of the same $6,000 Versace tuxedo that he saw Barry Bonds wearing. But it's not super clear when they're shopping because he's talking about all the times they go to Vegas, and it's kind of conflated because he says, we gambled. I headed over to the Versace store in the shopping wonder of the world known as the Forum Shops at Caesar's Palace. I purchased, this is Keffe D talking about himself, I purchased a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes, some Crocs from the Gucci store. He's talking about crocodile shoes, not Crocs, and a white shirt with a blue and gold tie. I went to Cousin's Fine Tailoring and had them tailor my suit up for me. We went to Neiman Marcus and picked up some of that expensive ass Indian cologne that has a different smell every time you wear it. he seems to be talking about their regular trips to Vegas, not specifically that night, though it might be that night. Because the way he writes this sometimes does seem vague as to time. But he's talking about his Versace shopping spree. And then he talks about Baby Lane going and buying a Versace tuxedo. And then he goes on to say that they were not gangbangers, they were gangsters. And then he goes on to say, this one time at Ice-T's house, he actually says, one year we went to Ice-T's New Year's Eve party and we were so fresh, smelling so good, so fresh and so clean. This one time at Ice-T's house, we went to a New Year's party. We had our bottles in our hands. Ice-T was like, those are some real players right there. That's what Ice-T said. It's right here in the book. So I don't know if we're talking about the same night or if we're talking about this one time at Ice-T's party when the defendant was wearing a $2,500 cashmere overcoat because he said it's a cashmere overcoat. And then he says Friday night finally arrived. So I don't know what we're talking about. He had an expensive jacket. So yeah, Vegas to time. I don't know. I don't know if it's that same night or not because the book jumps around.
Yes, I see that here.
And the reason why he purchased a tuxedo is because he said he saw former Major League Baseball player Barry Bonds with a badass brown Versace tuxedo, so Baby Lane decided he wanted to buy the same tuxedo, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of Barry?
Then why was he wearing a football jersey to the fight?
Barry Bonds on the night of, or the day of, September 7th, 1996?
I am not.
You didn't look into that?
No.
Now, in addition to that, on that same page, sir, are you aware that in the book, Mr. Davis says he rents 3 rooms on the same floor at the Caesar's Palace?
Yes.
Did you ever verify whether or not he had actually rented any rooms at all at the Caesar's Palace on September 7th, 1996?
There would be no way to verify that.
That's a yes or no answer.
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, he mentions his purchase. We'll keep it on the same page. You're fine.
I got it.
Page 96. Mr. Davis says that he goes to the Versace store, and while he's there, he purchases himself a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes and some additional Crocs, I guess, or shoes from the Gucci store and a white shirt. Call that?
Yes.
Did you at any point ever determine whether or not Mr. Davis actually owned a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes?
No.
Now, page 97. Mr. Davis says he sat on the second row of the fight. Not far from some of the celebrities. Do you have any proof at all in your research or your investigation as a citizen in this case indicating that Mr. Davis sat on any row?
He doesn't say that on page 97.
No.
Where is this going? It's going to, well, you didn't fact check any of this. You don't know if it was a $3,000 suit. You don't know if he had a $2,500 cashmere overcoat. None of this got fact checked. They didn't fact check anything. How can you rely on anything? We're just buffering time between when the jury heard his client say, yeah, I guess there's some truth to it, and the end of the day.
Turn with me if you could. Page 92.
Oh, what page are we on?
Pictures that are
92?
there.
Hold on,
You
we're on
see
page
those
92.
Yes, sir.
The picture to the left there, underneath the caption reads, "Me and my sister at the fight." Do you know who it is that's standing next to what proposes to be?
I'm going to show you guys the pictures. They're going to be a little hard to see because it's late in the day. But it says, "Me and my sister at the fight." And it's a picture of Keffe D and his sister, presumably, because I'm sure they're going to ask if that was fact checked. And then the next one says, me and my nephew, Baby Lane. It does not say at the fight, though the outfits look similar, but it says me and my nephew, Baby Lane. So he's not, in fact, in a Dan Marino jersey at that point.
Mr. Davis,
I don't.
do you know when that picture was taken?
I don't.
And do you know where that picture was taken?
I don't.
All right. Now over to the right, you have another picture underneath that says me and my nephew, Baby Lane. You see that picture? Do you know when that picture was taken?
No.
All right. And with regard to that picture, fair to say the two individuals that are standing there look like they're wearing some type of overcoat. Is that right?
Yes.
And hats.
Yes.
And informal wear with suits and ties.
Yes.
In your review of what Mr. Kading had sent to you, did you ever review any of the surveillance video from MGM?
Yes.
Did you at any point see any individuals that were dressed exactly like these two individuals in your review of the MGM surveillance?
Not that I can recall.
All right. And fair to say that once again, based upon your research, that September in Las Vegas would be a relatively hot month.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, you had...
But can I say that this is not, he does not claim that this is a picture of him at the fight on September 7th, does he?
So you're the one that's, you've got the review there.
It says me and my nephew, Baby Lane.
Correct.
Right. He's trying to say, is he saying that these are pictures of them at the fight that night? Because it says me and my sister at the fight. But it doesn't say which fight, because it talks about how he's been going to the fights since 1980, whatever.
Correct. And just to make sure we're clear, the jury can look at that photograph later. So.
Okay, sure.
Because the jury has the
and
book
once again,
in
you just didn't do any
evidence.
research on that at all, did you?
I did. This is not how Baby Lane is dressed in the video at the MGM Grand, so that's clearly not from that night.
All right. Now, in addition to that, you had also reviewed this idea that they were waiting at Club 662, and at some point they decided they're going to leave and go back to where they were supposed to come from, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Or not? Is that back to the Caesar's Palace?
They were going back to the Strip.
They were going back to the Strip.
Yes.
And they were going back to have fun.
Correct.
Now, they stopped, right, to get liquor, and it seems like Mr. Davis is very specific about his liquor. He wants to buy some Dom Perignon, some Dom Perignon Rosé, and Cristal. Do you know those particular alcoholic beverages?
I'm familiar, yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you this. Where does he go to buy the liquor?
Are you talking about, do you want me to quote with?
It's a book report. Now we're doing a book report. Back in the year of our Lord, 1996, where does Keffe D go to buy his liquor? And why in one part of his book does he say that they stopped at Greenblatt's and got cases of liquor before they went out to Vegas because Greenblatt's gave them a good deal, and then say that they stopped at the liquor barn to buy cases of Cristal? It seems that there's a narrative inconsistency. Do you think that they drank that much? Where are we going? But it's a book report. Apparently.
It's in the book?
So it's on page 103.
It says liquor barn.
Review of the page 103 helps refresh your recollection as to where...
Wait. Is the next question, did you check to see if the liquor barn sold Cristal and Dom Perignon?
That's the worry about it, is what he said in the book, yes. Liquor barn.
Okay, can you tell us where in Las Vegas in 1996 there was a liquor barn?
Actually, I did do the research on this, and there was a liquor barn at Flamingo and... trying to remember it's the exact place, but it was off of Flamingo, and I can't remember the exact street, but I actually did do the research on that.
Damn!
Are you from...
He's like, I did find a liquor barn on Flamingo. I thought he was going to ask a different question.
Las Vegas?
I'm not.
Have you ever lived in Las Vegas at any given moment?
No, sir.
And when you said you did the research, what research did you do to verify? Let me finish, sir. It's all right. You're eager. I get it. What did you...
Can you please stop badgering me, man?
Okay, that's not badgering a witness, sir. Second of all, counsel seems as if he has concluded his question before moving on to like part 2. So it does sound like counsel is done with the question and the witness is answering it. The questions have been repeatedly compound, but he was done with the first part of his question. I don't think the witness should be speaking back to him. I don't think it's badgering the witness, but it does seem like the question was done. And the defense is doing that repeatedly, where it seems like the question is done. But it's up for the prosecution to object at this point.
Did do the research on that.
Are you from Las Vegas?
I'm not.
Have you ever lived in Las Vegas at any given moment?
No, sir.
And when you said you did the research, what research did you do to verify? Wait, let me finish, sir. It's all right. You're eager. I get it. What did you?
Can you please stop badgering me, man? Like, it's ridiculous.
It's up to him to object. I understand that you are the one. You feel upset, but it's up.
The prosecution can object to the commentary from the defense. You're eager. I get it. That the prosecution can object to that kind of commentary.
So, Mr. DiGiacomo.
To the commentary, first of all. Second of all, it sounded
Emily,
like
keep
he
reading.
had finished his question, and then as soon as Mr. Dorsey goes to answer, he then cuts him off and says, well, let me finish. Mr. Sam should ask a question. Allow him to.
It's like prosecution's reading the chat. I'll let him talk without talking over him. The prosecution's like, he finished the question.
Upset, but it's up to Mr. DiGiacomo.
To the commentary, first of all. Second of all, it sounded like to me he had finished his question, and then as soon as Mr. Dorsey goes to answer, he then cuts him off and says, well, let me finish. Mr. Sam should ask a question, allow him to answer, and we can knock off with the.
We're going to strike the commentary. We're going to strike the commentary. You may proceed with asking questions.
Thank you. I'm trying to be very respectful to you, sir, and I would really appreciate it.
There's no question pending for you.
Everyone stop with the commentary. Witness, that means you too. The judge is like, no.
Hey, I got it.
Okay.
I think the defense is looking at the judge now because the judge is responding to the defense.
Commentary, you may proceed with asking questions.
Thank you. I'm trying to be very respectful to you, sir, and I would really appreciate it if you would
There's no question pending for you. Hey, I got it.
Okay.
No question pending. You ask questions, you answer. Thank you, guys.
What research did you
Excuse me, Your Honor. Everyone needs a snacky snack.
do to verify that there was a liquor bar in Las Vegas?
I can't remember now, but I think.
Once again, I'm not done with my question, sir.
I'm sorry, you just asked it. You're repeating the question. I apologize. Go ahead. Finish.
All right. What information
did you do to
pull
verify
or
there was a
research
liquor
did you
barn?
conduct to indicate that in 1996 in September there was a liquor barn in Las Vegas?
As I recall, I think I looked up old news articles.
I'm actually shocked that the witness didn't say, "Are you done now?" I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised the witness just didn't say, "You done? Am I good?" Or just sit there and wait for him to say, "You may answer." I might have sat there and just been like, "Oh, now I can go? Okay."
In Las Vegas.
As I recall, I think I looked up old news articles and looked for advertisements, and I maybe even found one that was like currently at that location that showed that it was still there, that it had been there up until very recently. And it lined up with where he said it was.
Did you ever conduct a investigation of
It's a pretty decent investigation.
Secretary of State website to indicate whether or not there was ever a liquor barn in Nevada?
No.
Did you ever look up licensing in Clark County with regards to whether or not there was ever a liquor barn in Nevada in 1996?
No.
Just the newspaper article.
However, to be fair, the Secretary of State registration might be under a corporate umbrella entity. Liquor Barn might be the DBA name. So looking for advertisements in the newspapers in 1996, advertising that there's deals at the Liquor Barn might actually be more helpful.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion here in the book, once again on page 103, about certain individuals that were in the van that Mr. Davis says that he was in at some point and then transfers over to the vehicle. You remember that?
Wait, say again?
There's information about individuals that were in a van that followed what is the vehicle that Mr. Davis was in? Do you recall who was in that vehicle, in the van?
It didn't say followed.
I'm reading from the book here.
It didn't say followed. He switched cars.
Yeah, he wrote C. Ray, who's Corey Edwards, who he lists as one of his top salesmen. His cousin Trey, and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit.
Are you aware that BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit is still residing in Detroit?
I'm not familiar with where he's located.
Did you at any point do any type of research or private investigation on your own to interview Mr. Meech, Big Meech out of Detroit to see if this was true?
No.
Now, fair to say that in this book, Mr. Davis talks a little bit about his exploits in Compton, right?
Yes.
And he talks about his work that he was doing as a drug dealer.
Yes.
Now, during the time period of your research, are you aware that shortly after the shooting of Tupac Shakur in September of 1996, that there were search warrants executed throughout Compton of different houses in Compton?
Yes.
And those houses included Mr. Davis's house, right?
Yes.
And it's his family house as well as another house that he resided in as well, right?
I believe there were two houses next door to each other, yes.
There was a third house on California Street. Are you aware of that house?
I'm not aware of the entire list of addresses that they raided.
Okay, but once again, we're just relying on your research here. Now, in terms of your research, fair to say that in the searches of those houses, we don't ever find a .40 caliber gun, right?
I actually don't know that for a fact.
Okay. And in terms of the searches of those houses, we don't find any information that would say...
I think there was a gun recovered at C. Ray's house, but it was not connected back to this.
...that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1996.
I'm not aware.
That would be something for another detective, right?
Sure.
Do you know who the detective would be that would testify to that?
I don't, one of the Compton police detectives, but I'm not sure.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Davis says at some point that he was moving about 300 kilos a month of cocaine out of Compton?
Yes.
In your research at all about the search warrants that were executed in Compton, was there any indication at all of money found in Mr. Davis's home or any of the houses that he was associated with?
I can't recall that.
You can't recall it because you don't know?
I don't know.
Though your client does say that he kept his money out of state more than once in the book. And some in his closet. He did talk about money in his closet.
In addition to that, I want to make sure I'm clear here. There's a picture here that's on page 30.
We're going to page 30. Chat. We're gonna all explore together. Is this the picture of the football team? It is the picture of the football team.
And it looks like a Pop Warner picture, maybe, or something like that. Football picture?
Yes.
Okay.
The Pop Warner team
true?
that Suge's dad
Is this
allegedly.
true that it's a Pop Warner football picture?
Well, is it a
coached.
picture of Suge Knight and Mr. Davis?
I believe so. I used to be able to find Suge on here, but I'm not sure if I could now.
I mean,
Well, what about my client?
I would need a magnifying
Again,
glass.
I don't know.
Well, in addition to that,
The heading on the photo says back in the day when Suge and I played on the same team. So that's what that picture purports to be.
are you aware at all about the photograph that's taken on page 12 of the book?
Only in that it's in the book.
Okay. Now,
It's a
page
picture of
11.
Keffe D on page 12 that says, "Here I come," in his fedora jacket, shirt tie.
Once again, he tells the reader of the book that he's running a multi-million-dollar nationwide drug empire. That's at the bottom of 11. Is that right?
We're on page 11.
Yes.
Do you have any proof of that?
Actually, yes. I've interviewed 3 former Compton gang unit detectives, and across the board, they told me that Keffe D was a high-level drug trafficker, and that basically by the 90s, they rarely saw him on the streets anymore because he was effectively too big for them. They were only running into his soldiers at that point.
Okay, so you're telling us something that somebody else said. Who are
You asked him for his research. He's telling you what his research is. Do you have anything that backs that up? Well, actually, yes, these detectives. And then, the fact that he went to jail, and every time he went to jail, it was narcotics related. And they said they barely saw him on the street anymore because he was too big for that. It kind of tracks with everything he said over the interviews over the last 4 days. But sure, he says in his book on page 11, this is what counsel's responding to. Contrary to what some of you may think based on depictions from bullshit-ass TV shows. By the way, apparently bullshit-ass is one word. I was unaware. Bullshit-ass TV shows, documentaries, and movies. We were not pants-sagging gangbangers looking for trouble. Far from it. At the time of the incident, I had risen to the ranks to become a major shot caller for the notorious South Side Compton Crips. I was running a multi-million-dollar nationwide drug empire. His words. Many of you have heard my name, but you don't know my story. You only know the bullshit that has been written and said about me by police, private investigators, and their punk-ass confidential informants. Fasten your seatbelts. It's my turn. That's what he said at the end of page 11. For those of you curious, bullshit ass, no hyphens. He just bullshit ass, all run together. Yep. So that's where we're at the end of page 11. Did you do anything to confirm it? Yes, actually, I did.
Across the board, they told me that Keffe D was a high-level drug trafficker, and that basically by the 90s, they rarely saw him on the streets anymore because he was effectively too big for them. They were only running into his soldiers at that point.
Okay, so you're telling us something that somebody else said. Who are the detectives?
I interviewed Bobby Ladd and Reggie Wright Sr. and Ray Richardson.
Are you aware that Reggie Wright Sr. was a member of the Compton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that in 2000 the Compton Police Department was dissolved because it was corrupt?
Objection. That's assumed the fact, not an evidence.
Can you rephrase? Are you aware that they were just...
It's not an evidence why the Compton Police Department was disbanded. It is an evidence that the Compton Police Department was disbanded. The reason is not an evidence. That's actually a fair assumes facts, not an evidence.
Dissolved?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Let me ask you this way then. With regards to the Compton Police Department, are they currently Compton Police Department as of today?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, there's conflicting accounts of why it was shut down. And I believe it may have been
disbanded.
2002. I don't know if it was 2000. But the city said that it was corrupt and they were shutting it down for corrupt reasons. Of course, if you talk to the police that were there, it was their contention that City Hall was corrupt and they didn't want the police department investigating them. And then once they shut down, the Las Vegas Sheriff's Department took over policing for the city of Compton. They took over the contract, and I know that many of those Compton police officers were just immediately hired by the LA Sheriff's Department and continued to work in.
That was me. Sorry, I was trying to pause it. It's just funny to me that the police are like, hey, the politicians are corrupt and they shut us down because the politicians are corrupt. And then the politician are like, the police are corrupt and we're shutting it down because the police are corrupt. Right. And then LA County Sheriffs took over it.
My question, sir.
I think I got us back right to where we were. I think I basically got us back to where we were.
You tell us, we're in Las Vegas in 1996. There was a liquor barn.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Too far. We got to back up. We're now in the liquor barn line of questioning. I'll get there. We're almost done for the day.
As of today.
No, sir.
Why not?
Okay, there we are.
Well, there's conflicting accounts of why it was shut down. And I believe it may have been 2002. I don't know if it was 2000. But the city said that it was corrupt and they were shutting it down for corrupt reasons. Of course, if you talk to the police that were there, it was their contention that City Hall was corrupt and they didn't want the police department investigating them. And then once they shut down, the Las Vegas Sheriff's Department took over policing.
It was Los Angeles.
Compton. They took over the contract, and I know that many of those Compton police officers were just immediately hired by the LA Sheriff's Department and continued to work in Compton.
Now, in terms of your evidence here today, or the things that you have, fair to say that what you're telling us is basically based upon what other people have told you?
That's the research.
Sure. Do you have any physical evidence that we can look at to help us determine whether or not?
The audio recordings of your client. Are those going to work?
Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of the fight.
Physical evidence? No, I don't.
And with regards to the raids in this case, and I want to make sure I did not miss this point, were there any indication at all of very expensive $6,000 suits in any of his homes?
So I can't recall because the search warrant and the return on the search warrant is literally dozens and dozens of pages long, just lists after lists after lists of guns, ammunition, jewelry that were seized from these. I mean, it was something like 30-some addresses, I think. Like 2/3 of them, I think, were actually Piru blood addresses. The other third were Crips. I can't recall from memory. I don't have a photographic memory of every single item that was recovered, so I can't answer that question.
All right, but fair enough. Your research is targeting towards Mr. Davis, but in terms of your recollection, you don't recall what was actually in his homes?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall that, no.
And that information would be better served by a member of Compton Police Department?
Sure, they could probably do that. But again, it was 30 years ago. They would probably need to be given a heads up so they can look it up before they come here and testify.
And just one final point, and then I'll just let you go. Your testimony here is that
Counsel?
let me pick up here and make sure I'm clear. In your review of the Death Row Chronicles book, is there anything at all in your reading of the book, and once again, you tell me.
I don't think there is a Death Row Chronicles book.
You've read every page of that book, right?
Death Row Chronicles book?
Yeah. The one by Greg Kading?
Murder Rap.
Greg Kading's book's called Murder Rap.
Murder Rap book.
I'm sorry, Murder Rap. Yeah, there you go. Did you read this book?
Yes, sir.
Cover to cover?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything at all in the book that says that, you know what, I don't know for sure if anything in this book is true or not, take it for, like a buyer beware or reader beware in this book?
I don't recall. It's been many years since I read it.
Now, what about the Captain Scott book and any of its editions? Did you ever recall anything in here that says buyer beware or reader beware of what's in this book?
Same answer. It's been years since I read it. I don't know.
Okay. How about the Compton Street Legend book? Do you have anything at all in here that would indicate to the reader that, hey, we can't verify the information that's in this book?
I don't recall.
Okay, if you turn with me inside this book.
I'm sorry. We're talking about Compton Street Legend. This witness has missed an opportunity. First of all, the back of the book says the last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. And then the front of the book, one of the very first pages says, I'm on page 2, chat. In the past couple of years, there have been several TV specials, documentaries, newspaper and magazine articles, and numerous websites dedicated to the subject of who killed Biggie and Tupac. But at the end of the day, none of the private investigators, retired police officers, informants, hip-hop heads, actors, or academics who have weighed in on the topic know what happened and the reasons behind it. None of them were there. I'm one of the only living eyewitnesses to Tupac's killing who also knows the much larger story around the reasons why both Tupac and Biggie were killed. I was considered a prime suspect in both the Biggie and Tupac killings for years. I know the real fucking story. He's doing like an intro to the real world, but his real world. So he does say multiple times, I know the real fucking story. And on the next page, he says, this process has been therapeutic for me. And then he goes on to quote Winston Churchill. It's before he quotes the Bible. But go off, I guess, counsel.
To the table of contents, you see that? And on the left-hand side, there is a portion that's in there, correct?
Yes.
And in that portion, does it say that even though the authors and publishers have made every effort to ensure the accuracy and completeness of the information contained in this book, we assume no responsibilities for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or any inconsistencies?
The legal
herein?
disclaimer?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't read that in any of those other books, right?
He doesn't want to get sued for defamation for calling Suge Knight a pussy. That's why there's a disclaimer in it. But all right.
Again, I don't recall. It's just typical legalese disclaimer.
Do you know how much Mr. Davis was paid for his interviews with the project that you're on?
Death Row Chronicles?
Yes.
No, sir.
And fair to say that would have been a contract between himself and the company that you were working for as an independent contractor?
It could have been a contract between him and BET. Typically, talent contracts are with the channel, not necessarily the production company. So I don't know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Oh, wow.
Redirect Mr. Tujaka.
Just briefly, Mr. Sanft started out talking about you providing your recordings to us. Did somebody have to authorize that for you to release those to us?
Yes.
And who had to authorize it?
So a attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET Network, authorized it. And then the head of Creature Films, which is the production company, also authorized it, both to me in writing and in email.
Now, Mr. Sanft asked you a bunch of questions about the liquor barn at Maryland and Flamingo, or you said Flamingo, you could remember the street. Were you aware if Lee's Liquor used to call itself Lee's Liquor Barn before they got a trademark infringement?
I'm not sure.
How would he be aware?
I'm just wondering. Mr. Sample's allowed to ask every question on earth. Just add an if. Were you
I can't remember if that's how I discovered that or not.
Are you aware that even today, if there's a liquor locker at Flamingo in Maryland?
Yes, I think that's how I first tipped onto the fact that there was a liquor store in the region or the area where Keffe had described it.
Now, Mr. Sanft asked.
See, counsel is trying to do the assumes facts, not in evidence bit. Do you know if Lee's Liquor called itself Lee's Liquor Barn? Counsel. But also, is there a liquor store there? Okay.
Asked you if you had ever tried to confirm that Foxy Brown was in Vegas.
Right.
Are you aware if Foxy Brown's real name is Inga Marchand?
Yes.
Are you aware if Inga Marchand was even present at Biggie Smalls' murder?
She was, yes.
Question as to relevance, Your Honor, and leading?
What's your response, Mr. DiGiacomo?
I don't think it was. I said, are you aware if? So of course it's not leading by definition.
Okay, so it's not leading. What about the relevance?
Well, I'm about to ask him a relevant question about Inga Marchand.
I'll overrule. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to establish your relevance. Go ahead.
Have you ever tried to
talk to Foxy
interview
Brown?
Inga Marchand?
I have not.
Are you aware of how many detectives have ever tried to interview Inga Marchand?
I am not aware. At least for the Tupac case, I know that they tried to reach her for the Biggie case.
That was the question.
In the book in there, Mr. Davis, does he discuss his proffer that took place in 2008?
In the book?
Yes.
I can't remember offhand.
Go to the second to last chapter here. I can do it in Exhibit 127.
Going back through the book again. Is counsel doing?
Does he have a chapter entitled We Know, and on this exhibit it is page 120 out of 145?
Yes.
And if you briefly review, I don't know, maybe the first 4 or 5 paragraphs.
The chapters aren't numbered, by the way. They're only titled. We Know is actually the third to last chapter because it's We Know, Betrayal, and then Epilogue. But We Know.
Have you got to the part yet where he talks about the decision to go down and speak with the police about this event?
Not quite yet. 1 second.
Okay, keep skimming. It's at the end of the chapter where he talks about making that phone call being the most challenging call of his life, and his kids telling him that they need him and that he should go talk to law enforcement. It's a very dramatic lead up. He's talking about how big his house is in Corona.
Yeah, it's a few pages in, it looks like.
And that he didn't want to talk to them, but that at the end of the day, he felt that he didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep reading, but that paragraph is talking about that subject matter. Is that fair?
Yes.
Or that chapter, I should say.
Correct, yes. The task force and how they got him.
The case they had on him.
There were questions about what you could and couldn't confirm from Mr. Davis's story with the file that you had. Do you remember those questions?
Say again?
There were questions asked by Mr. Sanft about, did you confirm this or did you confirm things from the 2008?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. Were many of the things he said in his proffer confirmed by the Biggie Smalls case file?
Yes.
In fact, had Corey Edwards in 2006 given a statement to police?
Correct. He gave a statement to Detectives
C-Ray.
Greg Kading and Tim Brennan.
Finally, going back to that 2008 statement, I just want to make sure we're clear that as far as you know, the first time the word sea breeze or sea bring the girls in the car, the actual model of the car came from Mr. Davis. Public.
Objection, Your Honor.
He's asking.
Say yes or no. Overruled.
It's yes or no.
In the 2008 proffer?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Recross.
Keffe D's got to be sitting there going, damn, I'm going to go down over a Sebring. Because those are details that were not out in the public when he gave those details.
Sir, just based upon your investigation as a civil investigator in this case,
Civil
did you ever
investigator? The
speak with Suge
documentary
Knight?
researcher.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Did you ever speak with Suge Knight? Was that the question?
Just based upon your investigation as a civil investigator in this case, did you ever speak with Suge Knight?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Did you ever speak with Suge
Anything
Knight?
further based on that,
No.
Mr. Giacomo? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
Oh boy.
Okay. All right, thank you for being with us for these
No
2 days.
questions.
Mr. Dorsey,
The
you are
jurors are
excused.
like, we've heard enough.
You're welcome.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Las
Will he be
Vegas.
subject to recall, or is he released from the subpoena?
No, let's keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else to present today, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Judge.
All right, so then we are going to recess for the evening. At this time, you're admonished, you are not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any
Wow.
subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please rise for the jury.
All right, y'all. Tomorrow. Let's see if they put anything on the record. It might just be scheduling. 9 a.m. tomorrow. They're starting a half hour earlier tomorrow.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Not from the state. I did request that the link that was sent to you be sent to Mr. Sam, so he should have it today.
Okay.
The link with the
Mr.
emails.
Stamp, anything else? Okay, we'll be in recess.
He doesn't check
See
his
everyone
email
back 9
though.
a.m. tomorrow.
Well, we had some smooth days in court, and then it's a Monday. Ms. G4 said, Emily, can we start earlier tomorrow? No, because we're starting with a little bit of zoom room from when court is starting. Court doesn't start tomorrow we will be earlier tomorrow, but court won't start until, if they start on time, until 11 a.m. Central. So not much earlier. We'll be starting at 9:15 tomorrow. So we can't start much earlier than the court's schedule because the court is on Pacific. So they don't even start till 12 Eastern. But wow, what a Monday. But I know they're long days. Look, this trial has not been boring. It has definitely had its feisty moments, more so today than we've seen the rest of the trial. And the fact that Keffe D calls the Sebring the sea breeze throughout the interview that we heard today, and then all the wheels seemed to come off. And I don't know if that's because the defense really wanted to make a point with this witness, or if the defense is just trying to distance from these super damaging statements his client made. But I don't know if getting snippy with the witness helps. And then for the witness, it doesn't really help getting snippy back with the defense attorney. And for a case that is 30 years old, the level of wildness, mostly to do with the defendant's own recorded statements. I don't even know how many hours of Keffe D's statements we've listened to at this point. But his statements are largely consistent until that very last one. That very last statement where he's like, I don't know what I want to put on TV though. That very last one, you can see him just really tap dancing around all of those questions and all of those answers. And the way that the interviews were played, we went through the federal interviews that were earlier, then the state interviews that were recorded, then these two interviews. And you can really see the evolution of those interviews. And it's wild to me how much the defendant said. And there were some things today that I think are going to be damaging. But the defense came back around to, do you have any physical evidence that Keffe D was in Vegas on September 7th? And this witness was like, no. I mean, he says he was. He repeatedly says he was. And the defense is trying to say, you guys, we can't even know he's there. We can't know he's really in Vegas. He's just a lying liar that lies. And I think that's going to be the defense's, that is the defense's theme, fact versus fiction. But when Keffe D is being evasive, it's not hard to tell. But when Keffe D is trying to distance from things, he's explaining that he doesn't want to get in trouble. And why would he be worried about it? And they left in the part where the witness was saying, why would he be worried about it if he wasn't a part of it? So he also didn't ever distance himself from the fact that he was called a rapper killer by law enforcement. And then when asked if there was some truth to it, he's like, yeah, there's some truth to it. Well, his words, not ours. I'm going to answer just a few questions, and then we are going to wrap up after 8.5 hours of streaming today. Buckle up for a long court day tomorrow, I am sure. You've got questions, I've got questions, we've got questions. Thank you for being here, Law Nerds. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, we will let you know when witnesses take the stand, when audio is done, and we will try to keep up with when stuff pops off. Sometimes that happens too fast because, well, court's unpredictable. Trials are unpredictable. This defendant's a bit unpredictable. He's becoming more predictable, but we'll see. So let's chat real quick. And then I'm going to go see Griffin and get some food. I know. Long court days. Rare Blue Skittle said, do we have a code conspiracy? No, we really try to stay out of the weeds on the conspiracies. This trial's not making it easy. I'm trying to stick to the facts. Well, at least the facts as defendant purports them to be. He's a legend in his own mind. That much we know to be true because we know how Keffe D feels about Keffe D. Val's Lady Claus said, can't watch a trial without EDB commentary. I would be sitting here yelling this in my room watching this case because what is happening? Today has been just wild. Absolutely wild. I still have more questions about Kading and the case file and the book of it all. Putting the book out while the investigation was ongoing is just wild to me. KP says, in my opinion, Keffe D is jealous Suge became the head of death row and not him. I mean, if Keffe D had anything to even do with it, like he shows no inclination that he wanted to be involved in a record label. But maybe that's hindsight. Maybe he's mad because he wasn't invited. Suge said, you can't sit with us. Keffe D has been holding on to that shit for 30 plus years and is still mad about it. Because his beef seems to be primarily with Suge Knight. Truly. I'm real curious to see if they call Suge to the stand in this case. He's on the witness list. He would have been the one to see Keffe D in Vegas. I don't know if he's going to say that he did. I don't know if that would help. Because do you, based on what we've seen so far, do you think that Keffe D was in Vegas that night? Or do you think all of it's just bullshit? I can understand if we were just dealing with Keffe D's book, but why tell LAPD? Why tell Las Vegas Metro PD? Why tell the feds? Why tell people for 20 years before the book comes out? If everybody starts making money off your name and you put out a book, I can understand that argument. But it's the decades of interviews before that I think become a problem. Chat's like, Keffe D built the MGM. Keffe D, in fact, built Las Vegas. Keffe D is Siegfried and Roy. Yeah, Keffe D invented magic, in fact. Yep. The strip was his idea. Yeah, it was. Gambling, in fact, was invented by Keffe D. Exactly. Yep. Agreed, chat. Agreed. Loch Nessie, good to see you. Been audio only. Thank you, EDB. What a ride. I always try to let you know when you're listening in the background, doing all the things you need to do in your life to come on back and take a look. Imagine my surprise that Keffe D taught sharks how to do shark things. Yep, 10 out of 10. Keffe D is the one. He's the one who taught sharks how to do shark things. In fact, he's probably the founder of Shark Week. Bump, bump. And probably created the technology that they use for all the underwater cameras for Shark Week. All the things. 100%. Shelly says, I'm living for the snark related to Keffe D. Chat was 10 out of 10 today. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Little known fact, Keffe D founded Las Vegas. Next, Keffe D founded gangster rap and rosé champagne. It, in fact, was not Lisa Vanderpump. Yeah, in fact, Keffe D gave Lisa Vanderpump the idea for all of her restaurants. Yep. Keffe D was the first confidential informant ever. Yep. Keffe D invented cocaine. Yep. And its use in Coca-Cola. In fact, Keffe D is the only one who actually knows all 11 herbs and spices and the recipe to Dr. Pepper and the recipe to Coca-Cola. Only Keffe D. Only Keffe D. When I'm in a self-snitching contest and my opponent is Keffe D, it's so much self-snitching. It's so much. But we did get to lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Hey, Griff. We're almost done. We're just wrapping up. Oh. Hey, Dr. B. Hi. We're still streaming. Oh. We're just saying goodnight, Las Vegas.
Oh. Your text implied to me that you were done.
No, I was just asking you a question.
Okay. What was the question?
Are we, well, we can have a family meeting when we're done. I was just, and George is here too. Hi, everybody. George is like, everyone's in the office. This is where I get pets. Right. Because that's where Travis hangs out with George. Griff is taking everything off my desk. And I think now that Team Baker, Family Baker has now come into the office, it's time for me to say goodnight, Las Vegas. And at least George has his substitute humans. Griffin has his snark, and I
as much time as you need, Mom.
thank you, buddy, have been streaming for over 8.5 hours. Lawnards, it's time because we need to watch some Supernatural.
Mom, I don't think you can legally say that.
I can't legally say it's time to watch Supernatural.
Sure you can. It's always time for Supernatural.
I mean, it's always time for Supernatural. And there goes George following the humans. All right, Lawnards, it's great to see you. We will be back tomorrow morning. We should be live at 11:15 if court starts on time at 9:15. Thereabouts. EDB is going to need to make a quick Starbucks run in the morning because it's Pumpkin Day, and I'm gonna go do some Pumpkin Day things because it's Pumpkin Day. I'm gonna do some Pumpkin Day things. I gotta do some Pumpkin Day things. But then we will be here at 11:15. Lawnards, you're the best. Thank you for hanging with me for this trial. It has been wild. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Team Baker. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Get the Lawnard app. It supports what we do, and it keeps you in the loop for the things you want to see most. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. All right, we're out. Lawnards, good night. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here and thanks for being a Lawnard.